leading up to this. Over 400 games played, I think, roughly. We've had 90 series in the group stage alone, an extra 4 in the playoffs, and finally, the grand finals weekend is upon us, one and all. Welcome to the final weekend at Elite Classic 2. I'm, of course, from KP, here to guide you through this wonderful experience. We've got an interesting mixture here, right? Expected faces, upcomers, and also those that have been nibbling, biting in the bit to prove what they are worth. Yes, we've got the old guard there and the likes of Marine Lord and Beasty, but PuppyPo looking to rise up for NA, and also coming from the East, we even have Chinese representation. It is absolute pleasure to be able to introduce you all to the final weekend of this tournament. Remember, at the end of this tournament, $25,000 prize pool. The lion's share will go to the victor, but we need our series and we need our casters. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce two fresh faces to the screen. It's Mr. Dabston and Mr. Crackety. That's right. I screwed up both their names. I've done it on purpose. You are now sirs in this this retinue, because I'm pretty sure like two is a like what's like two's a tango, three's are we a mob now?
It has to be.
We're a mob.
Certainly got the chain for it.
But mobs don't have chains. They steal chains, all right? You know, but like, do you know how I could afford this chain? This guy took advantage of that, mate. Big discount. That's why I was able to afford it. But no, pleasure to have you here, Kraken and Dabston. Incredible tournament so far, right? Like we have seen, I think I said it was 90 series played. You know, obviously we haven't had a chance to talk on camera with each other about that group stage. Like before we move on to the playoffs and what's been happening so far, just kind of a kind of recap quickly in that group stage. You know, is there a big takeaway you saw across those 90 games, Crackety?
A big takeaway that we had was Marine Lord and Louis. Man, they've had some amazing sets. They had an amazing track record. And at the end, it was Louis who actually already, like in the group stage, won a set against Marine Lord. Yet Marine Lord was still able to win all of his other sets so decidingly that he's going to be the one waiting in the semis here.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? He's been biting the bit, Dabston. Him and Beasty have just been chilling. They've been laying back. That was the perk of actually coming first in your group. Everyone else had to trials and tribulations their way through. Louis, of course, had to just grind his way all the way through, brutalizing the competition on the way. And, you know, this is interesting. You know, talk to me a little bit about Louis, because he's been on the rise. And I think before EGC Finals, you'd forgive a lot of people for not having heard of him, Dabston. But since then, he's been making quite the name for himself.
Yeah, right off the bat, Crackety just mentioned Louis was able to take down Marine Lord in the group stages, had a couple other tough losses, but other than that, has made a very, very clean path to now having in the semifinals. Went through 3DB in a 4-2, I believe, and then took down the other Canadian bro of Wham, who had been would a lot of players would say in a very high form, clean form, and Louis made look quite an easy series for himself. So now we'll see if he can take down Marine Lord yet again.
Yeah, it almost looked trivial. No offense to Wham, but like 4-0, it's just so clean out of Louis. But, you know, Crackety, at risk of inflating his ego, I mean, he just had a big win signed with his new org. We have to talk about the Chad himself, Marine Lord, of course. A lad who I don't think needs any introduction to anyone on this channel, right? He's got a legacy at this point in Age of Empires 4, and I think it's fair to say with the recent team pickup, that's just proof of that.
Yeah, exactly. So no longer in Izzy. Instead, now, I believe it is Gentlemates, Marine Lord. So we'll probably be seeing him with his new clan tag here today.
And, you know, this is kind of interesting, lads, because, like, looking at this matchup between the two, I've done a little bit of digging. The last time before this tournament they matched up was in EGC Finals. That was a 3-1 win for Marine Lord. As you mentioned, Crackety, last time we saw, the most recent, was in the group stage this tournament. That was a 2-1. You could even catch some of that in the highlights reels. In the same game, Jean versus Mongols to decide it. You know, based on what you've seen out of him in this tournament so far, do you think Marine Lord's going to be cruising through, or do we maybe have a big upset on our hands here?
I think Marine Lord's strength lies in his tactics as well. Like, he is very, very solid. His game sense is probably by far the best game sense in the game out of all players, I would personally say. So longer sets, a best of 7 definitely would suit him more. Like, sure, in a best of 3, in a best of 5, it could happen that maybe you're getting caught off guard. You could have 1 or 2 bad drafts. But overall, in the best of 7, you have much more a lot more games. So in a best of 7, I would like say Marine Lord probably has to be favored just based on his overall performance.
Now, that's interesting for you to say, Crackety, because like obviously we used to kind of highlight on this with the very experienced players when you get best sevens, best of nines. There's a lot of experience advantage there. But one of the interesting thing to think about here, Dabston, is that we are looking at redrafts halfway through the series, right? After 4 games, you go and you draft again. Do you think that maybe balances out again, where the people that have made best of sevens and best of nines all the time don't have as clean of an advantage as they once did?
Maybe not as clean as they once did. I do still think there is that kind of slight advantage. I will say Marine Lord's one of those that puts a lot into his drafting, into the setup as well. So could kind of be playing the head games in the first draft and then set up maybe a potential complete opposite or favorable matchup that he's looking for in the second pair of drafting. But that being said, Louis is very solid on a lot of different civs. He's not one of those up and coming players that only came up on, one, two civs that kind of was their calling card. He is viable across a lot of different ones.
And boys, we have a draft. We can talk about it a little bit here because there's some interesting mutations. We just saw a patch drop right before this grand finals weekend. Some big changes there, right? Ottoman's no longer as ban-worthy. I think Irobids, it'd be fair to say, has taken the main stage in that regard. Roos still seems to be quite a high priority ban. The interesting part is the way this draft is played out there, right? Like Roos slipped through, didn't get picked up by Lou straight away, got opted in the Marine Lords pool. Irobids is not going to make an appearance, which I say is like a big advantage in favor of Louis, because Marine Lord is unbeaten. I think 7 wins, no losses on that. But here's another crazy win. Louis, 8 wins, no losses on Jeanne d'Arc, but Marine Lord is the one to snatch that away for the first time this tournament.
Yeah, not only did he snatch away JD, he snatched away his loving sieve of French as well. The big thing to me is I really wish we were gonna get to see Byzantines after the big updates here today, but don't think we're gonna get to have the opportunity to see some of the scary new timings that are out there.
They got kind of absurdly buffed, I think it'd be fair to say, Crackety, right? You've been experimenting. The timings on this Civ right now are insane.
Yeah, you're able to get so many units out very, very early on the field. Not just normal units, but really, really strong units as well. So you get the Hippodromes, you get Special Horsemen, and then by 4 minute and like 10 to 13 seconds, you can have your Longbowmen in the queue. You're getting a batch of 5 Longbows out. There aren't a lot of civilizations that can handle that at the moment. So yeah, it makes sense seeing Byzantines banned from both players here.
An interesting thing, you mentioned the Lombos, right? English, it keeps sneaking through, right? Obviously, towards the tail end here, hasn't been performing well, actually. By far the worst performing Civ in this tournament, Dabson. I think it was a 27 or 28% win rate overall. By far the most underwhelming. Even Abbas is doing better. Do you think Marine Lord can do something miraculous with this Civ, or does it just feel like a throwaway at the end that you need to fill in your roster with?
I mean, not only does it feel like a throwaway at the end, I also feel like sometimes it's just that civilization that, yeah, it might not have the best win record, but it's sometimes just frustrating to play against. Maybe it's just that getting in your opponent's head. It's very, very annoying. They can either, wall up and do the 3 TC White Tower, always have, a couple longbows in your back line in the wood line, and really just kind of sticking together. But you mentioned another civilization there, Abbasid, that might not have had the best win rate, but it had some updates that tweaked some timings as well in the most recent patch, and that's one of the ones I'm really excited to see. Marine Lord always has been one of the better Abbasid players.
And this is kind of interesting to think about. Actually, is like when we look at the draft, Crackety, is it me or does it feel like Marine Lord won the opening phase? But it seems like Louis got some good nabs back later on, right? Like I'm thinking Mongols. I think he's also the best pulling Japanese player of the remaining players. Order of the Dragon has some interesting curveballs. And I think Louis is one of the few players to actually grab a win with them.
Yeah, I think probably the most important picks for him here are, first of all, Ottomans. Having a really, really strong opener civilization here on Gorge. Then Delhi, also a civilization that Louis is just very, very proficient with. And overall, I would say Delhi, in many matchups, very, very fearful. Like, it is very frightening having to play against Ghazi Raiders that can just swarm your base really early on and potentially just run through your base if you don't respect them enough, making spearmen. Other than that, Malians also, I feel like Malians have kind of struggled a little bit so far in this tournament. So every time so far that I've seen them, it felt like, okay, they made units, they're still getting overrun. So it has to be, like, Louis will have to be careful here and just make the right amount of units. I think that's probably something that a lot of players have struggled here so far with. But yeah, overall, really solid for him. I think it's really cool as well to see Marine Lord's draft, which, like you said, English earlier might be a little bit weaker. French as well in there. Abbasid, he's actually starting with Abbasid. But yeah, as mentioned, it's been buffed, and Abbasid, it's one of Marine Lord's main civs, I would actually say.
And it's interesting to think about, lads, because we're a few seconds away. Kind of quick thought on this, right? What we've been seeing with those buffs, Abbasid's looking a little bit firmer at the early phase of the game. We have to remember, Ottoman's just received nerfs primarily targeted at the early phase, the production rates, and also the Vizier point generation. I'm wondering if we actually might have a fast and hard game here. It's an interesting thought, but it's time to get underway, folks. Marine Lord versus Louis MT, a best-of-7 semi-finals to see who is going to make it to that coveted grand finals of the Elite Classic 2. And it begins now.
All right, and here we go, our first game of the day. Good. Hello, hello. All right, and we're back. Welcome, everybody. Sorry for the small no sound clip there for a moment. We got a beautiful split screen here going right now. We got Marine Lord in the color pink playing as the Abbasid Dynasty up against, in the color blue, Louis MT playing as the Ottomans up here on Gorge.
All right. Well, we are all good to go. We're getting the updates. We're getting to see Feudal Age come in. We just wanted y'all to get all hyped, build up the suspense. We're also seeing some of the deer already get killed in a concerted area. That way Louis isn't able to push them out and away. I think this might just be a second town center prep.
Yeah, definitely. Like making space there for a second TC. Marine Lord is still going to have to be careful, though, as there is a boar nearby. Abbasid can't really hunt boars, but Louis could potentially use that boar to his advantage. If there's an early TC, like villagers going out for an early second TC, if Louis were to put the boar over there, pull the boar over on them, that could be devastating. But look at that. Louis, with the spearman, going out now and actually luring the deer. I've seen this a couple of times from Louis, and I gotta say, this is such a creative usage of the spearman. Because many times you can't actually get a lot of value out of them, like trying to harass gold or anything like that. So using them instead to lure in the deer, very, very nice play there from him.
Yeah, and even still, like you said, like you can't get a lot of damage. And a lot of times, not only are you not getting damage, your spearman comes out at a quarter health just due to some shivs that were pulled from the villagers. So why not just make it to where your economy going to get a little bit more efficient, a little bit easier to gather up from that deer once you move out?
Yeah, exactly. Both players now aging up. Military wing coming in nice and early here from Marine Lord on the other hand side. Twin minute dress for Louis. Gonna be on its way as well. And we can already see the villagers from Marine Lord moving out there, connecting all of these buildings with the Golden Age network there. Also moving out to stone. So second TC is gonna be the play here most likely.
Yep. Question is how early will he go for that Golden Age Tier 1 build? Is it going to be that quicker Golden Age Tier 1, or is he just going to go a little bit quicker for the second TC focus? Military wing units are already out and moving across the map.
Getting 2 spearmen and 2 archers out, potentially Marine Lord might be able to stop the spearmen from luring in the deer. If he's able to kill them now, these deer eventually, they're going to run all the way back to their starting position.
Marine Lord, first things first is he'll head over to that gold, probably deny some of those villagers from gathering on up. But Louis looks like he's at least got enough for wheelbarrow or double broadaxe potentially off this. Nope, not quite wheelbarrow, but we'll have enough for at least double broadaxe if he wants it.
Right, Spears are still trying to lure in the deer. One has been killed a little bit early, but it looks like Louis is going to be able to at least get the majority of the deer under his TC.
Archery range being dropped as well. Byzantine military focus starting to get online, not Byzantine, Ottoman military focus starting to get online, which Ottoman is all about. They are that civilization that all of a sudden you blink and they got, 50 units coming across the map getting ready to end the game.
Yeah, 3 archers immediately in queue, so Louis will have something to at least get Marine Lord out of his base for now. Might be able to actually take down that mining camp there if Marine Lord commits to it. Doesn't commit, is going to pull the units away. It's now getting very, very close to having enough resource in the bank in order to drop that secondary TC. And look at that, Louis now reacting as well, pulling a lot of villagers over to stone. Most likely we'll see a secondary TC play from him coming out here as well.
Yeah, just feels like he can't fall that far behind on the eco. Obviously, as Ottomans, you can kind of focus more into the military side of things, but it feels like that's almost like this all-in metric where if your push gets stopped, well, now you're behind an eco and military. And so he wants to invest into his own TC, allow the military schools to keep working for him and equalize that eco number.
Yeah, first TC gets dropped over here on the berries, and look at that. We can now see Louis. He went for the Anatolian Hills Vizier Point, so he's getting 8 additional sheeps out under his TC. It's going to help him a lot here. 8 additional sheep, that's 2,000 food that he's got additionally under his TC. Very safe and sound there.
Yeah, Gorge is one of those maps that food is a main focus. A lot of your secondary food is quite far out and about, which is one where Marine Lord went ahead and dropped his TC on the berries, has some nice safe deer behind that, and we saw where his other deer pack was on the very, very edge of the map, just like Louis'.
Yeah, all the deer still in a very nice position, so Marine Lord could always go for those as well. Second TC is coming up for Louis over on his gold. Forward TC, it's a little bit risky. The TCs have received a nerf in the past, so they're not quite as tanky anymore, or rather, there isn't as much room inside of them for villagers to hide in. So a forward TC definitely is something that Abbasid could try and attack, or any civilization really could. It's a prime target in front of the base now from Louis that Marine Lord could opt to pressure.
Yep, Louis just knew he needed to focus on protecting up his gold, and one good way to do that was with the TC. And Ottomans from here most likely going to try to hit I would assume a castle timing from that with the TC placement as a heavy focus onto that gold.
And we got the military schools coming out. Blacksmith now as well is going to boost up the production speed of all of those buildings now in the vicinity. The first party has been trained now with that military school and has now been switched over to Meadow. So looks like Louis is not going to be opting for the Vizier Point for the free meta, instead is going to be training it through the military school.
Yep. Marine Lord going ahead and focusing in on some of those eco upgrades. Louis doing the same, as Wheelbarrow is on the way now that he has reclaimed that gold. And Marine Lord heavy focus onto gold as well. So we might just be looking at one of these where we blink. Both these players are going to be going up to Castle Age after getting that second TC investment in.
Yeah, Castle Age Race. And then it's going to be all about those relics early on. So yeah, I don't think that we're going to be seeing the Monk Vizier Point from the Ottomans. It's been... I feel like more and more often we just see Ottomans commit normally to the mosques and getting the imams out the normal way. Just because Vizier points, they're coming in slower now with the nerf, and you really want to use them for other things as well, like getting an additional military school out, getting the the big panic button in there with the free janissaries as well. It provides a lot of value to your military, and the Ottomans, they can be such a timing heavy civilization where they want to attack at certain timings. So other Vizier points could just be more useful for them.
Yeah, and you kind of harped right on it. The nerf recently to the timing of those Vizier points really has gone a long way to where Ottomans last patch was the S tier civilization. You had to pick or ban every single time first, and now we saw it slip through. We see Louis being able to get to play it, and we can definitely see, I feel like at this point we'd already have that next Vizier point coming in.
Culture Wing is going to be the play here from Marine Lord. It's going to be getting access to that technologies, which reduce the cost of other technologies. And now Louis is going to be aging up with the Mammoth Imperial Armory. will have access to the free siege from that one. And supply count is starting to climb. First one is out. 2 more are gonna be in the queue through those military schools. And potentially might be trying to snipe some villagers.
Yeah, Marine Lord, though, already invested heavy into the walls on the east, has a nice outpost protecting his main gold, and so really has just full vision and full protection of where he has chosen to expand with his eco so far.
Right, we're seeing additional barracks now coming out from Marine Lords, so mass golems very likely going to be in play here. Favorite composition of the Basset with the military wings, just getting a lot of infantry out. You get that boot camp upgrade in, you're going to be having a lot of bonus health on those units. The golems actually, with boot camp combined, they're going to have like a lot of health. They almost rival knights when it comes to the HP in Castle Age. I think it's like 224 compared to 230 health. So the golems are going to be really, really tanky there.
Yep, that is the unit that the Abbasid know and love, but let's see what Ottomans have in store, as Marine Lord will have to have an answer for the siege here in come, a minute and a half, 2 minutes or so once that free mangonel starts popping on out. Going ahead and getting preservation of knowledge on Marine Lord's side.
That's going to be coming in. Survival techniques as well. And we got a lot of golems in queue, some crossbowmen as well. And this force here from Marine Lord is definitely going to be enough in order to scare those units from Louis away. And right now, eco, it's fairly even. Marine Lord has a slight lead when it comes to villager count because his secondary TC has been up for a little bit longer. But Louis, he's got the military schools. 3 military schools now out and pumping units out. And that can become really, really dangerous for Marine Lord if he doesn't give himself another edge, either through winning some fights or getting the relics in. He's going to have to do something here in order to keep his a position in where he's going to be in favor. But we see Louis already got an Imam out. The first one is only just now coming out from Marine Lord. With that, the race for the relics is going to begin now.
Yep. Big fortunate thing for Marine Lord, he didn't have to use any villagers to build his landmark on his way up, so he had a ton of gold that he was able to just immediately use into a bunch of different upgrades, all these military upgrades, got boot camp already into play, and you can see phalanx for those spears as well, which I always find this surprising point when I'm running into Abbasid spears. That range is really, really shocking when you're not used to it.
It's not going to be too much longer now until the first mangonel is going to be coming out. And look at that, Louis managed to snipe the first relic there in the middle. Marine Lord is going to have to go for the other one up the hill. Both players right now just contesting these relics. That's 80 gold per minute for every single one of those relics. That's pretty much 2 villagers that they're getting there. So getting a lot of the relics definitely going to be important, especially in the later parts of the game, as gold is going to be harder to come by.
And Marine Lord able to snag that one away right before Louis' monk had arrived. And not only does Marine Lord snag it away, he spots out the monk who's running on back to the Ottoman side, isn't able to get it picked on off. And Louis having to make the expansion onto deer. This is always the big worry that I get scared of when I see the big risky expansion out and onto the food on Gorge.
Yeah, this is also one of the points why Marine Lord actually killed the deer early on. If you kill the deer early on, your opponent can't really tell once you move out onto the deer. If you keep them alive, you can actually tell through Fog of War if the deer have been killed. So Louis, he's going to send a signal over to Marine Lord if he looks over that the deer have been killed and that Louis has villagers over there.
You can see this current fight is the battle over the relic. Both militaries are starting to posture over to that side. Louis able to try to dive onto that monk, just able to get it, but loses his scout, loses his Sipahi for it.
Yeah, Louis is going to pull the rest of his military, but that's not going to be enough in order to secure the relic. So this one very likely is going to go over to Marine Lord, and we can see Marine Lord splitting a couple of golems over on the left-hand side. Might be looking for villagers out there. Is going to miss out on the villagers on the deer, though, but might path around there later on. For now, looks like he just wants to go over to the berries. And some walls now also coming out from Louis from the looks of it. Yeah, both players right now just securing their side of the map with some palisade walls.
Yeah, and this kind of gets to that extension into Gorge where sometimes we'll see the game get decided a little bit earlier on when some of these resources start to get risky, when you start to expand that eco into vulnerable spots. But both these players investing for the long haul, hopefully don't end up getting to a point where trade needs to be invested into, because there is currently still a ton of gold on the map, but military's starting to build up into those higher numbers, both population counts in the triple digits.
Are going to be going up right now. Louis, 39 military out on the field. Marine Lord with 53. Both players adding in Siege. Louis passively, and now Marine Lord is actively adding in a first Springald on his own side. With the last patch, Springalds now only need 2 shots in order to get rid of a Mangonel. So health has been reduced.
Yeah, much cleaner to end up dealing with Siege on the other side. There was this time where Siege just felt like once it came out, it was Castle Age Siege Wars, and that was what would end up deciding the game. Marine Lord not going to allow the Siege to decide the game because he wants to make sure to counteract those free Springalds that are coming out. Gulam Raid, though, able to take the first villager kill of the game, distracts Louis from the front end. Mangonel gets taken out for free. Army was sitting there stagnant, and Marine Lord closed the gap and is getting a lot of destroyed value here.
Louis has a Sipahi on the backside there. Tried to get a raid in on Marine Lord's side. Might actually loop around with them once again, but that's not enough to really take a fight here. Another Springald is going to be coming out now. One Springald still remaining. But the Mangonel might actually be able to get a shot out there. Springald is going to have to be careful. Cancels the Springald. Decides to move back, but
around.
The crossbow is able to take down the Springald there. Janissaries have come out now as well. But still, the army mass looks to be in favor of Marine Lord here. He has boot camp. He has the upgrades on his archers as well. These aren't your average archers. They shoot a lot faster than normal archers. That's a lot of DPS coming out from them. Golems at the front side as well. Very tanky unit, especially against a unit like the Janissary, which doesn't get bonus damage, but just relies on his heavy base damage. Having a lot of bonus health really helps the Golems there.
Yeah, trade ended up being okay in the long run for Louis, although it started out very on favor to Marine Lord side, able to pick up that free Mangonel, able to get some free army picks, but overall, back to posturing, back to either side of the field, and Marine Lord investing into his own Mangonel now.
Yeah. And we gotta look at the gold situation, or rather the passive gold situation right now. Sure, Marine Lord, he's got 3 relics, but Louis got 2 sacred sites. So overall right now, the income very heavily in favor of Louis, passively at least. So he's getting a lot of gold passively. And that's going to be really nice for Ottomans because they really want to make a lot of these Janissaries as well. It's a very nice unit. They attack really fast with the matter. And you're basically covering the gold cost of 2 of those per minute for free with those 2 sacred sites.
Yep. Exactly. Sacred sites just can kind of compound with those relics, since Marine Lord is the one that is up on the relic count over.
Right.
Sipahi
get it off.
Doesn't want to dive into that next Spearman mass, as the 4 isn't a big deal, but then we see another 5 or 6 Sipahi run right into a bigger Spearman mass, and this is what I was talking about with Phalanx. Sometimes you're surprised with how far that range may be.
Double the range on these Spearmen. At the same time, army from Marine Lord is going to rush towards the middle as walls are going up. We got 2 Mangonels over there from Louis. We can see right there 2 Springalds over on the side from Marine Lord. Has enough to one-shot these Mangonels, but it's going to have to be really careful about how he takes these fights there. His army is a little split off, and the army value isn't quite there when you compare it between the 2 Janissaries. They just provide so much army value, no matter though. So army isn't getting boosted. Pi dive onto the siege. All of the siege is getting sniped in an instant here from Marine Lord. I don't think he can stick around for much longer here. He has to retreat now.
A perfect dive from Louis' army on the backside. Sipahi were able to just somehow sneak through right past that wall, right past all the military units of Marine Lord, and take out the siege. So now Marine Lord falling back, trying to rush down some Springalds, and needs to get those finished fast before the Mangonels and more Sipahi arrive.
Yeah, you have to be super careful of Ottomans now at this stage of the game. It's that death ball of mass Janissaries, which is going to be super tight to clean up. Granted, Marine Lord, with the Abbasid, he has the tools for it for sure. Like, Janissaries take bonus damage from ranged units. Abbasid probably have, like, the best archers in the game at the moment, with the bonus attack speed. At the same time, raids are coming in from the top side. Louis has a couple of units out there, managed to break through walls, and is actually putting down his own wall there in order to avoid a rewall happening from Marine Lord.
Yeah, and this might not seem like too big of a deal now, but this just starts to delay up Marine Lord's eco from being where it wants to get to, untouched and really just full on into Imperial Age, into the later stages of this game, as it looks like he's starting to, and then there it is, Eco Wing is on the way for Marine Lord. He is thinking about Imperial.
Yeah, so Imperial Age now on the way for Marine Lord, which is going to open up a timing for Louis, though. As soon as that age-up is going to be coming in, I think Louis is just going to throw everything forward. Either that, or he's going to be looking for his own age-up. Let's not forget, the Ottomans also have a really strong Imperial Age. We can see all the Vizier points so far that have been chosen by Louis. Gets the bonus production, gets the ability to make Janissaries from the military schools, as well as a bonus military school. So that's a lot of production right now, just happening passively for Louis, and he's just going to be able to scale his army to great heights there.
It does look like Imperial Age is going to be following up here for Louis in not too long. And one of the things I love that Louis does during these games where he starts to take the map control is he reinforces that map control with some outposts through in the Stealth Forest next to the market, and really just reinforcing vision all across the map for himself to be able to react to things if need be, or at least have knowledge of what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like Louis is also now macroing up towards Imperial Age. And Ottomans and Imperial Age, I'll tell you what, they can be quite scary. Once you get that Istanbul Observatory in, your military schools, as well as your Mehmet Imperial Armory, starts producing really, really quickly. And with all of the passive production, you're able to get to that point in time where Ottomans are famous for that big death ball, that big army that just feels like it's never stopping and you just can't really fight against it.
Another layer of walls coming in for Louis. Outpost did get taken out, but just like you said, the Istanbul Observatory is up and on its way. 12 villagers on it, right as the Eco Wing has finished and completed for Marine Lord.
We're looking at a point in the game now where both players are pretty much at 200 out of 200 population. But Louis almost has double the army value compared to Marine Lord. Those Janissaries, they're a really, really fearsome backline.
And we can see a little small Marine Lord army get cleaned up. The main force of Marine Lord, though, is forcing down onto the south side, wants to not only get through these walls, but wants to deny the Sacred Site timer that has started to tick for Louis.
Doesn't look like he can quite take the Sacred Site yet. There's a lot of siege coming over from Louis now. Istanbul Observatory about to finish up. There's a lot of upgrades also in queue for Marine Lord at the moment. Stonewall's coming up for Louis on the other hand side is going to make sure that there won't be any raids happening on that side without siege at least. And now, with the age up, immediate upgrades coming in. Sapahi, elite upgrade on the Janissaries, as well as the bonus damage on those units as well.
An attempted rewall going down for Louis, quickly denied by Marine Lord. Will be able to force down into the base. Marine Lord was just making sure to not step forward too quickly, wanted to wait for elite upgrades to finish and complete.
Yeah, he now has the rolling shutter triggers on his Springald, so he's going to be able to at least have the siege advantage here, at least for the time being, because it's also in queue for Louis. It's going to be interesting, though, whether he's going to be able to win the fight. Mangonel shots are coming in.
Springald's able to take down one of the Springalds on Louis' side, takes down another Mangonel, and Louis, he had the siege numbers, but didn't take the siege fight as Marine Lord was able to just get a couple beneficial trades. And another
more
one.
siege is getting sniped. The Springald, it's a bonus range. It really makes a huge difference there. Looks like Louis wants to get a dive in onto the Springalds. Springald has to be careful there. The Janissaries, the attack speed, it's so huge with the meta there. Springalds, they try to escape, they try to make sure that they're being safe by the body block, but Sapai with the bonus range able to get them in the end.
Yep, Sapai able to surround, able to be that frontline focus, and Louis takes a very, very good trade. He did lose some of his siege early on, but has cleaned up the few Springalds, and Marine Lord has cleaned up the army that was forward from Marine Lord and should start to remain that forward focus, and still has not lost the Sacred Site either.
We're also getting the trade vizier point in here, as Observer is pointing out, so could be that we're going to be seeing a lot of traders coming out from Louis now, and he's going to be getting a lot of bonus income from them. Marine Lord starting to get the upgrades from his Eco Wing, so farm transition will very likely soon follow for him.
Yeah, I know a significant amount of farms have already come down for both sides, but we are getting to that point where there's not too much food left on the map. Looks like Marine Lord is constantly trying to split his armies into these different spots, into the sacred sites to deny him up and maybe take down some of Louis's army, but Louis just jumps on top of his walls with those crossbows and gets a good Sipahi raid on the other side where Marine Lord trying to gather up a bunch of gold.
As Sipahi, in the end, they're not going to be able to do a lot versus the keep, and the villagers should be safe inside of it. It's going to at least cause a little bit of idle time. Marine Lord still has a good economic advantage right now. 13 villagers ahead. The issue is, though, that I don't really see a way right now for Marine Lord to take any of these fights. He has a lot of Spearmen out. Spearmen, sure, they don't take bonus damage from the Janissaries, but Janissaries just still absolutely destroy any unit out on the field.
And we're not too far away from the unit that everyone is afraid of when they're going up against Ottomans, those great bombards. Even though I will say Marine Lord has the best unit to deal with that, it is the Culverin. But when those great bombards start coming out, especially when you can get a few of them, it feels like it's just the end of the game.
Yeah. This great bombard is going to be coming out very soon. More stone walls are going to be coming up for Louis here in the meantime. Almost up to 40 Janissaries right now. That's quite fearsome. Golden Age tier 3 at least coming in for Marine Lord, so has fully unlocked that Golden Age. He's going to get a nice boost to his income as well as to his unit production. But yeah, you can really tell, like, these aren't really fights that Marine Lord can take there. The Janissaries, with their great attack speed, able to shred through those line of spearmen.
Yeah, at this point, the 13 Vil lead that Marine Lord has is just negligible because Ottomans, they have those military schools online, more than making up for that villager difference. And as long as Louis is just able to keep that ball alive, keep those schools pumping, then it's just going to be a hard spot for Marine Lord to take out any of these sites, actually. And look at what Louis is setting up behind this. He's getting ready for full-on trade.
Yeah, and he's got the trade market, his neutral market on the map. He's got it secured behind stone walls. Marine Lord doesn't have that privilege right now, so even if he wants to go for trade, it's going to be quite tough for him to secure it right away.
No great bombard emplacements yet, we will say. Marine Lord has gotten a Treb out. He's starting to siege down that middle keep. But what I see on Marine Lord, he is on 3 different gold mines on his side, and those are the last 3 golds on his side of the map.
He just deleted his archers. He wanted more population space for other units, but deleting your army right there at that moment in time almost gave Louis a big incentive to just run his army in and potentially take a very good engagement. And does back off for the time being. We've got 3 Culverins out on the field right now. There's a lot of anti-siege. The issue that I still see there is that Culverins, sure, they're really nice, or they used to be nice. It still takes a lot of shots in order to take down one of these great bombards.
Yeah, and that Sipahi mass is just still one of those that Louis is going to keep those spears chokeholded and allow the Janissaries to be the main damage onto the field.
Oh, Sipahi once again trying to run around. This time, though, the spearmen look to be getting a good surround around the siege.
Oh, Mangonel's getting a huge shot into the middle of those Janissaries, but Trebuchet, it has been taken out. Mangonel's still non-stop firing in the middle of those unit masses. And Marine Lord has to fall back away, has to reset on up.
This was a really good fight for Marine Lord, though, in the end. He only lost spearmen, so quote-unquote the trash unit, so to say. Something that he can really easily afford at the time being, and now he's got the bombard as well. So he's going to have a way to punch through those walls. First great bombard has now come out for Louis. Springles are going to move forward. Culverins are going to be there to meet them. Not quite able to one-shot the Springles anymore.
One of the Culverins is able to get killed, but not at a no cost over there as Louis loses all the Springles that he had up and forward next to that keep. Marine Lord trying to expand out onto that northern side as well, so focusing his main army into the middle, but sending some Vils up to the north, trying to get this Sacred Site timer denied. It is down to 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
Mangonel's turn around. Don't get the shot in. Culverins still trying to take down the siege at the same time from Louis, but the great bombard does great damage to the Culverins here as well. Spriggles taking some shots at the Culverins in the meantime. Culverin has to fall back. Matter did get taken down though. So at least that is something. Gets the aura away from those units. Decapped by a single villager behind all of this. So buys himself a lot more time with that. I feel like if Louis put down a keep or at least something out there on the other sacred side, might have been able to hold that for a bit longer.
I mean, even just a wall outpost, anything would have gone a long way. But Marine Lord's making the realization that gold is at a low point on his side. He's starting to drop some markets, starting to wall off that northern side trade post to set up his own trade.
I think Marine Lord just deleted some units again to make room for others, and yeah, suddenly he doesn't have that many spearmen out. Spy are trying to bust through the walls. No stone walls yet on the side from Marine Lord. Needs to work on those at some point in time here, and Sapahi are going to make their way through, and that's when it's going to get really tough for Marine Lord's mainly infantry-focused military here to be able to catch up to those units.
Yeah, just infantry so slow. We'll get pushed and pulled all around the map. The Sapai going to try to split off into different pockets of Marine Lord's eco now that they are behind the walls.
He goes up to try and secure the trade there, but yeah, Sapai are going to find some great villager kills here. Marine Lord, though, in the end, is going to be able to just switch out these villagers for traders. At this point in time, definitely something that he might want to do.
Yeah, he is needing that gold focus. You can already see it in the bank. His only resource that is very low, constantly being utilized, is that gold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Louis, he's kind of been using all his resources pretty efficiently. Doesn't quite have the bank built up that Marine Lord does.
See the first Camel Archer also coming out for Marine Lord, so he's going to have that Camel Unease aura. Louis now actually switching over to Men-at-Arms as his front line of choice at 17 in the queue.
Great Bombard turning back around. It's still this middle focused onto the sacred site. Marine Lord has so much siege out and onto the field. It just feels like that superiority that's so hard to deal with. Usually that's where Ottomans has that kind of built up mass at this point.
Culverin's able to one-shot these Janissaries. It's very nice. Once the siege even gets destroyed on Louis' side, Marine Lord still has use for them, being able to just use them up against these Janissaries. Some great mango shots coming out again. Culverin's able to take down the Springles behind it. More mango shots. Spy trying to once again surround the siege. Not finding the correct approach here, though. Spy are going to get cleaned up.
Marine Lord takes very good and efficient fight. This is what is also allowing him to just continually have resources in the bank. You can see nothing really in queue for him right now, although he's not at max pop.
Oh, some big boulders getting flung around there.
Mangonel just barely able to stay alive at 1 health. I don't know how much longer this keep's going to stay alive in the middle for Louis, though.
Yeah, we're now seeing some proxy buildings, or at least some proxy siege workshops coming up on the side there for Louis. So might be trying to harass the flanks a little bit more. It's very tough for that Bombard to take down the keep there with those great Bombard emplacements, hitting it every now and then. Marine Lord is going to probably have to pull a villager or two in order to keep repairing the Bombard. Once again, fight's going to be starting to come out here at the front of Louis' base. Got the camel support in right now as well, so all of the units from Marine Lord are extra buffed. Siege isn't turning around yet. Probably needs to turn around soon. There we go. Now the Mangonauts are turning around. Not the greatest shots coming out there, though. Gets a couple of hits on them. Another shot, though. This could be big. Get some good shots in against the Janissaries. Very expensive units are going down. Culverin's able to take down one of the great Bombards. None alive right now for Louis in the fight. Right now, it's looking good for Marine Lord.
Yeah, Marine Lord, I feel like has just been taking constant trade after trade that has been going his way. This has also allowed him to start some raiding on his own side of the map. He's starting to kind of break out from behind these walls, move forward walls, and Louis is starting to be on the back foot a little bit further.
It looked like it for a moment, but suddenly Louis got 9 Springles out.
I mean,
oh my God, that's a lot of
Marine Lord
anti-siege.
had the siege superiority for a while, and now Louis says, okay, I haven't been focusing enough into the siege. I will win the siege war now.
Siege workshops on the sides do get found out. Horsemen are going to be there for Marine Lord to take him down. Fight in the middle. I mean, it looked great there for Marine Lord. Right now, though, Louis, 31 military in siege. population right now. Half of his military is just siege at this point in time.
Both players, though, definitely needing that trade at this point in time because we can see the gold income. Both players under 1,000 gold per minute.
Traders, both civilizations do have a trade advantage. Can we take a look at Marine Lord's House of Wisdom, see if he went for the trade wing behind all of this as his 5th wing potentially? Hasn't gone for it yet, so he doesn't receive any of those bonuses for his traders currently. Louis, he's got the Vizier points, so he's getting a lot of bonus gold. Trebuchet gets taken down. 2 Culverins on Marine Lord's side. That's not going to be enough against the massive amount of Springles out there from Louis. And Louis in the middle at the moment, he can just always fall back to his keep and find there.
Yeah, it's just, with that great bombardment placement, so easy to fall back, easily be able to have some extra support, have your siege turn around, and then take the trades that are now going your way. Sapahi stepping forward, Janissary stepping forward. I just feel like Louis' army mass is just better and more efficient, but Marine Lord still has somehow been taking good trades.
And Marine Lord, he's got the army quality, I want to say, with those mass hand cannoneers. Also, with the camel support in the late game, the Abbasid army just looks really, really strong. Also having the option to mix in a couple of these camel archers means that he's always going to have that camel on these, meaning the Sapahi can't really deal as much damage as they want to here.
Sapahi do look like they're trying to circle, trying to head north towards the trade route that Marine Lord has started, and at the same time, Louis' main force has reclaimed the middle sacred site. He's dropping outposts on it. He is starting to head towards Marine Lord's base.
Yeah, get some outposts up as well. 2 great bombards now on the front side. These are like very, very high-range mangonels, and look at that. The Springles taking down the Culverins there. It's just not enough Culverins on to do anything against those there, and the clumped up units from Marine Lord fall to those bombards.
Well, they were falling to the bombards. Somehow, though, 20 hand cannoneers still alive and have shredded through Louis' front line. He still has some outposts. He still has some siege.
Yeah, the archers, though, the hand cannoneers, they're not going to be able to take down the siege here at this point in time. Might be able to pull the hand cannoneers close enough in order to take down the Springles, as those are actually able to do significant damage against them. But he's losing his main ranged army here right now. He doesn't have what he needs in order to take down the siege. And Reboldequin also coming out now from Louis there on the front side.
And I mean, this is where Marine Lord's army that falls is so expensive. We were talking about the gold being a problem. Well, the hand cannoneers, very high gold cross unit, and we can see the traders running right in front of where all of this siege is, right where Louis is knocking on the front door of Marine Lord. He is saying, open on up.
Well, Culverin's coming out, though, and suddenly Louis doesn't have that many Springles out on the field anymore. Last Springle goes down, and now the Culverins are going to be free to start taking down those Great Bombards one after another. It's going to take a while, though, and the Great Bombards do have they do have a lot of damage. Might be able to snipe that Springle there, as well as the one Culverin out. Does go down, but the Great Bombards fall as well.
But look at what's happening on the other side. The split screen is showing a bunch of Rams taking down a significant amount of production for Marine Lord. It might not seem like it's a big deal. It takes time to rebuild all that production. This is time that Marine Lord may not have. He's trying to mass the spears, and the military count is just falling and falling fast.
Culverins on the retreat there. Spearmen are trying to clean up the Rams there. So that's take a while. Oh, Culverins might be overextending a little bit, able to take a shot against the Springles, but it's always so dangerous when you got the Great Bombard in front of it. Able to unpack at any time.
Rams look like they finally got cleaned up, but not before they took down a significant amount of production. Those Culverins turning back around, able to take down a Mangonel, and armies have still just been continually clashing after a lull in the action for the first 10-15 minutes of the game. We have had just a non-stop battle for, feels like, the last 10.
Sapai also raiding the economy behind here from Marine Lord Louis. He's killed 77 eco units this game. Marine Lord at the same time also killed eco units. 55 have gone down on Louis' side behind this. Raid still feels unanswered though. Marine Lord doesn't have a lot of resource in the bank. The gold, 840 per minute. At the same time, Louis had 2.4k gold a minute here. The income is just vastly in Louis' favor.
Yeah, it's Marine Lord has been on the back foot for a little bit now. Louis has those extra market upgrades for himself. Looks like Marinelord's trying to drop a quick wall on the eastern side, back and near where that trade is. Knows that he needs to start denying this trade on Louis' side.
Keep is going up, but Ram's already gonna be on the way from both sides. Their villagers are gonna need to be pulled in order to protect that keep. Marinelord right now losing out on a lot of population space on the eco department. Has a big army now in order to attack with, but still, the keep in the front side from Louis' base, it's just proving a very, very tough point to contest.
Siege War favoring Marinelord's side again, but not as far as the Springalds go, and that's all that Louis has as far as his siege is. And I mean, as long as he can take down those mangonels from Marinelord, he will continue to do a significant amount of damage with Janissary Mass.
Springalds getting shot down by the Culverins. Marinelord right now is trying to bust through those walls with his mangonels. Culverins have to be careful though. Can't go too far forward. Louis behind us. Got another great bombard out now at this point in time. Marinelord is starting to stabilize. Gets more gold income now behind all of this. Oh, but the siege needs to be really, really careful. Mangonel gets taken down. And more rams. The keep has gone down.
Yeah, Keep never was able to get up. The Ram just train going on to that eastern side. Even though there were a ton of Vills there, couldn't take down the Rams, couldn't rebuild the Keep in time. Now the Ram trying to take down a Siege Workshop over on that side for Marinelord as well.
Sapahi taking fights against the Horsemen. There's a Keep there as well, only in placement. It's going to be in range though. Louis right now, army value, pretty much neck and neck, but Louis still has that slight lead with those Janissaries and the Great Bombards.
Sapahi now trying to focus on to that north side. There's a Keep right into the center of that trade, into the center of that wood line, and making sure that Louis is not able to get any efficient and successful raids.
I think Marinelord also got the technology to be able to heal up his units in the Keep's proximity. Be able to use that. Horseman. It's tough right now for him to find an entry. Wait, it's open. The wall is open actually from Louis on that north side there. At the same time, Louis pushing out and rewall is happening. Both players finding themselves in a little bit of a stalemate. At the moment, we don't have camera support out at the moment. Janissaries taking some great fights there. Mangonel on the back line tries to get some shots off. Doesn't hit too many units. And the front line from Marinelord, where did it go? It's just gone.
Yep, right as the Culverins move forward to take down the Great Bombard, the front line from Marinelord had already disappeared, and the whole entire army mass from Marinelord just seems like it's disappearing. Men-at-Arms, Pahi chasing down. They're on top of that siege line. Janissaries constantly stepping up. Huge mangonel shots to turn on around. Louis does fall back because of that, and has headed back home.
Just saved Marinelord. The counter siege from Louis had been forward as well there. That could have been really devastating. That's a lot of Culverins out in the field right now. 4 Culverins. I wish Marinelord would use them more against the Janissaries. So another great shot came out there.
Yeah, you can see every time the Culverins turn, they at least have a decent bit of base damage. They just took down another meter there that we basically barely got to see on the screen. And on the edges of the map, it just seems like every time we look, there's a ram or two being sent from either person, trying to break through the walls, trying to make sure that the opponent is staying on top of things and doesn't leave an opening. And speaking of opening, there it is. Marinelord, he has broken through the stone wall. He sends his horsemen there immediately, and he's ready to start taking down some of this siege. But look at the resources in the bank still.
Yeah, Louis, 5k gold, 5k food, food as well. So many resources. Marinelord has banked up a lot of wood, which granted Louis, that's the one thing he's mainly lacking, and he's going to need a lot of it for siege. Another keep by Marinelord tries to go up there. Janissaries are going to try and clean up the horsemen. Trade wing now. Oh, that's going to be great. Once it goes up from Marinelord, he's finally going to be able to get these huge upgrades that the Abbasid have for their traders. A lot of bonus armor on these traders means that Sapahi can't really easily take them down.
And Louis been trying to take down those traders consistently. Big difference for him is there's a keep in the midst of Marine Lord's trade line that he's been raiding at, and Marine Lord has dropped that keep on his side. And Louis is starting to look like he's in a bit of trouble, but not really when you look at the resources in the bank, just when you're kind of gathering this feeling with the walls being gapped.
Yeah, the keep is there. No direct answer right now, though, to those Rams. And speaking of Rams, not just Rams over here, we got the Great Bombards as well, and they're going to unpack. And they're going to be doing a lot of damage to the keep. That's going to be keeps going down on 2 sides here from Marine Lord. I don't think he's going to be able to keep any of them alive.
That is a huge feels bad, because now that the keeps are gone, especially the one in the north, that was really what was protecting Marine Lord's trade for the most part, was allowing Marine Lord to posture his army more towards the center, more towards the south.
Oh, it looks like he's actually able to save that one keep. Very little health remaining on it, and a fight happening there. On the right-hand side, Culverin not going to be able to get some shots in. Mangonel do unpack onto the back line. Springel's having a tough time pathing around the wall there, actually. It was a bad fight for Louis in the end.
Yeah, Marine Lord with the siege behind the walls, everything kind of just clumped up together, and Marine Lord's Mangonel's able to go untouched and take down a lot of the clumped up units that Louis had.
We can see in the picture is sending in more and more units onto that other keep at the top side, still getting repaired. Spearmen look to be able to at least take down the Rams once again and should be able to stay up. Siege wall once again unfolding. So many Culverins. Finally gonna have enough Culverins in order to be able to one-shot some of these Great Bombards. Great Bombards though, are they gonna get good? Ooh, almost got a good shot out there.
Yeah, it's all about, for Louis, this is where he just needs to be able to take down the Mangonels, needs to be able to take down those Culverins, because currently, that is what's really been taking down his mass. Men-at-Arms trying to step forward, Janissaries trying to do the same, but immediately Louis loses all of his siege on that front side.
Great Bombard is gonna unpack. Any major shots, gets down a Mangonon, reduces the other to less than a quarter health. Gets taken down as well, though. These are very expensive losses. You can see the destruction value firmly in the lead for Marine Lord, but Louis, he's just flooding units out there, and I think Marine Lord might not have enough units out there on the right-hand side in order to be able to deal with that. He sent a lot of units over to the left-hand side now, and he's gonna have to evacuate there for the time being.
I think Marine Lord was able to take the center through this, though. Finally, maybe take down the keep in the center even.
He managed to get through the wall at least. I'm not sure if he was able to take down the keep there with the emplacement. No, the keep is still standing.
Barely still standing, but Louis has been able to reclaim his eastern side. Marine Lord wants to make sure this does not get re-walled. He put so much effort into breaking through this wall. What is going on?
These aren't scouts.
That had to... I'm confused.
Must have been a misclick. That must have been a misclick.
Those are horsemen, right? Go on ahead. And more of the traders getting taken down, but at this point, it's just like there's so many traders out there from Marine Lord. They're just trading resources as far as the death goes. It's like who's going to end up getting hurt more, and it looks like Louis is getting close to like wonder resources here.
He's got 10,000 gold in the bank. At this point, could just spam out knights non-stop. He doesn't actually have that many. Oh, wait, I say it, 10 knights immediately in queue. There we go. Oh, never mind, cancel them.
There's some horsemen that have circled around the backside for Marine Lord, and Louis still hasn't ever been able to re-wall and still hasn't ever been able to take down that top keep. Somehow, some way, Marine Lord just on the slightest edge has kept that keep alive.
It is wild that Marine Lord's able to keep up with all the free production, all of these great bombards that have been out on the field, all the like multi-pronged approaches here from Louis, able to keep up with it, and now looks to be in a position where he can actually take the fight over to Louis' side.
And it not only take the fight over to Louis' side, it looks like Marine Lord has fully claimed Louis' market as his own. There is no re-wall coming down. He's starting to take the siege workshops down that are built by the market.
That's a couple of barracks.
Just a few barracks into play.
All boosted by 100% as well.
It feels bad that Louis not just sitting at constant max pop with this many resources in the bank.
Yeah, we can look at his units queue. It's definitely not where it should be. 21 Janissaries out on the field should still be at 40.
Yeah, he's sitting only at 178 pop, only 1 or 2 units in queue, and it looks like only from the military schools. I don't know what it's distracted with doing. Oh, there it is. There it is. He finally queued up some stuff.
He's building the death ball. I think that's what it is. 3 great bombards out there. I think he just wants one large military that's going to be able to wipe Marine Lord's army. Army's still building. Looks like now Louis is going to be starting to move a little bit forward with his big army there. Right now, he has 2 culverins. 2 culverins take 2 shots in order to take down one of these great bombards.
Siege Workshop barely taken down. I was about to say saved, but still was burning and on fire. Marine Lord posturing right on top of this market. A lot of weird pathing for this siege with the trees.
Careful with the choke points. You have to be so careful against these great bombards. The AoE attack on them in these choke points can be absolutely devastating.
Marine Lord has a bombard outpost as well behind the walls over here, and clumped up units for Marine Lord. First fire of the Great Bombard. On top of those, Mangonel taken out. Only 1 more Mangonel left alive, and it does look like Marine Lord has to fall back here. Louis taking a good fight and reclaiming his market.
And Marine Lord respecting his culverins. 4 more going to be in the queue. A lot more culverins out, more units now in the queue once again, but Marine Lord, his income is looking really solid now. Over 2k gold per minute. Let's not forget, as Abbasid, you can also choose to trade for other resources. Right now he's trading for food still. He could switch that over to wood in the late game.
He's getting almost 5,000 food per minute. That is absolutely absurd to think about. Trade Wing definitely has paid off finally when Marine Lord was able to get it, and we've just seen this non-stop onslaught. So many pink units coming across the map.
Keep in the middle looks to finally be going down. 3 bombards suddenly arrived there from Marine Lord. Louis sending his supply over there. Oh, Marine Lord might need to be careful here. Those supply are moving over there at light speed from 2 sides. Is he going to be able to take it down?
First bombard goes down. Keep is on fire. Needs just 1 more shot, probably.
Doesn't go off, and it's getting repaired. Oh, that was an expensive loss for Marine Lord there.
He put so many resources into that, into trying to take down that keep right there, but Louis still able to have it stay alive, and somehow has still been able to continue this trade, even though Marine Lord has felt like he's been sitting on top of it this whole time.
More culverins are coming out. A little bit of a choke point here between the walls from Louis. He's got a cannon placement out there. Great bombards are trying to move forward. That's a lot of culverins though. First great bombard goes down immediately. Second one follows.
He couldn't get through the last time. Marine Lord did such a good job body blocking the choke point, and Louis baited Marine Lord on out. He drew the ranged mass out, and the Sipahi are able to get through. They're finally on top of the culverins, but is it going to be enough to actually take down the culverins? It doesn't look like it. Men-at-Arms still there, though, pushing forward.
Oh, the culverins!
There's so many, like 1, 2, 3 health. 1 or 2 more attacks. There we go. Only a few culverins left for Marine Lord on this front side now. Another one in queue. This has just been a non-stop crazy back and forth. Keep in the north, though, is finally getting taken down potentially. I don't see... Oh, no, villagers pulled.
Villagers getting pulled.
Marine Lord will be able to keep that alive. No problem. Or should be.
It's getting close. Needs to pull some villagers to repair. It's going down. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. You can see Louis, he's immediately
already there.
Yeah.
So right when Marine Lord's eco was looking very, very healthy, I mean, even with 5,000 food per minute, 4,000 food per minute, he's still been using a ton of these resources, trying to drop another keep, but there's Sipahi there.
Oh, he doesn't have the armor upgrade yet on his traders. That could help him a lot. Definitely should get that. He's even getting it cheaper through the Culture Wing. That's a lot of units from Marine Lord in queue. 70 spearmen, 16 hand cannoneers, and 30 horsemen. I think Marine Lord might make doing it. like, sure, Louis has 11k gold, but he's struggling when it comes to wood and food.
Yeah, and Marine Lord was able to redrop another keep. He has his trade just so healthy still, and is making it to where Louis is struggling to get his online, or I guess his safely online.
Yeah, especially in the siege wars. Having access to a lot of wood definitely makes a huge difference there. Louis using the choke point here really nicely. This Marine Lord is gonna have a lot of trouble when it comes to actually taking engagements there. I think Louis actually trying to go for a flank there. He's got a lot of units sitting on the sacred side, waiting for engagement to be able to run around the other side. How many Sapais are there? Wait, take a look at the third sacred side, at the bottom sacred side.
It's like, what, 40 Sapai right there?
There's a lot of units just waiting. And now they're moving.
Here comes the circle around. There is that cannon in placement. Siege left alone, though. This might be the perfect circle for Louis that he was needing. Sapai already on top of one of the mangonels, on top of the second one, on top of the culverins as well. And now the front mass collapses. Somehow a mangonel's still alive. Second mangonel's alive as well.
Oh, the Janissary's getting cleaned up.
I mean, Marine Lord with his army control, just unbelievable, was able to surround both of his mangonels and make sure the Sapai didn't clean them up fast enough.
My god, that was such a hectic maneuver there. Behind that Louis, he also lost his great bombards. All of his siege went down there just before the Sapai managed to get onto them, onto the siege from Marine Lord. And now, the queue, we're entering almost triple-digit spearmen in queue.
I mean, the king of the trash, that is Abbasid, and I mean, it's not just trash. He's got 41 hand cannoniers out, but just keep throwing spears as that front line and let the damage do its job.
Now, Marine Lord inching ahead, outpost going up on the front line. Louis once again tries to put aggression on through the other neutral market. Marine Lord with the keep there definitely has a solid defense.
So close, like, with this ability. I mean, there were so many times where it felt like Marine Lord was about to get cleaned up and wiped. There were so many times where it felt like Louis was about to get cleaned up and wiped. It again is starting to tilt heavier and heavier into Marine Lord's favor now.
Yeah, I mean, once the trade is shut down, it's really tough for Louis. I mean, sure, he still has a lot of gold in the bank, but that is going to run out eventually. Looks like he finally managed to get access to a little bit more wood. So some more siege is going to be coming out. Oh, great bombard. Gets taken down. These are heavy losses here for him. Sure, he's getting most of these units for free, but he still are limited when it comes out to how quickly you're going to be able to get them out.
And he just went for another attempted circle and realized really quickly that that was not going to work. He's going to have to circle back, and it feels like everywhere Louis goes, he's getting hit by Springled, getting hit by Bombard in place, outposts or keeps or whatever it may be. So he's just bleeding more and more units. That destruction value gets higher and higher from Marine Lord, as we just saw it yet again. Mangonel, Bombards hitting that main army mass, and Marine Lord taking some good trades yet again.
Sapai on the side again. This time the mangonel might at least go down. Sapai do manage to take it down. Culverins immediately shooting against the great bombards. One culverin goes down. That last great bombard looks to be going down as well. I mean, and now 80, closer to 90 versus 35 military. Marine Lord at this point in time might just be able to flood through.
This feels like the beginning of the end. It feels like it's been close to that point for quite a while now, but we are getting near to that 1 hour mark. And will Marine Lord be able to close the first game of today? Another keep trying to be built by Louis, trying to reclaim this market positioning. There's so many spears already here. There's still siege here, hand cannoneers here. This might just be it for Louis.
This is a huge tempo advantage right now that Marine Lord has gotten throughout this game. If he wins it, winning with the Bastard versus the Ottomans, one of the still strongest civilizations in the game, has to feel really good for him. More traders go down. Louis below 100 eco now, closer to 80. But still winning the battles.
keep not able to go up. Another great bombard falls. Culverin still stays alive for Marine Lord. He still has so many units flooding in. As we can see that pink mass, it just feels like it never will stop because it won't. There's still 70 spears in queue.
More spearmen coming out. More hand cannoneers coming out as well. The hand cannoneers throughout this game really have done such a great job, and I'm gotta say Marine Lord just able to keep them alive against all of these great bombards. And it feels like Louis is just sending them out to die right now. Over and over and again.
More villagers get pulled to try to go rebuild this keep yet again, but it was right as Louis loses his mass. He's about to dip below 100 population here if this continues up. His food under 1,000, his wood under 500, and it is not looking good.
He's getting incendiary arrows and elite archers. He's switching over to archers now.
With what wood?
What wood exactly? He has none. 600 per minute, 100 in the bank. He's not in a position to be able to really pump those out. 4 traders remaining. It's 4 traders remaining. And if he wants to make new ones, it's going to cost wood. And now we keep behind the market. Marino is just choking him out right now. Denying the wood, denying the trade, denying the gold.
This is the point where obviously it's easy for us casters. We see the resources in the bank, but Marine Lord, he has no idea what type of resource bank Louis may have behind this. He has no idea what all could be happening on the other side, but I'm sure he's getting that feeling as Louis has been struggling to hold this push for it feels like 25, 30 minutes now and starting to lose production. Imperial Observatory is not going to be too far behind that.
All the production buildings just getting torched down by this mass of spearmen. By the way, he just cancelled the spearmen that he still had in queue. Instantly got like 6,000 food back.
23,000 food sitting in Marine Lord's bank. Meanwhile, Louis is sitting at under 1,000 on his side. Culverin still able to stay alive. Great bombards are just constantly not able to set up, not able to shoot into Marine Lord's mass because of the siege superiority.
Keep behind the market is going up. Louis, he made another keep there in the back of his base, trying to defend the last wood line that he's got remaining there. Yeah, it is, as you said, this just feels like the late beginning now of the end. Definitely should be happening very, very soon. Louis is just running out of production buildings, running out of resources. Doesn't have the resource and really to be able to maintain this army now. If he gets wiped one more time, that's gonna be it. And the final clash seems to be happening now.
Marine Lord gonna start retaking all the sacred sites for himself, getting himself some extra gold trickle, getting himself that timer. Great bombards setting up. The Culverins are still there. The 3 great bombards, though, it doesn't look like there's too much to stop them at this point, and Marine Lord does actually have to reset up at least for a second here.
Yeah. Immediately gets another 6 Springles though out on the field. 53 hand cannoneers. I don't know about you, Dabson, but I think that's a pretty good number to have out on the field.
Yeah, I mean, when you got the resources to build what you want, you might as well go for the highest quality unit you can really get.
Oh man. Yeah, that's a lot of them. With camel support as well. They're going to take very little damage, even from the archers, comparatively.
Up to 60. It's just going to continue to climb. Just make sure to keep those spread. They'll take down anything and everything on the other side. There is really no counter unit to deal with them.
Here we go, another clash. Matter at the front side, though. All Matters can take him down. Attack speed is now going to be gone for Louis in this fight. Behind that, Culverins. They're shooting. They're shooting down those great bombards, those Springles. Mangonel gets taken down. A lot of hand cannoneers die here as well, but in the end, Marino has the resource to just completely rebuild this army. Louis does not.
Yeah, it might feel like that trade went somewhat even, and it did go somewhat even, but Marine Lord's fine with somewhat even at this point. He could even just continually taking somewhat losing trades, and he is totally fine with it, as he has plenty of resources to bleed, and it feels like Louis not going to have much left on his side if we continue this up for the next couple minutes.
next couple. If this goes on for 10 more minutes, Marino's just gonna start dropping wonders here.
You know, maybe that's his idea. It's just that mental game. He wants to break Louis the first game and just, this is a best of 7, and we are 1 hour and 4 minutes in game number 1.
This is gonna be a long day, isn't it?
Oh, somehow it always ends up. Oh, the Mangonels though, they're setting up. They're still firing. It feels like Louis has been able to somehow hold on the last brink of destruction just over and over again.
The Janissary numbers though, they're starting to fall. They're starting to look meek. 13 Janissaries out right now for Louis. There's a couple more in queue, but I feel like once those run out, that's when we're going to be able to once again see Horsemen coming in from Marine Lord. Marine Lord looks like did he delete villagers? Did he delete eco? Because he's below 100 eco and I didn't see any raids happening.
Yeah, he had to have. I mean, at this point, just go ahead and delete all your food villagers and just make it into army and end this game.
Yeah, he deleted food villas. I see a lot of farms right now on the map without any villagers on top of them. Sending them forward as well.
More metas falling. And Louis just hasn't really been able to keep those metas alive. They're constantly just kind of allocating to that front line. Sapai diving in towards the spears again. Culverin setting up. Yet another dive. And Marine Lord falls back, just regrouping again.
Yeah, Louis is still doing a really great job of holding here right now. He's using his gold bank that he had remaining very, very efficiently. And it's really tough for Marine Lord right now to really end this game. He's starting to get rid of the keep in the middle though. Had a single trebuchet on that the entire time. A huge shot. And that's immediately when the horsemen get queued. Right after that shot, the horsemen are getting queued.
I mean, Marine Lord has holes in the eco, I feel like, so he can just start sending the horsemen through. I feel like that was what was breaking Louis a little bit earlier on when we saw it. Marine Lord still continuing to push this mass forward. Culverin's actually getting taken down. Great Bombard's moving up. Moving up towards spears, moving up towards hand cannoneers, though. I don't know if that's the spot you want to be in, Louis.
Started stepping there as well with Culverins. Making sure those Great Bombards aren't able to one-shot them, or at least two-shot them. Once again, now Marine Lord in a position to start pressuring the production, and now the Horsemen are in. There's only a couple of farms remaining for Louis in the backside. The last leg that he's been standing on. And there they go.
Somehow, he has been able to hold at 120 population for minutes and minutes and minutes, but the farms finally get hit. The wood line starts to be hit. The resources, the few resources that Louis has been able to keep gathering here are starting to be focused down, and the production on the front is getting taken down as well.
Yeah, Culverins once again moving forward. I feel like once the Istanbul Observatory goes down, that's when suddenly your production speed drops by 40%. The production speed that's already very low. There's a military school right next to it. Once those go down, I feel like Louis really has to realize that there's no way out of this game, at least not as a victor. And now the Spearmen make their way onto that onto that very important landmark there.
Yep, and I mean, there's so many spearmen here. Look at all those torches being thrown. All the production's going to be gone in just a little bit of time, but so many great bombards. That is something I will say can still win games on the brink of destruction. When you have one way to come back is just that army ball sticking together and not being able to kill those great bombards.
Bombards once again moving forward. Culverins in position though. Missing one Culverin in order to be able to one-shot these. One is going to be in queue. Springle did just come out as well. Actually snipes out the Mangonel that was there from Marine Lord. More Culverins in queue for him now. Slowly and methodically, all the buildings getting torched, and the military school looks to be next on the chopping block there.
Marine Lord making sure not to overstep, although it feels like he could easily overstep if he wanted to and not have a problem in the world. maybe going to capture that third sacred site, and then we'll have a timer. We'll at least say, hey, you know, once a sacred site's finished on up, because I don't know how Louis would be able to deny a sacred site at this point. Culverin step up, take down another great bombard.
Oh, they moved up a little bit too far though. But still, great bombards are gonna be losing out. Oh, another shot on them though.
Trades 1 for 1. Hand Cannoneers, though, have just non-stop. They just stood there. If only they were Streltsy, they'd have that static deployment. But finally, Louis throws in the towel, and a long game number 1 of today goes to Marine Lord on the Abbasid Dynasty.
Oh man, what a game. Look at the village account there. It was really, really long and dragged out. Louis, he just get bled out slowly but surely. Actually, we gotta take a look at the economy count there, because that's where we see the traders counted in as well. There we go. Yeah, it was just really slow and methodically. At one point, though, Marine Lord able to finally push onto that market, onto that neutral market, and that's when it all went downhill there for Louis.
Yeah, absolutely wild first game, quite a long one. And here we have KP coming back again, I believe, as our host.
Oh, oof, boys, what an insane first game. That's right, first game, folks. This is the best of 7. There's potentially 6 more games, which by my calculations would mean that this series could actually run so deep in the night that it would be breakfast time for Louis. That's kind of wild to think about already, but you know, let's dissect this game because that was long enough that it deserves some analysis beyond obviously the wonderful work you guys are doing in the game. So, you know, Crackly, my first thought here is like we looked at that game, the 2TC build. We were talking about this before we got on stream. Like the Abbott 2TC build looks really strong right now. Louis pivoting with this 2TC approach, though, do you think that that leaned into the strengths of the Ottomans, or do you think that was opening the way for what eventually became this late game extravaganza?
I think like the 2TC play there from Ottomans worked out really, really fine. Like, sure, Ottomans have the ability to just all in on 1TC, even if the opponent goes for like 2, maybe even 3 TCs and doesn't die like within the first minutes. Ottomans are still able to win those type of games. Playing it into late game, definitely I feel like played into Louis' hand at the beginning, but Marine Lord really just able to keep up with all of these maneuvers that Louis was throwing at him on the sides, on the keep there, with all of these rams, all of these little attacks. Louis looked really solid there early on throughout the late game, getting those stone walls up first, making sure that his economy is not going to be harassed at all. But Marine Lord just time and time again pushed in, took favorable engagements every single time, and managed to win it in the long way.
And you know, that's an interesting thing to think about Dabston is like that late game seemed inevitable. We saw a point where Marine Lord was like, you know, duck it. I'm actually going to go for Imperial first. I'm going to get there ahead of you. Kind of an interesting idea here, right? Because although the Ottomans could go to Imp and we talk about how OP great bombards and all these things are, at that stage in the game, we noticed that Louis still was missing quite a few of his Vizier points, right? He didn't have everything online. So, you know, at that stage, it seems like you're playing into Otto OP late game, but we have to remember before you even added Marlins and Ottomans to the roster, there was a fair point to be made that in the hyper late game, Abbasids were the one true king of those hour-plus long games, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you bring in trade online, untouched trade, which is how Marine Lords kind of felt like, even though there was raids constantly getting brought in, he had so many traders it didn't even matter, and you got all those extra upgrades. I felt like that was really the turning point where Louis had the leg up in this mid to late game age, and then all of a sudden we saw Marine Lord able to get that 5th wing into play, able to get some trade upgrades, and then it was like 5,000 food income per minute. There's nothing you can do to stop that.
Now, looking at what we've seen here, we've got to think forward, right? We always talk about how Louis' strength is the late game. I think a lot of people anticipate Marine Lord will play fast and hard. Louis will try to play for that later phase of the game where, you know, him and Beasty have been screaming nonstop, and they have an absolutely insane amount of hour-long games where even Louis can like get his fair share of the wins, right? So what I kind of wonder here now, Crackety, is like, is this something Louis should now fear, that late game face off of Marine Lord? Or do you think this is maybe a Civ and map situation, right? Like trade obviously isn't going to be as feasible in every map. And obviously you're not always going to have a Civ with as high of a ceiling as the Abbasids.
Yeah, I think this definitely could have been a blow to the game plan, or rather the game style that Louis usually plays, like getting beaten in the late game there by Marine Lord. might be that he now pivots into more of an aggressive, like early aggression kind of build. We're seeing him here now in the next game with the Japanese against the Rus, so definitely potentially has the option to go for a lot of raids in the feudal age. Those Onabugeshas are really, really quick aggression on the potential secondary TC that very likely we'll be seeing from Marine Lord as the Rus. Could be coming in here.
That's an interesting thought, Dabston, right? Like, we've seen Japanese a lot of fast castle builds at the moment, but something we've noticed in, I think, especially the last 2 weeks of Elite Classic, we've been seeing a lot more permutations around 2TC prolonged feudal. Do you think that this is a matchup where we're going to get similar to game one, where both players just rush towards that castle timing? Or is there going to be a lot more bloodshed in the feudal age?
It's one of those that even I feel like when players rush castle, they're not really rushing their eco in a sense. And I feel like Louis is definitely a player that likes the second TC. Roos is a Civ that likes their second TC as well. So I could easily see this being a more of an extended feudal age, but that's also where all of a sudden when castle comes through, they're both going to be sitting on 70, 80, 90, maybe even 100 bills.
And I guess another thing to think about is like when we get to that castle age timing, which we're expecting probably 2TC at least from the Roost before they go there. A lot of the things that I feel like the Roost lean into, Crackety, it's fair to say the Japanese can deal with quite well even in castle age, right? Like you're thinking things like the knights, you're thinking the horse archers, which Ona Bagisha, as you mentioned earlier, are actually pretty good at chasing down. Like, does this feel like the type of matchup where Marine Lord needs damage in feudal or needs to wait to Imperial Age?
I think it really very much depends on what Louis' game plan is going to be. As a Japanese in this matchup, something that I don't think you should be able to pull off is a fast Castle Age. Just because the 2TC into Castle Age from the Rus happens incredibly fast. They also have the Kremlin as a defensive landmark with the option of getting those Kremlin militia out. What I think would be, or rather what I want to see from Marine Lord is just play it the typical way, get the Kremlin out, 2TC, and also get some knights out. I think something that Marine Lord could do in this situation was actually go 2TC and then still play a prolonged feudal age against the Japanese here. You got the knights, you don't really have a reason to age up to castle age.
And you know, kind of leaning on that, Dabston, if we see a prolonged feudal, does it feel like if we never get our feudal age, that's an edge for the Japanese here? Because something to be said for this Civ, right? Like the extra melee tech, the bannerman aura when you're spamming out a lot of units, it kind of feels like Japanese have what I like to call like a feudal age plus.
Yeah, I mean, you think that Bruce has their knights, which is like, oh, okay, yeah, extended feudal, that always seems nice, but knights are just the great raiding unit. And the good thing about Japanese is a lot of times they can get a very, very safe food eco as the game extends. They like farms around their TCs. Their TCs can get rockets, although we don't see that early on. But that's just where I do think Japan kind of do have an advantage in the super extended feudal age plays. But it is so easy for both of these players to just at a moment's notice stop making units. All of a sudden both are dropping their castle age. Almost felt like that's what we saw last game with Imperial Age, where both the players were nonstop making units, and then they both just all of a sudden click up, and they just had that feeling it was that timing and that point in the game.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting, right? Because I feel like a lot of people have been looking away from the Abbasses. They haven't seen it looking very powerful. We mentioned Marine Lord hasn't touched them at all in this tournament. Now, my thoughts, boys, is clearly someone was using Smurfs, and clearly someone was pretending to be somewhere else. I mean, Crackety, you're an absolute master at finding them, but you've seen me on stream. I open up AV4 World, I'm like, oh, this player's in Germany. And then you just come and go, actually, that's Wham. I don't know how you do it, but I definitely know how Wham is doing it. It's that thing right behind me there, guys. You need to take advantage of this right now. Surfshark, great way of actually hiding your strategies. Are you that person that only plays Ottomans, but you don't want to make it obvious? Boom, easy way to hide and smuggle your way through. If you're maybe a person who's finding themselves always queuing into the same person over and over again, like Crackety over there, imagine if you just switched up and said you were an NA instead. All of a sudden, you might be finding yourself in Dabston's matches, and I think he'll even admit out of the two, it might be a little bit of an easier at times. Still bruising, but a little bit more cruising. If you do want to be in with that opportunity to make your game a little bit easier and also actually find ways of getting games cheaper, that's something I've been nursing. Definitely take advantage of this right now. This EGC TV code, you need to be slam dunking that to get your hands on an extra 3 months. I've done the maths for you. This is crazy. Think about this. You basically can spend, so for me, it'd be £65, right? Like with the price of games as they're going, you're paying like £60 per game. If you buy 5 games a year, but you change your region so that you're getting games at half the price, this will already pay for itself. On top of that, we're giving you 3 months additional. This is a limited offer. It expires when the tournament ends, so take advantage of it right now. EGC TV as your discount code at checkout, and you'll get an extra 3 months on us. But boys, bringing it back to the games quickly. I just want to like gun ho this straight away. I feel bad doing this to cast as well. I know they're going to hop in the game and cast it as well. Choose a side. Crackety first. Who do you like more for this game, Rus or Japanese?
I'm gonna have to go with Japanese. If we do end up seeing like a prolonged feudal age, just the option of scaling further and further down the line with the daimyo, I like that. I like that a lot.
All right, how about you, Dabston? Are you full senpai sending it?
I already mentioned that I like Japanese, and now that Crackety says it, it just makes it that much easier to reinforce it with. But I feel like at this point, it's going to be the easy, hey, casters get it all thrown in your face when Marine Lord goes ahead and makes it an easy Roost win over here.
All right, well, is it going to be arigato? Let's find out as we get ready for game number 2 in the Sacra Bluey series. Or not. That's what I get for trust. All right, take it away, boys.
All right, and here we go. After that, over an hour-long starter in the series, we're now into game number 2 on Lippany. Marine Lord in the color pink playing as the Roost against Louis in the color blue playing as the Japanese.
Yeah, and you can already see this early game, mini game that I like to call it with the Roost, where it's all about the bounty on the earlier side of things. Marine Lord able to very, very quickly find that first deer pack and is now headed on over to Louis' side of the map. Going to try to snag on over some other bounty.
Yeah, bounty wars happening here early on. Louis didn't decide to go for a second scout. Probably doesn't even thinks that he doesn't need to. The Roost, they did get nerfed in the latest patch, so that hunting cabin does come up a little bit faster. It's going to delay that secondary scout timing. Once that scout comes out, does move out onto the map now.
And some of y'all might be like, why not? Why isn't he taking that wolf? Well, wolves are always the secondary. You want to focus in on these deer right off the bat, and Marine Lord paying off skipping that wolf with you seeing how quick you can get these deer with that animation canceling that you're able to do. And Louis just walks right past the other bounty or the other deer and doesn't even worry. Oh my gosh, this change all the predictions now.
Yeah.
I mean, what type of bounty type of game is this going to end up being for Marine Lord? He has not only taken 2 of Louis' side, he's already got 1 of his side, and the only one he's missing is in his corner of the map.
Yeah, it's natural that at this point in time, Wheelbarrow is mandatory to be researched early on in the game. Look at that. He's queued up Wheelbarrow, already has 172 gold still remaining in the bank. So very likely then we're going to be seeing him go up there. And we can see on the minimap, by the way, we got this little split screen here right now. So we can actually tell where exactly the scouts are moving to right now on both players' side. And I got to say, like, Marine Lord, he's everywhere. He's absolutely everywhere right now. He's going to be getting a lot of bounties in this game.
Yep, he knows where an additional wolf is. He knows that he still hasn't found his last year pack. That's going to be another 80 bounty.
Timing.
Yeah, with the ball right just perfect timing there. But he's going to be able to age up. He's going to be able to get double broad axe. He's going to be able to get night immediately, whatever he wants.
Yeah, we're really winning.
Right.
Hopefully fixed. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
And we are back.
All right. There we go.
Production reconnect. Production reconnect.
And we appreciate the 20 gifted subs during our robot voicing time. The Kura storehouse is on its way up, and Marine Lord is already moving out with a little bit of that forward Kremlin on the deer.
That's going to be very nice just when it comes to line of sight as well. The Kremlin automatically gets upgraded with the bonus line of sight upgrade that the Roost have access to. So that's going to provide a lot of vision here for Marine Lord in the middle of the map.
I just heard another wolf get taken on up, and this is at the point now where I think we get to play the guess the boon Crackety, and it's going to be a scary number that we're going to see if you're from Louis' side and a Louis fan, as you do not want to see that number anywhere above 300, and I feel like that's a guarantee above 300.
I'm going to say 345.
All right, I'm going to go with, we'll go with 320 then. And just a second. we will be able, we're letting a few more of the guesses come on through here in the chat, and then we will be able to pull up the little overlay and get that update for y'all, I believe.
Reload in the meantime. There we go. 295. Okay.
Well, as we say that, he's hitting the wall.
Yeah, okay. He's going to be getting wolf. But anybody who guessed 295, anybody who guessed 295, I don't see anybody that guessed 295. 320, that's what we're at now.
Still, 320, very solid bounty. You can see he's got 160 gold in the bank before even finishing the age up. Wheelbarrow has already been finished as well. And now that the scouts have gotten all the bounty, Marine Lord's like, well, what can I do with these now? Let's go ahead and start being annoying, burning that forge on the other side, and getting all the vision that he needs from the Japanese side.
It's actually so dangerous trying to get an outpost up while the scouts are harassing. Oh, little villager path. There we go. Louis notices. Because the outpost, it's going to go up, but it's immediately going to be on fire. And behind that, Marine gets the stone for a second TC.
A lot of idle time too. Think about it. This is one villager that's been building this whole time. It's now two others that have had to be pulled over. And as you just mentioned, Crackety, this outpost, once it finishes, it's not like it's full health. Louis going to want to have to rebuild that to full, want to jump inside it with a few villagers to force the scouts away, all that. So a good amount of idle time here. And oh no. Louis.
No. Oh, that was clutch. That was clutch. Okay. But that's a lot of value that these villagers are getting.
Yeah, so if you ever wonder, should I make that third scout? Sometimes it feels bad spending that extra food, delaying your age up by a couple seconds. It's like, that is why the extra scout's worth it. It's not only the bounty, it's not only the information the scout gets, it's also what you can actually do with these scouts if you utilize them efficiently.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to be getting a fast castle age coming out from Louis. Second TC is going to be getting rushed up now by Marine Lord, and he's immediately going to have access to the deer. Survival techniques is coming in for him, man. The castle age time from Marine Lord, it's probably not going to be too far behind Louis. And the question's going to be, is Louis going to be in a position to get enough value out of his fast castle age to be worth it for him?
Yeah, I mean, is this one of those where I think I saw Anatan do it a while back, where instead of putting the relic inside of the stables, like you'll see a lot of players do to get those mounted samurai out quick, you'll put it inside the TC, maybe make up for a little bit of that villager loss with having some extra TC production?
Oh, board play here from Marine Lord is going to be getting an additional 75 bounty. Up to 395 now, and immediately warning, oh, this is so great. When your opponent goes for fast castle age, these early ruse walls can really deny the tempo that the fast castle age player is going to be getting there with these upgrade units. Wanting the middle as well. Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Louis to get a lot of great usage out of those probably early knights that are going to be coming out. And behind that, Marine Lord's also walling in 2 relics.
Yeah, this is one of those that walls, when you're on the other side, it feels so bad once you start seeing the walls come up, especially when you have these castle age timing and you're like, oh, let me just get to the other side real quick. It'll be perfect. I'll be able to get a ton of damage down because he's going to be feudal age and I'm castle. And it's like, yeah. And then you get blocked not only by walls, but these fortified walls of the roost that takes that much longer to get through.
Yeah, now the floating gate is going to be coming in for Louis. So castle age will be on the way. Scouts are going to be able to find that.
Gonna go ahead and get some ranged armor into play. And I mean, this is where Marine Lord did such a good job when he built the walls too, not to send one villager out and build all the walls in a row. He kind of sent one villager out to each wall segment. So that way they actually are going to end up getting completed in time, and scouts still being utilized, still being annoying, burning down that house. And if Louis isn't careful, he will get house blocked from that.
Yeah, it's going to pull a villager actually in order to repair that. And now behind that, Louis, he does spot out those walls. Floating gatehouse close to completion. But Marine Lord behind this, very close to being able to age up himself now as well.
Yeah, not too far behind at all. And will have a good amount of extra villagers for himself. 6 at this point, but will continue to climb. And has that second TC continuing to pump all throughout Castle Age once he gets there.
There we go. Yoshiro immediately put inside the stable. Now the monk is going to be out on the map in order to get some relics. But now, High Trade House is going to be coming in for Marine Lords, so Castle Age. This is what I alluded to earlier, that I think Fast Castle against the Ruse probably doesn't work just because of this timing. Before 10-minute mark, Marine Lord is going to be up with the second TC, fully walled, on the boar, on the deer, tons of resources that are going to be coming in here for him. That is going to be a very, very tough to thread needle here for Louis if he wants to get damage in.
Yeah, and it's like, what can you do with these mounted samurai at this point? Like, yeah, they're this nice, efficient unit. The only thing he can lean into is if he takes a fight earlier Castle Age where Marine Lord hasn't been able to get his knight numbers up. Still will have to get the early knight upgrade if that is the unit of his choice over on his side.
He is going to be able to get some of these relics in now. And the mounted samurai, they're always tough to deal with, because they do have that bonus armor. They're still knights. They're going to be really, really fast and able to harass the economy. And Marine Lord is making crossbows, a relatively slow unit. So Louis could potentially still find himself in a position where he can get a lot of damage in against Marine Lord.
Fortified walls doing their job very, very well, as it's what, a 10% down. Still got a long way to go for Louis, but there are more mounted samurai, more torches on the way. And Marine Lord, he's like you said, he's got 2 relics behind the walls, but if I'm him, I go and take that 3rd relic on the outside real quick, and that way you get 1 extra relic than your opponent.
Yeah. I think Louis notices that he probably has to play the relic game now. He's moving his units up now, probably in an attempt to secure that topside relic. There we go. Marine Lord, he's greeted this a little bit. As soon as he aged up, he immediately dropped a monastery very, very early on. And Louis, he's getting a bit distracted by these scouts there. Is going to split away. But it looks like the relic was actually captured by Marine Lord.
Yep, and he's going to find yet another fortified wall and going to try to start burning it. But we saw how tanky those were, and there's a bunch of villagers there that will be able to delay these mounted samurai from burning it even further.
Yeah, and now knights also going to be coming out here for Louis. For Marine Lord, I mean. Crossbows and knights, and Louis actually adding in the Yumi archers now.
Okay.
Oh, a Wallalo!
Oh no.
You're not getting these walls down anytime soon.
Yep, Wallalo has a few villagers put their hammer down, just a few tips, and there all of a sudden, the wall is back to full health. And again, these mounted samurais with this timing from Louis have done absolutely nothing. Marine Lord's at the point where he's up 16 villagers. He's up that extra relic that's in the bank, and he's about to be dropping his 3rd as well, whereas Louis is just now dropping his 2nd.
It's going to be a 3-2 relic game here for the Japanese. Louis, though, it's going to be interesting. I don't think Marine Lord is going to expect the Yumi archers to be coming in here. He's still making a lot of crossbows, primarily. So the Yumi archers might actually be able to catch him off guard there.
Yeah, this is that kind of early timing I was talking about. Marine Lord doesn't have the mass that is high enough to deal with Louis' mass that he has, if Louis is able to get through and actually take the fight sooner than later. But Marine Lord, every minute, every second that this gets delayed, it just is that much stronger for him. It's another couple vills that are going to pop out, and it's that much longer that this extra villager lead is working. Oh,
by 20 villagers now. Potentially, it's still going to take a while to actually get chopped through. Can we take a look at Louis' base, see where he put the second Yorishiro in? I wonder if it's going to be the TC or the Forge for bonus gold. Looks like it was in the archery range, actually. So he's only on 2 production buildings at this point in time. He's got another Yorishiro prepped to be put into a 3rd archery range, into a 2nd archery range.
And he's burning down right in front of the Kremlin. He's like, at this point, Kremlin doesn't matter at all to me. He's trying to focus down where that 2nd TC is. Marine Lord not even stepping up with those crossbows as the Yumi archers are there ready and waiting to snipe down the other side. Gate is about to start burning. And Louis has found a hole in the wall finally at the 13.5-minute mark. Let's see if he's going to get enough damage with this push.
That's a lot of knights, but the Kremlin militia has been called. Yumi archers doing a great job here against those crossbows, but there come the militia. And Louis is going to have to retreat, and the issue is that comes with that. Once he retreats, Marino's just going to re-wall.
Yep. And there we go. We can already see the villagers getting pulled over to that wood line. I believe they're also just going to step step on up now and re-wall, which would allow this to, again, delay a couple more minutes of Louis' side. And this is not looking good for Louis fans.
Yeah, Louis' army, though, being really quick means that he can choose where he wants to take these fights. And he'll take down the militia as well. Re-wall actually hasn't happened here so far.
Every unit that goes down for Louis, it's just that much harder to replace. The re-wall does go down, but that chop through has happened, it looks like, as those trees were all the way on the ground. And it's not like the old days where you just need to chop it down. But Marine Lord's at the point, even on the military numbers, and has the value on his side as well.
Oh, this is going to become huge now. If a raid happens here for Louis, yeah, I think this might be it. If a raid comes in, if he kills a lot of villagers, like, he's already behind 25 villagers. If Louis misses another 10 villagers, that's when it becomes nearly impossible. And there we go. Knights do find the villagers out on the deer. All of them are going to go down. And Louis, he sees the re-wall happened.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And it is 10 villagers that are going to be going down.
Every single one on the berries gets taken down. Every single villager on the gold had to pull back. And actually, the whole entire eco of Louis might as well just be going idled right now. He's jumping inside, garrisoning. The Woodvilles are having to run away. The villagers on the farms having to jump inside the storehouse. And all the timing in the world for Marine Lord. This allows him to push through on the front side. He's more than doubling the eco count of Louis now.
Yeah, and the second night wave catches the Yumi archers, doubling the eco count, even when it comes to military count, actually ahead when it comes to army value. Yeah, and I think after a very, very long and stretched out first game, the second game in the set is going to end sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Mounted Samurai trying to dive on forward. They are a very, very strong unit. Should potentially be able to clean up this front side, but by the time he does that, the crossbow's still firing on in, and Louis throws in the towel. Game number 2, a much quicker game number 2, goes over to Marine Lord. I feel like that was really where we saw the second TC come into play, and then right when the walls were starting to be built for Marine Lord, we kind of just called it from there. We were like, it's going to be hard for Louis to get any damage in, and that just means the 2 TC timing plays off so much better for Marine Lord.
Yeah, I was kind of scared when I saw that outpost come up for Louis. I was like, okay, this is going to be a very tough game plan to execute against what Marine Lord was doing. I wasn't even like expecting walls at that point in time, but Marine Lord with those early walls made it even harder for Louis. It went into a point where, okay, this strategy is very tough to pull off, to, okay, this is pretty much near impossible.
Yep. So very clean second game after the wild back and forth first game. And oh no, this is a matchup I've been excited to see after the update, because it's one that I think HRE just got that much better with this little slight thing that got mentioned, which is, hey, marching drills now is automatically in already from minute 1 in the game. HRE has marching drills, which on hybrid maps makes them that much stronger.
Yeah, and Mongols, not only that, but Mongols also received a slight little nerf there with the early stone gathering from their Uvu. So the spearmen early on in the Dark Age, they don't come out that quickly when it comes to double production.
Yep, and so kind of this dual effect here where not only did HRE get a little bit stronger, Mongols got a little bit weaker, and so tilts the scales over to Marine Lord's side just a little bit. So we kind of talked about the Rus versus Japan matchup, and after the Castle Age choice and not investing into the second TC from Louis, it felt like Rus kind of had the leg up. And this is where from the beginning of the game we feel like HRE has the leg up, but there's a lot of different strategies. There's a lot of different ways that this game can still go from the early game, mainly the early spear micro in those trades.
Exactly. And we're going to be out here on Mongolian Heights. Our first hybrid map of the day is going to be coming in here. Fishing ships are going to be very important, and Mongols, they do have that added benefit of, if they do go for that Uvu, which they likely will early on, they're going to be having that like passive stone production throughout the entire early game. Meaning that once they reach feudal age, they're going to immediately have the stone to go for these dock emplacements, which pretty much completely secures you map control when it comes to water. So if Louis is able to get to that point in time while not like losing too many units early on in the Dark Age, he should be in a great position.
Yeah, the hard part there is just with whenever it comes to high elo play and having extra move speed, you get to dictate the fights, or more importantly, you get to make sure you're not taking losing fights. And so that's where you're going to see Marine Lord either running away when he doesn't have the spear numbers, or chasing down Louis's mass, getting extra trades. And then from there, if Louis has to run away with his early spears, that's where typically either your gold or your Uvu is out there and vulnerable, and obviously fish as well if that's the play. But getting your Uvu or gold denied is also going to be close to a game ender, as well as it will be very easy for Marine Lord to win water at that point too.
Yeah, that's going to be very important now for Louis to get another game under his belt, just because Marine Lord right now, he's already 2 points ahead on the scoreboard. So another win, and Marine Lord's going to be on match point. So very, very scary here for Louis. Definitely is going to have to give it his all here in this matchup. Mongols on hybrid maps tend to be really, really great, like pretty much regardless of who the opponent is. Archery, time and time again, we've seen do really well if they also open up with Spearmen against Mongols. Just because they have a lot of added production early on in the game. They get the prelate, so lots of bonus income for them, very, very fast income as well. They tend to be able to match the Mongol output when it comes to unit production. Also, they still have the prelate, so weak units they could pull back over to their base, be able to heal them up. Mongols, though, it's still Mongols at the end of the day. They save up a lot of resource when it comes to houses. They don't need to make any houses. They're going to be like out of 200 population right from the beginning of the game, meaning that they can invest a lot of the wood into other things like another production building, early dock as well. I think many of times we've seen like the variant civilization of the HRE, the OOTD, try and match the Mongols on land and water on hybrid maps and ultimately lose. So Mongols, I think at the end of the day, could still work out really well here for Louis. So it's not all grim here in the end in this matchup.
And so now, if you think Louis is able to take the dub here, obviously I would say if Marine Lord Civ choice would be JD. I don't, even though he does love his French, it would just be appalling to me if he doesn't choose JD here, especially considering Louis Civ's on the other side. Do you feel like there's a good matchup into JD if he ends up kind of taking the next game?
Well, Marlians do come to mind, which Louis does have. So Marlians do look pretty damn good against Jeanne d'Arc. They do have the immediate counter if she goes into Archer form, which is why you can pretty much never go Archer form with Jeanne d'Arc if you play against Marlians. The bonus damage on the javelin throws is just too much throughout the entire game. And yeah, I mean, overall, Marlians, I think, are pretty great against Jeanne. If you play with Jeanne versus Marlians, you need to rethink your entire army composition, pretty much. You did a lot more infantry in that one.
Yeah, it feels weird not seeing Louis pick Delhi as one of his civil, having Delhi in his arsenal and not making that choice for his civ pick. But you are completely right. Mali just would make a lot more sense. But we are not in game 4 yet. We are jumping into this game number 3 on Mongolian Heights. Marine Lord is up 2-0. We can already see him docking, playing HRE in the eastern side in the color pink, and Louis in the color blue playing as the Mongols on the west.
Uvu has already gone up. We can see the Khan and the Scout right now looking for sheep. The sheep tend to spawn towards the shoreline and towards the back of the base of players. So that's usually where you do find a majority of the sheep here. That's the direction where both players' scouts right now are heading over to. The dock opening here for Marine Lord leaves him open when it comes to early spearman aggression. There's going to be a little bit of a wider window and an immediate target for Louis to aggress on with that dock opening. Oh, sure. Did Louis even scout that the dock is there for Marine Lord? He might not even be knowing about the dock right now.
He may not. I mean, I feel like this is still something that you assume, even still, whether... I think he still is going to be assuming that the dock is up. The question is, how many fishing boats are going to be produced, and is Marine Lord going to match with the barracks of his own? Because if he does, he'll be behind in the numbers, but it's hard to actually take down a dock with how tanky it is with spears, and this would give a lot of time for Marine Lord to be able to match the numbers, and he's going over to gold right off the bat.
Yeah, so he doesn't even choose to make any spearmen here in Dark Age at all to defend himself. Instead, he's opting to just very fast, like very quickly, age up. He got 2 fishing ships out, and now behind that, he's just gonna play normal fast feudal age from here on out. That is a very interesting take on this matchup, and Louis right now, he's actually giving him the time, the spearmen. They haven't left his base yet.
Yeah, it feels really weird not leaving the base at all. I think that is where it's the lack of information, the lack of knowledge. He went directly to the north side to get that sheep. Now he sees the dock. He should start moving forward with the spears, which we can see the blue mass starting to move across now. Villager headed on home for Marine Lord as he knows that his play is hitting this feudal age now. And Louis going to be able to scout that as well here. And what is his key reaction from it?
Yeah, so Louis scouts that his opponent is immediately out on gold here with the Proud out as well to inspire. He's adding in more spearmen, so I think he notices, okay, I really need to get this knocked down in time. Something that could potentially be scary here, though, if his Marine Lord manages to send one villager out to the other side of the map, to the other side of the river, and sneak another dock up there. Archon Chapel is now getting built, 3 villagers on it so far. So isn't going to be the fastest age up. Usually, if your dock is getting attacked, you would rush it up with more villagers.
Yeah,
actually, I take that back. There is more villagers. 6 villagers now, rushing that one up. And he's sending villagers over to wood now as well. The timing is going to be tough. If Louis is able to get it down before the archer ship comes out, Marino's going to have to invest into another dock at some point in time. That's going to be very expensive.
Even with rushing down the chapel, he might get feudal age, and usually the idea is you can, get a galley out real quick, get some type of, military ship out, but he just went on to a straggler. He might not have the wood in the bank for that even once the chapel finishes.
Yeah, and Louis playing the smart as well. He's sending spearmen over to the other sides of the river to make sure that Marino doesn't just send a single villager out in order to get another dock up. I think Marino, though, he's just going to play it slow and methodically. He's going to get another archery range up. He's just going to let the dock go down, get an archery range up, and then together with 3-4 archers, that's when he's going to move out again and try and take down the spearmen and get another dock up.
Yep. So Louis does confirm that there is no second dock that has been built or snuck in throughout this. The initial dock has been taken down. The 2 fishing boats, they do a quick force drop off right before it falls. And they're still alive, at least for the time being, but don't have a ton of places to hide and run to.
Yeah, Louis actually getting a pretty good timing here for his age up in now as well behind it. So his age ups out right when Marine Lord's age up finishes. But he has 7 spearmen out on the field. He managed to deny the dock from Marine Lord. Could now look for his own dock in the transition here. If he gets an archer ship out, it's going to be very difficult. There it is. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Marine Lord to get another dock up once that archer ship is out.
During the meantime, with those spears, Louis trying to get some of some bounty on over to the side, but archer range is already finished. Archer out for Marine Lord, and spears should be headed on home for Louis.
Yeah, first couple of archers are moving out. The age up is going to be coming in very, very soon now.
Look at how fast that archer is. He's just freaking sprinting across the map with those marching
1.38. It is 1.38 tiles per second movement speed, right? I think it is. Yeah, 1.38 tiles per second. So very quick, same movement speed as a Palace Guard would have.
Yep, and Spear's going to try to turn around. Move speed arrow utilized. Spears can do some damage once they close the gap, but they don't want to be running into more archers, as that is just asking for your spear mass to get cleaned up.
Yeah, now with 3 archers, he's going to be able to follow them.
Marine Lord snuck out with the dock over here during this time with the archers, has been able to retake the land.
That is going to go up with 3 villagers. The archer ship isn't going to be in time. And Marine Lord now is able to reclaim water. 2 fishing ships out there already. And it's very important that he has these 2 fishing ships out, because with them, he can repair his own ships. Right now, Louis, he doesn't have any fishing ships. He invested immediately into that archer ship. So not having the ability to be able to repair your ships on water, it's going to hurt a lot. He does have the resource, though, for another
good body block with the ship.
Almost got it.
It would have been one more attack. Yep, so Louis' emplacement's very, very key for him. I'd love to see him be able to drop a second dock, but doesn't have the wood to spare in the meantime. Springald ship has popped out for Marine Lord. And Louis headed back to the mid-river where he has his sprinkled emplacement on his dock to hopefully protect himself up for a little bit of time.
Yeah. Spring placement is going to be firing onto that Hulk. Don't think Marine Lord will want to chase it. Probably not worth. Indeed, does turn back there. And Louis is actually getting Horseman out now. Marine Lord, at this point in time, he's adding Spearman. Like, Louis must assume that this is very likely going to be a mostly infantry-based composition from HRE, from Marine Lord, just simply due to the way that the civilization has been changed.
Yeah, so not opting for the Keshiks that we would typically see people go with. Instead, a couple horsemen. Uvu starting to be attacked and burnt a little bit, but Louis should be able to kind of clean that up once he masses up just a bit, or just ignore it for the time being, as it's just 2 spears and a scout.
Yeah, he's getting his own archery range out now. Definitely is going to need that Marine Lord. He's already got 20 military units out on the field. Granted, 3 of those are in the form of a single Hulk here. One is also a prelate, but still, it's a lot of military force out there if you compare it to what Louis has out on the field at the moment.
Yeah, very much more feudally HRE focused than we would typically see. A lot of times you'll see it's like, all right, I got the water. Now I just want to hit Castle Age because that's where HRE love to be. But once you have the marching drills, a spear archer composition is so hard to deal with movement speed.
Yeah, these archers, they got the same movement speed as Yumi archers right now. And Louis, he's going to have to abandon his gold mine there. These archers, they're just able to pressure all the sides here from Louis' base right now, and that Uvu is going to go down.
The Uvu is burning, about to fall. Production might be pulled back to where the TC is, just to have a little bit of extra protection there once the Uvu falls. And during this time, Louis is just trying to do some raiding with those 2 horsemen that he built.
Yeah, but the economy from Marine Lord is still very much centered around his main base. More units streaming across, or rather getting grouped up inside of space. Ready to be deployed at any point in time. And that also adding in more and more fishing ships as well. And Louis, he's added in a secondary dock down the line. I don't think he's added many more fishing ships at this point in time. They're pretty much even right now when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the economy numbers. The difference is, though, that Marine Lord, he's the HRE. He's getting 40% more income, or rather efficiency, around his Ark and Chapel.
I think Marine Lord's making sure that there isn't any fishy trading going on this north side, as I actually am surprised Louis didn't go for a little bit of trading up in the north to the short market, but that is where Marine Lord's double, triple checking that. Louis trying to get some raiding done in the meantime, and this smaller army for Marine Lord, if it does get spotted out, it could potentially get cleaned up with some of the faster moving Keshiks, horsemen, and things of that sort.
Yeah, it's difficult for him to really move out here right now around the rivers, just because the upper part is completely in control of Louis. But at this point in time, at the top side, there aren't any archer ships, so Marine Lord is just able to pass freely. And Marine Lord might actually be able to tech up soon. He's banking up a lot of food right now. He's still getting the blacksmith upgrades, which makes you think, okay, maybe he's not teching up anytime soon. Maybe it's just due to all the fishing ships that he has, but definitely a lot of food in the bank gives him a lot of different opportunities here.
And look at the numbers. I mean, Marine Lord's sitting at 40 military, whereas Louis at 17. And Louis, he's the one moving across the map. This does not feel good. Archer should just be cleaned up.
Is there any movement speed arrow? These units are faster. Louis, he can't just run away normally.
All the archers die.
It's on cooldown.
Oh, the archer ship maybe is the saving grace for Louis over here. Able to hit that big mass up that Marine Lord has together. The archer's focusing down on the fishing ships, though. And that is not what Louis wants to see either, is now he's losing eco. That's essentially like losing villagers. Torches starting to be thrown on that galley on the archer ship, and it's somehow staying alive through all of that. More fishing boats pulled on out to heal this up, and it's still alive. Second archer ship pops out, but Marine Lord has his own military ships come across the water now, finally.
So much damage here taken by Louis. He started trading now with a couple of traders, but the army count, Marine Lord, he's just blitzing through right now. Blitzing through a middle explosive chunk, though. This could change a lot. This could change a lot if Marine Lord doesn't pay attention for even a second here. He might lose a lot of units going out the wrong-ish side.
Oh.
Oh, he didn't even get the full connection on the Hulk. Somehow, the Hulk survives with a lot of health. Oh, and the Kashyyyks, they don't have the Pierce Armor upgrade. They're taking a lot of damage from these archers.
Yeah, 2 volleys kills a Kashyyyk never feels good with that high value unit that Louis has been making. Eco numbers are dead even. Marine Lord took great military trades right there, and it's just going to be so hard for Louis to be able to deal with this archer mass now.
And behind that, Marine Lord had a lot of wood in the bank. What did he invest that into? More fishing ships? No, farms. We're now seeing farms coming out from Marine Lord all around the Ark and Chapel. So he's going to be having a lot of very, very solid food income. Farms around the Ark and Chapel, they give you more food per minute than fish, like shoreline fish, I think.
I mean, even still, this is one that over the course of the game, it never feels good when you drop farms early, except when you're HRE, it doesn't feel as bad because you're like, hey, this will end up paying off. Just give me some time. The farms, like you said, much, much better than typical farms as you have that extra gathering rate.
Some trade is happening here, but Marine Lord very soon is going to be able to age up, and Regnitz Cathedral is now going up for Marine Lord. Louis, I mean, as soon as that comes out, I don't even think he will have the resource to be able to go up himself behind having half the military compared to Marine Lord.
Oh, Demo pops out, gets taken on out. Archer step up yet again. Archer ship steps up yet again, and Louis, he's trying to keep this dock alive. This is almost like where we felt like the sacred side in the first game, where he kept fighting, and Marine Lord finally was able to break through and finally was able to push through. But this time, Marine Lord just walks around it and says, all right, I'm going to go take the fight where I want to.
Marine Lord looking to be in really good shape now. Once again, finds the military here from Louis, and Louis, he just doesn't have enough in order to really fight this right now. He's investing more and more into Feudal Age. He's got no food in the bank just as Marine Lord hits Castle Age. And he has a military advantage. Oh no, if there's a fight to take, it needs to be happening like right now before the upgrades are coming in. But as soon as the veterancy on the archers strike, I feel like Louis just doesn't have any more tools to be able to fight the army like at all. He already is struggling with that.
I mean, even if he takes the fight now, I think it's a losing fight for Louis, and especially once veterancy comes through with the archers, like you said, and it just is testament to how efficient, how well Marine Lord played this earlier game with the HRE.
Well, Demo is going to be in queue, but this time the units from Marine Lord don't look to be in range for it to be taken down. He's baiting them potentially. But Marine Lord isn't biting. And now Louis taking the fight just before the upgrades are coming in. But Marine Lord, he's just running. He has some ability. He doesn't need to like take this fight. He can just run all day long. Attack speed arrow came in.
Waiting. Archer upgrade just now finished on up. Spears still being that front line. The few traders that Louis made have started to be taken on down, and relics starting to be secured behind this for Marine Lord.
There we go. This is going to be it. Potentially the final fight in this match should be happening rather soon. At least Marine Lord is trying to force it right there. Louis still running for it right now. One production building's getting dropped by Marine Lord. Lots of income. Over 1,000 food per minute. He's been doubling Louis' income for a while now.
I mean, this is going to be once the first couple of relics come into play. Marine Lord can just go up to Imperial Age if he wants, and Louis is still going to be sitting in Feudal. He's that far ahead right now.
And more archers are coming in. Louis actually is splitting off his military a little bit here. Is sending his Kashyyyk through middle. Might be able to potentially find a couple of units, at least the reinforcements from Louis. But even then, it's going to be some tough fights. And Marine Lord, he's just taking down the entire naval force from Louis with just archers. And now the all-important dock is going to get taken down.
Keshik's trying to circle. There's just like nowhere really that the Keshiks can even find. Yeah, they might delay one of these relics from getting brought back in for a bit of time. Yeah, they might hit the wood line for a little bit of damage, but look at what Marine Lord already has sitting there ready and waiting. He's got a decent little reinforcing mass coming in. There's the first Keshik raid, maybe 2 villagers. Yep, 3 villagers that end up getting taken down for Marine Lord. Good raid by Louis. This is a start to a potential comeback. You know, he needs to do this maybe 10 to 15 more times.
Oh, the archer ships managed to actually take down a good amount of the archers there from Marine Lord, and now Louis is aging up, and he's not too far behind anymore when it comes to the overall military count. The Kashyyyks actually did a great job there as well when it comes to reducing the economy. So Louis right now ahead when it comes to the eco numbers, and potentially actually got himself a ticket to stay in this game for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Marine Lord's been sitting on a lot of resources. I think Marine Lord actually does want to go Imperial Age, as he's just like another 30 seconds away, and he's going to be dropping his Swabia.
By the infantry, collects their taxes there in terms of a prelate going down. Kashyyyk still going for some raids. Was able to force the entire military from Marine Lord actually to come back. But now, as you mentioned, Swabia, it's going to be coming up.
And this is where usually when you're dropping Swabia, there's like this timing where you're like, all right, last a minute or two and I'll be fine. Well, Marine Lord still has plenty of army to be able to last this minute or two, and this eco difference that Louis has in his favor, it will be just wiped away in an instant with Swabia.
Louis is actually trading to Marine Lord's market, and that doesn't feel good. That's not a great distance. How much rest is he even getting from that trip?
I actually expected him to do this earlier on and then, you know, change it to his later on in the stages of the game just because it's kind of somewhat secretive, but 29...
He's getting a third of what he would usually be getting.
And Marine Lord's Mass now getting the next tier of upgrades. We're going to get those elite archers into play. He's still got 30 of them out and still starting to produce more.
That's the villager printer has gone up. Elite status now coming up on the arch as well. Kurultai is moving forward. Louis, he's getting his veterancy upgrades as well behind all of this. Veterancy for the Kashyyyks as well, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of Kashyyyks remaining very soon as the archers come for this round. One Kashyyyk already very low health there. Kurultai gets deployed. Now, while the Kurultai is a little bit like a everything around me is Castle Age Plus kind of situation, Marine Lord and Imperial Age should still definitely be able to deal with that.
Yeah, especially with the mass that he has. Numbers are just heavily in his favor, and Louis doesn't have the front line that you would expect. You know, he's got his 33 archers, but Marine Lord has more, and his are of the elite status. Kurultai is not here. It looks like it's set up over by where the market is on Marine Lord's side, and we've seen it. We keep talking about it time and time again. Marching drills. Watch Marine Lord just chase down this army now, and there go all the archers for Louis now, and it feels even worse yet again as another efficient trade for Marine Lord, essentially losing nothing here.
Louis tried to go for Imperial Age himself here. Look at the resource in the bank from him. And oh my god, Kurultai is now pinched. Oh no, losing that hurts so bad. Oh, it's not longer pinched. It's not moving yet. It's not moving.
I mean, Louis, he's focusing on trying to get his army and make sure his army stays alive. Villagers, though, now starting to be risky. They were on that front side wood line quite far away from his TC because the main wood line has been chopped through at this point. Marine Lord did a great job splitting off some archers, able to chase down, get a couple more villager kills. Other archers are trading with Louis. And again, remember, behind this, Marine Lord's eco's untouched. He's got Swabia still working. He's on top of Louis' eco, and it doesn't look like Louis is going to be able to hold this.
Yeah, Marine Lord making himself nice and at home in Louis' base. The archers, numbers are dwindling. Resource bank is filled, but
Mangano pops out.
The landmark now.
Oh, and look at the quick spread formation from Marine Lord. Still got a decent couple hits, but just not good enough. Archer mass from Louis gets cleared. There are 6 military units for Louis left.
Palace. It's his only chance, right? Like, he needs units.
He needs units bad, but realizes he's not going to be able to do it. And Marine Lord has another clean victory here on Mongolian Heights with HRE.
And that's going to be a 3-0 lead right now for Marine Lord. And man, he's on match point now. In the semifinals, Louis, he's done such a great job of getting to his position. Could this be a sweep, though, coming out from probably the greatest of all time right now? in Age of Empires 4 from Marine Lord.
Uh-oh, I know some people that would be upset about that comment. And, maybe we'll get to see the matchup that we've seen time and time again in the finals, but still we'll have another series, another game in our hand before then. And I think we're going to be bringing in our host KP yet again to give us some updates and give us his thoughts on what he thought about these matchups so far.
How dare you even discuss the idea of 4-0 Crackety? This is the chosen one, the Chinese prodigy kid. He's the Jet Li of Age of Empires 4. Surely, boys, we cannot be heading to a 4-0 stomper. I mean, we've got to dissect this, right? First of all, let's go back to game 2, because that, to me, the fact that Roos even get let through, this is an interesting thing, Crackety. The first time it's actually been let through in the playoffs. Why? Like, does it really feel like the type of game where China needs to be a higher ban priority for you than the Rus?
I think Louis kind of like banned went for a little bit of a player civilization type ban, where he's like, okay, Marine Lord really, really good with China. I want to ban China. The issue is Marine Lord is really good with pretty much every civilization at this point in time, I would want to say. And Rus is definitely one of the easiest civilizations in the game to play. And letting that civilization go through, it's a little bit of like on a similar level of oopsie as letting Ottomans go through. However, Marine Lord actually was able to win against Ottomans, so that one one doesn't really count.
Doesn't matter at that point. I mean, he won with one of the perceived to be worst civs in the game. Then he gets one of the best civs in the game. In that game, Dabson, just think back to that Japanese one quickly. Maybe the biggest question mark is this Castle Age rush play, right? Already off to a bad start with that scout harassment coming up from Marine Lord. Then he plays into Yumi. I mean, I don't know about you, but all the Yumi games I've been seeing, the only ones that seem to be hitting right now are 2TC. So do you think maybe Louis needed to play a long feudal there instead?
Yeah, and I 100% agree, and I think that plays into his play style as well. As when I think of Louis, I don't think of this Castle Age timing push type of player. I think more of, hey, I'm going to grind it out to the late game. I'm going to wall up. I'm going to, have a better macro, better, be able to be at 3 to 4 different spots on the map, still continue to raid and still deal with all that. And that's where he did take a lot of damage, like you said, from the scout play. It delayed the castle timing, and Marine Lord just sat behind his walls and kind of laughed as Louis tried to poke and prod at different spots, and nothing really worked.
Sorry, let me do that correctly in the Marine Lord way. As we know, likes to do. No, it just feels so ridiculous how difficult it is to break through those walls early on. I think it's why a lot of people do lean towards the Castle Age timing, right? It's like actually breaking down those walls takes a lot of effort, a lot of rams potentially. But no rams needed in game number 3. HRE versus Mongols. This is kind of wild. This is where we start to kind of highlight the difference that a patch mid-tournament makes, right, Crackety? I think HRE, in a lot of people's minds, had gone up to the mid-tiers with these buffs. Feels like right now, they actually might be the de facto civ for water hybrid maps.
My personal opinion, HRE, is that they've always been absolute S tier civilization. It's it's like one of those civs where you need to do something against them. You cannot, under no circumstance, just let them be. They have such crazy, insane timings in like Castle Age, Feudal Age. The inspiration aura just makes them super, super strong in many situations. Like, even if you deny them food out on the map, they can relatively easily do a farm transition and still keep up militarily behind all of it. It's kind of insane how strong that 40% aura is. Now they've gotten another buff, and to be fair, I think it's a pretty solid buff overall, like one that makes sense. Like researching marching drills, it always took away from your tempo. So I think it's pretty good that the developers are giving them like another avenue rather than, oh, I'm HRE, I fast castle. Now it's, oh, I'm HRE, I actually can make units in Feudal Age that aren't totally like dog. So definitely a nice change of pace there for them.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting the other side of it, Dabston, right? Mongols used to feel really good on Mongolian Heights. It seemed poetically appropriate. But even those slight nerfs, right? The 10 less passive stone in the early game feels like it's hampered their timings. And it starts to make you wonder, how viable and desirable are Mongols early on in these drafts?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Louis did the right things. He was able to take down Marine Lord's dock. It felt like he was able to take water. He started to get his own fishing boats out, and it just, again, he was a step behind Marine Lord all throughout the way, and that might just be either a testament to HRE, a testament to Marine Lord, or a testament to the nerfs on Mongols, or just a combination of all three together there. But just very, very clean couple games. And that's where Marine Lord, it's not just one civ, it's every civ that he's strong with.
And I don't know if it's a testament to Order of the Dragon State or the buff to HRE, but like considering how much we've seen OOTD demolishing HRE on the ladder at the moment, the early phase of the game. I mean, it's kind of interesting that Louis had that, didn't opt for it, and now we look into a fourth game. That's not going to be coming out. It is going to be the Malians, but this is weird to me, Crackety. Like I was up for saying that this started to feel like a little bit of an outdraft by Marine Lord. He had Jean d'Arc sitting there. Jean d'Arc feels like, it's a safe bet, right? Very good against Dented, very good against Delhi. I think it's more of like a depending on the build matchup of Malians. Instead, Marine Lord opts for what is considered to be the naturally countered civ by the Malians. He goes for the English.
Yeah, English kind of feel countered, not just in a matchup against Malians, but also in a matchup against Delhi, in a matchup against OTD a little bit as well. It's interesting. English, I think, like time and time again, recently, we've seen English actually not do as badly against Mali as we many times do. I also see English win a lot of games recently at high level against Delhi, like just 2 TC into White Tower play, actually pretty strong. And similarly, we've seen a lot of games where English actually do have a chance against the Malians. So mass longbows, you get a lot of infantry out as well. You get the solid farm transition behind it. I don't think it's a complete like default victory for Malians. Malians on paper, though, definitely do seem to be a little bit favored here.
Now, I'm wondering, Dabston, is it the map? Because, for me, a long time, whenever I saw Cliffside come into the rotation, I was like, that'll make English good. It felt like a lot of players had that idea. Admittedly, didn't work out based on the win rate percentages for this tournament. But if there's any map you could trust in English, surely it's Cliffside, right?
I mean, I do feel like Cliffside does play into the English's favor. This is one where a lot of the kind of gold is somewhat centralized and spread throughout the random different little cliff spawns, which is very easy to poke and prod with longbows. It's kind of easy in a sense to wall up, to maneuver, and English does like to wall up and stay with their army together in one's kind of central location, which isn't too far away from your opponent's base, and is able to kind of get some aggression here if you want.
I'll have to see if we go for that, right? Because it's tempting, but I feel like we've seen a lot of people fail with that idea of all-inning, especially against stuff like the Malians. So maybe Crackety, you're onto something, and maybe we're gonna get the divine DFP build, as we like to refer to it, right? Like let me just hunker down, build a bunch of TCs, and you can try to break me. Definitely feels like a tough one, right? Like we got to be real about this. Louis has, I want to say, like not fully looked like himself. I don't know if that's just Marine Lord on another level, or if that's just Louis maybe not finding the right footings with the draft or the new patch. But either way, he needs to turn around. Nothing but perfection from here on out, and this is probably the best opportunity for him. Malians versus English. If he survives this game, if he gets a point on the board, we will be into a redraft, and that is where the rainbow can be seen in the sky. The opportunity to recover can begin for Louis, but it has to start here on Cliffside against the weakest civ of this entire tournament. Let's see if you can figure it out. Louis, MT, back up against the wall. We head into game 4 to see if Marine Lord is going to make it a clean sweep.
All right, KP has perfectly set the scene, and here we go into our game number 4. Marine Lord in the color pink, playing as the English here on Cliffside, and up against Louis in the color blue playing as the Malians. And we do already see that Dark Age Barracks coming in. And it's not just going to be one Man-at-Arms, a second one immediately following after it.
Yeah, so this is Marine Lord's plan from the start. It's just, hey, let's just end this before it even starts. Let's deny some gold, which certain spawns on Cliffside, I talked about it a little bit. A lot of the gold is centralized along that cliff. You don't always have a back gold spawn. Fortunately for Louis, he does have a back gold behind him, so it will be hard for Marine Lord to split these Men-at-Arms to a couple of the different locations. The Men-at-Arms, while they're great tanks, they do only have one torch, so it takes quite a bit of time to actually burn down those houses.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure pretty much immediately coming out here from Marine Lord against these houses. A couple of times, we do actually see Malians react with the Saharan Trade Network landmark in order to be able to protect that first initial pit mine rather than a Manza quarry. I'm personally still of the belief that Manza quarry is just way too valuable, and you shouldn't go for the Saharan Trade Network if you're not actually trying to trade on this one. Marine Lord, he's not stopping at 2-minute arms. It's going to be 3. It's going to be 4-minute arms coming out from him here at this point in time. That's going to be a massive delay when it comes to his own feudal age timing. And if Louis potentially goes into like Musafati Warriors, could be able to clean that up relatively easily.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the first house that he has burnt down at this point. I'll say burnt down because by the time I kind of finish it on up, the first house will be finished. And moving on to the pit mine now that he has more and brings a villager up to build an outpost. The Saharan Trade Network is trying to be built. That's like 8 villagers rushing it down, but the outpost...
It's going to be faster. The outpost takes a minute to get built. 8 villagers on the age up should mean that it's only going to be like 40-ish seconds, and Marine will realize that he has to put the outpost further down.
Yep, and with 8 villagers there, Louis could easily pull off a few of those to make sure the pit mine doesn't get fully taken down before the Saharan Trade Network finishes. So yes, Marine Lord did get a house burnt with 4 men-at-arms, but how much long-term damage did this actually cause other than just the Saharan Trade Network force?
I mean, the trade network...
House.
That's going to hurt a bit. Lots of villagers building that house now. And looking at the income, it's still going to take him quite a while to be able to go up to the next age. He's still very far away from the feudal age at this point in time.
Yeah, he sent 4 villagers onto that gold, you know, trying to get those resources on and quick. The outpost will end up going up, but what will that outpost actually be able to deny? Again, the pit mine's already finished. House is already still around it. It's still providing that passive gold that Louis wants, and Louis can just expand and go for that back pit mine if he wants, or to another gold location.
Yeah, no real value has been gained here by Marine Lord. He took down 1 house. 25 resources worth of value denied. That is not going to be what you're looking for. Now, granted, in the great scheme of things, he did manage to force Louis into a landmark that he didn't want to build. So that's going to be like 75 gold per minute that Louis is going to be missing out from here on out, which does actually hurt him quite a bit.
Yep. So there is that one positive. Those men-at-arms are just going to be sitting in that outpost, getting a little bit of extra damages on the on the houses around that initial pit mine. And Louis just kind of sitting happy. You can see the mix up at the top. He's just all onto food, all onto the wood. No gold villagers other than maybe that one now. And the council hall is finally being built by Marine Lord going up to feudal age.
Yeah, 3 villagers on that one. He's going to be trying to get it up. And look at that. He's now moving out his stone. I'm not sure if that's going to be for a second TC or if it's going to be from placements. The fact that he's only aging up with 3 instead of like 4 or 5 villagers at this point in the game kind of makes me feel that it might just be for a secondary TC, which honestly scares me a little bit.
Yeah, Louis has not yet started that cow boom. He's still making sure he invests into the defenses necessary, which at this point, I honestly wouldn't complain to see a couple cows try to see the cattle ranches go, because Marine Lord is already significantly behind because of those 4 men-at-arms as far as his timing, not necessarily in the grand scheme of things.
Council Hall is now being built by 4 villagers. Okay, maybe it's not going to be a secondary TC build. We're just going to be for emplacements on the outpost. Wants to make sure that stays alive and annoys a little bit. Oh, the scout, the hitbox is actually a little bit bigger for the pit mine. So the scout standing there is actually able to completely deny the pit mine from being built. That is clever.
Big brain.
That is actually clever.
Big brain moves. 1 javelin thrower is forced on over, but again, this is just delaying. In this higher elo play, it is all about these little slight differences here and there. It all does end up adding up, but Louis forces away the scout, and Marine Lord should be able to get that pit mine started to be built in just a second.
That was so creative. I gotta say, like, if we see something like that, I wouldn't be surprised if Marine Lord would also just send in a sheep over to where Louis would want to build his Fulani Corral, just to try and block that.
Yeah. Just that typical annoyance. Outpost is getting the emplacements upgraded right when Marine Lord finished the council hall. Louis kind of knew that was coming, or assumed it was coming, I'm sure, and went ahead and pulled off of that gold now. Got enough for the time being. Has about 5 javelin throwers out and about to have that line of defense for himself.
And now villagers from Louis are moving out to the pit mine, so gold is going to be acquired by him. Already has wheelbarrow, already has some broad axe, is now also getting some blacksmith upgrades in for his javelin throwers, and just mass javelin throwers right now should in theory be enough to deal with pretty much everything Marinelord could throw at him. I think Marinelord at one point in time might need to either pivot into like mass spearmen to be able to overwhelm the javelin throwers, because I think if it's just going to be mass longbowmen and just these 4 men-at-arms, I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, not by any means. And Louis actually investing into some walls early on. Usually this is the English player that's wanting to wall up, but Louis, I guess, is feeling a little bit of some pressure coming. The hard part with Marinelord and with the English is when you move up with your army, it feels so bad sometimes because it's hard to get reinforcements on cliffside. You kind of have to go around in weird ways, and your army's so immobile. If you get caught out and lose that English mass, it just feels like it's so hard to catch back up from there, especially against the Mali opponent.
Yeah, that's a big issue that you have when your army is so slow. 1.12 tiles per second of movement speed on those longbows means that they're very easy to get caught out. Right now, Louis, he's still investing a lot into those javelin throws, is able to keep even numbers with longbows out from Marinelord. And the walls are definitely going to secure his flanks there. Right now, at the moment, Louis is in a really, really great position. I'm not sure how many cattle he's got yet, though. He definitely needs to start investing a lot into cattle if he wants to scale his food economy properly here.
Marinelord's actually going for siege engineering. Is he going to be the one to try to drop some rams and focus in on the Saharan trade network, the pit mine, the houses around it?
Looks like it. Yeah, siege engineering, there's no real other purpose for it. I could see Louis potentially transitioning into sofas here to be able to deal with that. Because sofas not just deal well against the rams, but also are very good against the men-at-arms that are still out there.
Yeah, and, you know, won't complain about them against the longbow mass either. Kind of trade well into everything that Marinelord has out and about.
Last ram is going to move out now. And with the outpost here, it's going to be a little bit tough for Louis to be able to deny that ram. Javelin throwers are going to be able to do some damage to it. The ram's health, it's not what it used to be.
Yeah, they're kind of tickling it, throwing their toothpicks against it, and it does end up adding up. Second ram has been built for Marinelord. By the time the second ram finishes, the first ram it's at about 3/4 health, getting closer to half now.
And the pit mine looks like it is gonna fall. Villager on the front side needs to be careful. Jumps inside the Saharan trade network. Once again, starts to repair. And yeah, the longbows aren't able to do too much here against the javelin throwers. But the pit mine will get taken down, and now the rams, they're out and about. And Marinelord might actually be in a position here to start sieging against the blacksmith.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Marinelord's just playing that range of the longbow so well. Every time the rams, you know, step up and the jabs try to attack the rams, longbows step up. But finally, Louis is able to take a couple good throws onto the longbow mass. Villagers get pulled to start burning some of that front side ram, and the men-at-arms, they're happy to at least be able to get some attacks on in, but should get cleaned up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and most of the force from Marinelord actually just get cleaned up pretty much completely. It's not like he's banking resource behind this to be able to go up to Castle Age. He's got 4 villagers on gold. He's getting blacksmith upgrades. He doesn't have horticulture yet, so the economy isn't actually looking that swell. He's working on his first farm cluster. Do we see any sofas yet? No sofas out from Louis. Instead, he's working on his own ram. And he's getting a lot of cattle out now.
Yeah, Marinelord's making that farm transition, 2 full sets of farms, so he will be able to nonstop continue to produce military here in just a second. Looks like making the transition over to some men-at-arms, but Louis, Marinelord's given time for Louis to be able to chill. He's got his own ram, like we said. There's only longbows, so good luck dealing with that ram efficiently. Just like we saw the javelins with their toothpicks, the longbows are going to be doing the same, except this allows the javelins to step up.
Yeah, javelins, they don't take that much damage from the outpost, so they're just able to run forward now onto longbows. And longbows, they don't have the movement speed to really escape here, so a couple more will likely fall if Louis decides to hunt them. He's reacting to the rams, though. Mostly just with the javelin throws for now.
Marine Lord did bring some Vills up to heal up those Rams back to full, so that's why we saw the nice and healthy Rams from Marine Lord's side after the initial push. They had taken a good bit of damage. Javelin throwers, though, just continuing to step up every throw they have. They're not only taking out one log, but they're taking out multiple, getting some damage on the others. Rams get cleaned up, so Marine Lord will no longer have these Rams for his side, and the outpost that was on the pit mine got taken down as well.
So Louis, buying himself some breathing room, is now making a lot of cattle. Farm economy, or rather food economy, should be looking good for him now. Marine Lord, though, behind this, he's got a lot of food in bank now. He's sending more and more villagers out to gold now. So Castle Age timing might be coming in here from him. Question's going to be, what will he age up with? White Tower or the King's Palace as a second TC? King's Palace for future scaling, that sounds good in theory. But, I don't know, it still doesn't really feel right when it comes to, like, from the early aggressive point of view that Marine Lord went for here.
Yep. Louis has a significant amount of villagers onto gold still. He's been nonstop producing those cattle, and we just saw where those I think it was 3 ranches at this point fully filled. Needs to build another ranch as he's already got the cows ready and waiting to jump on inside. He's got 4 cows just sitting to the side waiting. So he's getting pretty close to actually fully filled up on those ranches once he can build those.
Yeah.
6.
Marine Lord, though, he's getting really close to Castle Age now. 120 more gold and he'll be there. He's also on deer at the same time. That's why his food income is really great right now. The question that I'm asking myself right now is, what will he go for once he ages up? Something that a lot of civilizations struggle with is making men-at-arms against the Malians. Even against just javelin throwers in general. Just because the javelin throwers, they do so much base damage, they're actually able to take down the men-at-arms. But English men-at-arms are special, as in they also get armor-clad. So they can potentially go up to 8 armor in the Castle Age. And with 8 pierce armor, suddenly the damage from... Can we actually take a look at the javelin throwers? How much damage do they do baseline? I think it's 9. The upgrades? Yeah, it's 8 plus 1, so it's at 9 damage. If Marine Lord gets armor clad, these javelin throwers, if Louis still is in Fuel Age at that point in time, they're only going to be taking a single point of damage.
Louis going ahead investing into some walls into the center. He did send a javelin thrower, one single javelin thrower all the way around to those deer to push Marine Lord off of the deer to get a little bit of that idle time and annoyance.
Definitely did manage to do that. Now King's Palace is coming in for Marine Lord, so now has that 2TC scaling working for him. Behind that though, Louis did manage to get some walls up. With only 7 men-at-arms, without the upgrades, it's going to be tough for Marine Lord to immediately pressure that.
Yeah, I mean, this is where he'll have to burn down those walls, just like Louis attempted to burn down the walls with his Japan timing push earlier. Javelin thrower, not quite the pathing you want. I think Louis used that all-military hotkey. But the Grand Filani Corral is on its way, and it was not too much later than Marine Lord's, which will allow this food economy on Louis' side to immediately go through the roof. This is where he gets so much extra tempo. Yes, Marine Lord's going to start producing more villagers over the... Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that hurts. Okay, he's going to have to reposition a couple of these cattle here. He's eating from a bunch of them. It's not the worst. He still has room behind that. But he's prepping 4 stables right now. At least it's not a Farimba garrison next to the cattle ranches, so could be worse.
I have seen that a few times beforehand, so it is definitely
recently.
there are definitely a lot worse things that we could see. So the 5 stables into play, it's going to be a mass sofa switch, just like we have some Iron Chad men at arms. We're gonna have some imported armor sofa.
Yeah, and with the imported armor, the sofa's already do bonus damage to infantry. Marine Lord right now, he doesn't have a counter out. We don't see any crossbows. We don't see any spearmen out. I think Marine Lord just needs to go mass spearmen at this point in time, actually.
Yeah, if that sofa number climbs up, if Louis is able to get 2 batches out, it's just going to be an easy cleanup of Marine Lord's army. Louis just needs a little bit more time to do so. Villagers forced off of the woods. Stables have been spotted on out. Longbows stepping up as well.
Javelin throwers coming on the jabs.
Yeah, Javelin Thrower is able to get a couple good attacks. The Sofas pop out now. Javelin's doing a great job focusing in on the backside longbows. The Men-at-Arms are on top of them, but they don't care at all right now, as their job's just to clean up the longbows. Sofa getting some great damage, and the Town Center Fire isn't going to be doing too much, but it helps.
And now we're seeing the switch up. Spearmen and crossbows coming in for Marine Lord. Pretty much all the Javelin Throwers, though, have been cleaned up. Marine Lord right now, he has a really good army advantage and eco advantage. Not really when it comes to the income, but overall when it comes to units that he's got out on the field, as well as the overall village count. He also costs a lot of idle time there in the base from Louis. If he's able to stabilize here, or rather get the majority of his units out alive, which it looks like he's going to be able to accomplish, Marine Lord should be able to push in once again a little bit later with a bigger army that even like works against the Sofas.
Yeah, longbows did such a good job trading there. Once the Javs got cleaned on up, there wasn't really anything dealing with the longbows efficiently. Spears and crossbows are now starting to arrive, like you mentioned. Marine Lord focusing that army swap, army composition change, as Louis still only has a few Javelin Throwers left.
Laura going to be in the queue once again. Does definitely have enough production buildings to get them out quickly. I think at this point in time, it's very important for Louis to start playing the flanks. He has the Sofas with the bonus armor. That means that he's going to be in a position to be able to run around the sides and dive the TCs from Marine Lord.
Yeah, just needs to get that jab number back up and healthy, because the and actually it looks like Louis, he's going to make the swap over to archers, maybe even getting some poison archers into play. Marine Lord building another outpost further forward, spreading out that influence, the network of castles that he needs for that extra attack speed. And trades are just kind of equalizing back and forth here and there, which I think is good for Louis, as he does not want Marine Lord to have a big military mass built up. Louis almost gets Wallowed with a few villagers. Marine Lord behind this has grabbed 2 of the relics and is trying to bring back that 3rd.
And so relics are going to be on the way back now for Marine Lord. It's kind of incredible that he managed to do all of that behind this push, like micro-wise. Walls are going out now, but the Sofas do make their way in, and this could be huge for Louis.
This is absolute perfect timing. Marine Lord was trying to build a wall. Gold has been spotted out. Villagers starting to get taken down. A little bit of a late reaction from Marine Lord, and ooh, this is almost going to equalize the Vill count. Obviously, aren't quite another 12 Vills here, but the cows are going to be more than making up for this. And we get 69 to 59.
The TC isn't going to be enough when it comes to protection. Like military units will have to be pulled. Reinforcements do move over, but it looks like at the same time, Louis also lost a lot of villagers out there on the pit mine. So it's not quite going to be even here when it comes to the Vill count, but damage taken by both sides, and Louis can finally start playing around his mobility with the Sofas.
Yep, this is where it gets so hard for the English army. They get pushed and pulled constantly around. Marine Lord forced to move his whole army down to the southern side, and I don't know if he has enough here to deal with this. If the spears start to get cleaned up, the Sofa reign free, and Marine Lord's now having to move off to the southern gold now after getting denied off the north.
And it's just really tough for him to find a composition that really works against all the different unit types that Louis is pumping out right now. For now, Marine Lord, he's just sticking with the Spearman, but the Archer switch from Louis is definitely going to hurt him when it comes to that. Alamok is getting taken down.
Outpost does get finished. We get the network of castles bonus in again. It looks like not a ton of spears here, but just enough to potentially force Louis' Sofa on back. And ooh, he runs into the spear mass. There's a good amount of crossbows here, and Sofa get cleaned up quite quickly actually over here.
Yeah, I don't think Louis really needs to like take these straight-on engagements. I think what he needs to do right now is just use these Sofas and run into woodlines, run into the farming economy, just run on TCs. He's got so much ranged armor on these units. He doesn't actually need to worry about the TC fire or anything like that.
We got the poison archer upgrade finally coming into play. It looks like ranged damage as well. So now that that archer swap for Louis will be that much stronger, and actually archers into everything Marine Lord's making is going to trade very, very well. It trades better into spears. Obviously, they're finding the longbows if they can get to close the gap, and then the few crossbows aren't going to do anything really.
I think we might soon see a switch back into Men-at-Arms here from Marine Lord. He's got a lot of units out on the field right now, 30 spearmen, so he's got a big mass of units, and he needs them. He actually needs this many units just to be able to like have them positioned on all the different flanks. Just because the movement speed from the sofas is so great, you actually need to have this many units on different sides to be able to like sort of deal with all of this aggression from different angles.
Yeah, and I love this by Louis. He's basically going all the way to the north side of the wall. Pull Marine Lord's army as far up as possible. It looks like it's just range that's going to deal with those Sofa. And another relic secured, though. But Marine Lord still has his army posturing to the southern side in front of this outpost. And more than enough to defend up Louis' bush.
Yeah, lots of spearmen. There's the archers, though. Gonna have to be careful when it comes to those.
Oh, he does not have his longbows here, so there's nothing to deal with those archers on the side of Louis. So that's that big tech switch that paid off heavily for him. Gold denied. I believe that's 5 villagers inside of there that will get taken out as well.
Yeah, Adam Mangonel is now moving out as well, so he'll also have a great way of taking down these farms really, really quickly. And then in the main fights, having that as well. Sofas on the left-hand side also just managed to get through the wall, so we're going to have those running behind, maybe getting some value in on the wood lines. And now Marine Lord's army, it's really going to starting to get stretched thin here when it comes to all of these different angles that he has to defend from.
Yeah, and Louis just has so much value in the Sofa. Like you kept talking about, a split off into the flanks. You need military units to deal with those, not TC fire, not even archer fire. You need actual spears to deal with the Sofa.
Oh, that's a good fight, though.
Trying to get focused in on by Marine Lord. Sofa forced to take the fight into the spears. Not really the spot you want to take it. At least the archers are firing in on the backside, trying to clear up that spearman mass. Another Sofa raid coming in onto the north, but it does look like Louis' mass that he pushed forward with got cleaned up pretty easily by Marine Lord.
Yeah, there were a couple of men-at-arms, and Sofas on the backside do manage to find a couple of kills there. Not that many, though. It doesn't really pay off, and Marine Lord taking a great engagement here on the front-hand side. He had just a couple of men-at-arms in there, so every now and then the archers do get stuck on the men-at-arms, not being really able to like automatically move, like target any other unit. And the men-at-arms, with all of their ranged armor, they really don't take a lot of damage there at all.
Yeah, it's just one of those where you can't micro all of the archers when the units are clumped up that together. You can't go archers on all the spears with the men-at-arms body blocked right on next to those. Looks like Louis wants to take this fight yet again. Keep in mind, Louis has had about 5 to 10 Sofas split off this whole time. So his main mass is never really all together here. He needs to do this, though, to force Marine Lord onto different spots.
Probably wants to wait for the Mangonel to come out. Once he's got that Mangonel, he's got something else against all of this infantry from Marine Lord. And potentially, if he gets to fight in a choke point with a little bit of clumping up between the units, might be able to get some good damage in there. Sofas once again go for a return raid now on the farming economy. Couple of spearmen there are going to be able to distract 2 of the Sofas, but quick reactions here from Marine Lord.
Yeah, I mean, playing the English, it is that much easier. And the 2 spears here are almost godly, as usually those get cleaned up quite quickly. It looks like 3 or 4 of those Sofa are down to 1 health.
Some damage having been done there to those Sofas. Still a couple of them remain, getting 1 villager down. Now, Marine Lord, he's playing the siege game. Added in his own siege workshop, so some Springles are going to be coming out. Springles, by the way, which do have really fast attack speed. They also get affected by a network of citadels, network of castles. And Marine Lord has enough resource for a keep, so maybe soon we'll be seeing Springles with a 2.0 attack speed coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like, where would you want to end up dropping that keep if Marine Lord's able to get that up on the central sacred site? It's just such a solid positioning point for him to not only attack, but also just stream units through. But instead, it's actually a little bit more aggressive than even that. It's nearer to the production. It's nearer to one of those pit mines. And Marine Lord, he's got a big army mass to be able to defend this on up. Mangonel setting up. Springald attacks once. 1 decent fire on in. Mangonel, though, it's going to be 1 more shot, and it gets taken down before Louis is able to react. So a big win there to start the fight for Marine Lord. Spears still on that front side. Archers trying to kite on back, and the longbows just untouched on the backside, although a lot of the attacks hit the range.
Yeah, and Louis is forfeiting that side now. Right now, his gold income actually doesn't really look too hot. 360 gold per minute. Marine Lord actually starts to look better when it comes to the food income now. The farming is starting to pay off. Looks like we just started setting villagers down there.
And
Marine
that's
Lord
such
already
a
has enough
vulnerable
stolen for
location.
another keep.
Yeah, that's such a vulnerable location to be on as far as that gold goes for Louis, but he has to do it. He's moving on to the gold in the north. Those are the last couple mines that he can really go to. Trying to send more and more raids to the backside, but Marine Lord is knocking on his front doorstep with Rams with that huge infantry mass. Marine Lord might have just split off and seen the gold.
Yeah, I think he might have just seen that
I
with
saw-
the prelate that he had there, or rather a monk.
Oh, that's why. It was the
Oh no, it
prelate
was one
one.
longbow. One longbow was there.
Maybe didn't end up seeing it, but still, main army mass is on the front side of Louis' base. Louis, he doesn't have the numbers anymore. He had the value earlier, but trades just did not go his way over and over. And Marine Lord, even with the Civ disadvantage, is now at a point in the game where it is looking very favorative towards him.
Yeah. Also something, Marine Lord, he's got still enough stone for a keep. The most important thing right now is that he's actually got map control over the front of Louis' base. Should this game go to Imperial Age, if Louis gets a Berkshire Palace, if Marine Lord gets a Berkshire Palace, like in the base of Louis, it's gonna be so tough to get that out there. Now fight is happening. Sofa's actually on the longbows. Archer's
really
taking
good
good
position
engagement with
for
the
him.
body warriors in there as well. This one looks good for Louis.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Louis has the numbers. Louis has the military mass. Did Marine Lord just step up a little too early? It looks like he might just have archers on the backside. Sofa's still getting to close the gap. Villagers that move forward to build the outpost should get taken down with this as well. But he does have a keep to fall back to. You can't forget about that. This gives him that network of castles, network of citadels just got clicked on up too. So upgrade is going to be that much better.
Yeah, but Louis, he's not stopping. He's pushing further in. Wants to snipe that Springled out. Might be overstaying a little bit here. Able to snipe the Springled, but his front line is falling. He's still got a lot of Musafati warriors, but there's a lot of longbows. Not with the aura at the moment.
I mean, he just lost out on all of those Sofa. Very, I guess, more expensive unit for him comparatively. He did have a Treb now popping out, but Marine Lord's army, it's headed towards that location yet again. Musafati warriors stepping up.
Looks like he's trying to send them over to Marine Lord's base. Both of them getting sniped in the meantime, though.
Aggression still
Cattle
forced
outside of the
on up.
ranges.
Somehow Louis never got spotted out on that southern gold. It probably is running low with how many villagers he had on that.
Oh, he's getting
on the
spotted out
north
soon.
gold, and it looks like he spotted out on the north gold as Marine Lord knows he has to be getting gold from somewhere, and I'm sure he's wondering where.
Yeah, Spearman. No reaction yet on the villagers. They're not being pulled back. Lots of stuff also happening on the front side. Mangonel right in there in the base from Louis. Great shot coming out. Actually, never mind. Missing by a long shot.
And Louis never fixed the cows that weren't in the influence of the Farimba, so not the full effect of that of the not the Farimba, the Grand Fulani. So not the full effect of the cow boom imminent. And Marine Lord's just sitting under the Saharan trade network, doesn't care, has so many units that it's not even mattering. And Louis throws in the towel. He was not able to make the potential reverse sweep. Marine Lord 4-0 victory. But even still, Louis, he is a name that has been rising up the ladder, his highest placement yet as far as tournament play goes. And I'm sure we will be seeing him here back again soon.
Yeah, first appearance in like the semifinals of an S-tier tournament. Really well played by him, getting here so far. But Marine Lord 4-0, clean fashion. I gotta say, Marine Lord, he looks in top shape at the moment. Absolutely top shape.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely some timings that Louis could have taken advantage of. He definitely had opportunities where he was ahead, where he, had the potential, choices to take a timing attack. But just Marine Lord with his micro, with his game knowledge, with his game plans, it just looked too clean. But that was the first series of the day. We'll come back into the lobby scene and we'll give you some updates of what you got next.
Whew. Well played, lads. A crazy result in the end. Louis MT versus Marine Lord. A lot of people coming to this kind of felt that this might have actually had quite a bite to it, quite a close one in the end. But, we obviously got to break down that final game. English versus Malians, a matchup which English are expected to always lose, Dabston. Also, in a situation where English are by far the worst performing Civ in the tournament. I don't know if that is just praise to Marine Lord's skill or if that's something off of Louis, but this feels like a result that typically shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, I mean, it was one where we kind of were talking about it ahead of time with the matchup, with the map as well, and we were like, well, what is his game plan? And sure enough, we saw it right off the bat, right when the scene transitioned. We already saw the barracks was finished. We saw the men at arms were headed on across. And usually when we see the men at arms rush, it's one or two, and that's about it. But Marine Lord said, no, 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 I'm gonna send a full four. I'm gonna make sure you react to this. And it didn't feel like it did a lot of damage, but what it did do was delay Molly, and delay is the key. The cow boom didn't come online fast enough, and actually we saw it where there were a little bit of mistakes made with the cow setup as well.
Yeah, a lot of tension drawn there, right, Kraken? It's kind of crazy to think about, right? Not only did he have that mishap with the cows, he was also quite late on getting the food text, right, when he got into that castle age timing. The crazy part is, despite that detail, it still looked like there were signs of life for the Malians, right? Like, it kind of shows just how powerful that point in the game can be for them in Castle.
Yeah, every now and then we had some really great engagements from Louis where he was actually able to like completely almost wipe the army from Marine Lord. But Marine Lord, he had a really solid economy behind that. First of all, I'm a little bit surprised actually just how great the economy was, considering that he didn't opt to start with the second TC. Instead, he waited all the way until Castle Age to go for that. But the farming transition was really, really smooth. Marine Lord always pulled villagers in time whenever a raid was about to happen. So he lost very little when it comes to his own economy.
Yeah, I think someone that kind of felt weird is like if you think back to game one, Dabston, it felt like Louis looked best fighting in open battlefields. Choke points were hurting him. This game felt like it needed to be the opposite. I think that critical fight on the south side of Marino's base, where Louis took more of a wider fight that allowed the Spearman to engage, felt like that was his undoing. It's kind of wild. I don't know if that's just Marino being a step ahead on his strategic layout of the game, or if Louis maybe a little bit in limbo, right? Because I feel like we saw that in the first game, and in a certain way we saw it here again, where eventually, despite the good micro efforts that Cracker was mentioning, it just became a meat grinder where he was just sending countless Mullins to their deaths and not necessarily getting the desirable matchup in a desirable area of the map.
Yeah, it almost feels like, I always remember watching the high reload players. It's like they don't take losing fights. They don't like to take losing fights unless I always put like one little star. It's like unless they're aging up behind it and they need to like delay or stall for something else to come up, get a keep up or whatever. But other than that, they're not throwing away units unless there is good reason to. But we did see a little bit of that from Louis. Some reinforcing units were coming in. He was taking trades where he was heavily outnumbered, and that's where it just kind of starts that snowball effect even further from Marine Lord.
Yeah, and now looking back at the series, right, we didn't get the redraft in the end. I think I personally had a high hope, Crackety, that we were going to see a change up from Louis, because I don't know if you felt like this was an outdraft, but to me, it kind of looked like Marine Lord's draft made a bit more sense since the patch. Louis was almost structured more like something we would have seen before the patch, right? Like it's almost like these changes maybe threw him off. We already highlight the HRE are looking very powerful right now. The Ottomans, which he yoinked straight away, even though he had his signature China open, had been nerfed. They had been crippled. Does it feel like, the bigger issue here was Louis' draft fell off from the get-go?
I don't think it really fell off. I think it's more like Marine Lord really just adapted perfectly to the new changes that we had there with the civilizations. Sure, the last one wasn't really an outdraft. There weren't really any changes to Malians, which was really well played by Marine Lord. And honestly, I think the Mongolian Heights game still looked really close at different points in time as well. I think Lipany was just playstyle, like the game plan idea from Louis. I believe I called it out even before the game started that I don't think he can go fast Castle Age. If he goes fast Castle Age against 2 TC Roos, the follow-up Castle Age time is just going to be too clean from Roos there.
Do you think that the first game maybe just threw Louis off, Dabston? I mean, it was a very long game. It was very kind of arduous. You had one of the best civs in the game in a lot of people's eyes, going up against one of the worst? Is there maybe an element of mind games, of demoralization here for the Chinese
I mean,
prodigy?
I definitely, you have that in the back of your mind for sure, but you aren't at this elo of play unless you can put games behind you very quickly. And not even to mention that, Louis does love these late game play styles. So it's one that he's been in that position plenty of times, but maybe not in this. Well, I know not on this scale as far as S tier tournament goes. So maybe it's one of those, just the familiarity with the S tier tournaments, being in this position before, and now he's been in it. And the next time he won't let that first game get into his head. He'll just put that right past him and get back into his game plan, back into his play style.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the fair takeaway here, boys, it might be a 4-0, but what we've seen out of Louis MT in this tournament seems incredibly promising for 2024. And I think we can all agree that that's something that we want to see for Asia, right? With obviously Leenox stepping away from the game. You haven't got really many people up there anymore. You know, the god that is hot, obviously retiring as well after Wololo. The region as a whole needs some new faces. So definitely a promising future for Louis. But boys, I think what we'll do now is we'll let you get a little stretch, a little bit of maybe I don't know. Do you guys do exercise? I don't do exercise. I don't know. Just stretch the legs, walk around for a bit, get yourself some food, get yourself some drink, because I think we've still got a long day ahead of us. We've got another best of 7 after a break. So I'll let you guys have a little break. All right, guys. It's not the pesty moment. It's actually halftime with me. Guess that's a downgrade. I don't know. Upgrade, take it as you are. But yes, I'm here to tell you about what's been happening in the tournament, as well as our amazing sponsors. I got to start off by saying, if you guys have not watched the group stages of Elite Classic 2, you need to go back. You need to catch them. Phenomenal number of games. 90 series played in that group stage. Of course, only so many can be caught, 10 each weekend for the EGC side of things, but plenty more happening. But for now, we need to talk about how this is all possible. It couldn't have been possible without the assistance of Surfshark, our title sponsor for this event. Guys, I've been talking to you about Surfshark, but I feel like I just haven't really explained to you the emphasis, the importance of it, right? What are you getting out of this? I think for a lot of people, they're looking at this, and the most obvious one that I think a lot of us come to the mindset of is, oh, I've got Netflix or I've got Prime, and there's certain things I can't get in my country. That's obviously a low-hanging fruit in my eyes. I think there's a lot of value in that, for sure. But did you know that out of the gate, you can actually just get your hands on things cheaper? How? Well, I don't want to just put it out there because I might find them fixing their policy and I won't get it so cheap. But let's just say I pretended to be Casper for a day and Adobe became so much more affordable. I basically saved money by getting Surfshark and buying into it. That's not just the only way that you can benefit, right? Like Adobe's not the one it's one example, but there's plenty of other ones. I've seen situations where you can actually go onto different platforms that sell games, buy them cheaper, and make a saving. If I worked it out as well, like you can either get $60 or $75, will give you 2.25 years worth of coverage with the Surfshark. If you buy just free AAA titles and on average save 30%, it will pay for itself and then some. But it's not just that, guys. It's the fact that you don't have to use it just for yourself. You can use it for mum, dad, you can use it for brother or sister. Maybe you're all playing that game and you all want that discount. All of a sudden, it feels like an absolute bargain. You need to go and click down that code below to get through. Make sure that you're using EGC TV at checkout. A little bit of insight about how these things work. Surfshark is monitoring this, right? They want to see how this is going to perform the event. They want to make sure that, the people that they're advertising to are engaged and interested in the product. Now, that's not me saying just go buy and don't use it, but I'm saying if you've got a thought in your mind, oh, damn, I really want to use a VPN. I might need a VPN later this year. This is going to be over 2 years of coverage for the low price of $75 that tier 2. I definitely recommend that tier 2 because you're getting hands-on antivirus protection. You're also going to get an ad blocker. Now, you might be saying, KP, I've got an ad blocker already. Yeah, but have you guys noticed recently, like your ad blocker is being slow on YouTube? I have. It lags my entire Chrome out. That's something you have to be aware of. Whenever you're buying a free product, you're the customer in that situation. You're already giving away information that actually Surfshark could protect you from giving away. The other issue is that you don't necessarily get the cleanest updates. That's the whole value in the premium element. But dude, I'm calling it premium, and you're spending, if you go for the Surfshark One option, less than €3 a month. That's an absolute bargain you guys need to be taking advantage of here. I think, genuinely, the other things that I noticed, they have some interesting things about hiding your identity by creating pseudo IDs, that's pretty helpful. Have you ever like signed up to a website and you don't want to give your details over, right? I've been there all the time. I'm like, what's this trend? What's so crazy about this? I'm going to sign in. But then all of a sudden, they know who I am. They know where I am. I'm getting phone calls from God knows who. They're sending me emails up the wazoo. And all it takes is one day, me being a bit groggy from staying up too long, casting a 12-hour day, clicking one link, and all of a sudden I've got virus troubles. These are all things that Surfshark can assist you with. But make sure you take advantage of that now. It will be gone at the end of the event. So if you do want to support, if you do want to show Surfshark that it's worth investing in the AoE4 scene and you want to get your hands on a VPN, go to their site, use EGC TV at checkout, and that lets them know that it's worth the investment here. Speaking of places to invest, if you guys aren't sick and tired of me on the screen and you want to have me back as a permanent inclusion as a hosting role, really important that we reach that 10,000 euro goal. Huge elevation in production, and you've got a taster. Pesty actually didn't just want to leave it dangling there without proof. If you want to know why it's worth getting that Kickstarter over the 10,000 euro hurdle at least before the end of its run, keep in mind that you've just seen things like the split screen, you've seen the screen-in-screen, you've seen things like the bounty and the vizier points. You're seeing me. I don't know if that's a positive for everyone, but some people enjoy it. If you want all those things included moving forward, it's really critical that you send that support across to Kickstarter. I know there's a lot of people have been coming through the subs, and we appreciate it here, but I think it's definitely worth considering just taking that sub money and donating it on the Kickstarter side to guarantee we get that lockout. And on top of that, like, you know, if you also happen to be one of these crazy people that drops 50 plus subs on the channel, I really do want you to take advantage of that Surfshark opportunity, because the reality is we're only going to get half the money that way. At least the Surfshark opportunity, for all your given support, we're giving you something back via that deal we got with them. So definitely be able to check that out. I have a heartbreaking feeling we're not going to be able to make the 60,000 euros unless someone happens to be a sugar daddy ready to drop an insane amount of money. But a boy can dream. I would actually love it if we get up to the 25,000 euros tier. I would love to just pitch to Beasty maybe a free-for-all tournament. I know it's a lot of people thinking teams, but I personally think free-for-all could have a place. In general, though, I just want to give a really big shout out to all the support we've been seeing, because I know, like, month after month, we see people coming through with the subs time and time again. We want to give you these different methods of supporting because I think it gives a lot more transparency to where your money's going, right? Like, you can see the clear milestones here. With the Surfshark, you're getting something in return. And here's a crazy one, right? Like, in my mind, Pesty's not going to like me saying this, but he's also going to like me saying this because I'm getting you guys a good deal. The reason I want to break that Surfshark detail is really important is, like, this is the final weekend. If you're now subbing now, great for this weekend, but then you've got a month of no value because, of course, EGC TV are going to need some time to unwind. But if you take that money you were going to put into those donos and those subs and just stick it in a Surfshark instead, that's going to cover you to 2.25 years. And I think that's well worth the endeavor. I think I even heard someone say that if you connect somewhere like Bermuda, they weren't getting ads on Twitch, which is just insane. I absolutely need to try that for myself. But once again, just a really big shout out to Surfshark. Like, I cannot emphasize how much they assisted getting this level up in production. If you don't think they're worth the investment, we're able to afford this upgrade, having 2 observers, having my ugly mug on the screen, having all these details because of their support. So it means a lot. But we've got a few minutes left, and I think it's a perfect time to highlight that there's still plenty of games coming. You just saw the Louis MT Marine Law series. I definitely recommend going back and checking Louis' group stage. I think what we're seeing here is, you know, obviously Marine Law just being on a whole nother level, just being absolutely morale boosted from the fact that he has got a new org, a big org, the biggest in France right now that's actually watching this across on their channel. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we're over 20,000 people watching AoE4, which is insane to think about so early in the year. That's Red Bull Wololo numbers. That's how bonkers that is. So love that there's new orgs coming into the scene. But overall, you know, the thing I want you guys to realize is that the Elite Classic 2, I have a feeling what we're seeing here is the beginning of new structurings on the way that drafts work, new ways of approaching it, and also an upcoming a new generation of players, right? CSO and Louis MT to represent in the East is going to be a big storyline to watch throughout the year. On top of that, you know, you've got returning faces and faces that are evolving. Zert and Baltune actually starting to get up in the rankings now. I think it's fair to say, you know, there was a worry that obviously after Wololo, and the fact we didn't get Wololo last year, and we were seeing these players retire, we've seen Lenok leave, State is off onto StarCraft again. You know, you're seeing people like Hart, the absolute Chad Lord, who made Wololo retiring. Magic obviously not being able to compete as much. A lot of people are like, oh, damn, is that really going to be a next generation? What I love to say here is the fact that Louis MT, I believe 21 years old, has just made top 4. I can guarantee you that AoE4's future is looking strong. And because of the support you guys keep going and giving through the Kickstarter, through the EGC TV, I can guarantee to you that EGC TV will be a part of it with more tournaments to come. But guys, we have got an insane one ahead of us, right? So we just saw the Marine Lord Louis series. For those tuning in, it was a 4-0 Chad Lord win for Marine Lord himself. Leo MT is going to have to lick those wins, but he's also looking towards his opponent in the third place match that will be happening tomorrow. So he will still get a chance to see some Chinese representation on Sunday. But he's going to need an opponent there. And this is interesting thinking for, because what we've got coming up next is a special one. PuppyPo versus Beasty is a lot closer than you'd actually think. I've done the numbers, I've crunched the stats. In the last year of tournament play, as in all of 2023, they are almost pitch perfect 50-50 on matchup. PuppyPo actually has more series win, 4-3. Meanwhile, Beasty has more game wins, 12-11. So if you're worried about having another 4-0 stomper, don't. I think we're going to be going the distance with this PuppyPo Beasty series, which is why I definitely still recommend getting those subs and getting those primes in if you've got them, because let's say we get the Ottoman versus a Bassett situation, even twice. We add in a few games along the way, we sprinkle someone in nice, and we have a 7-game series. You're looking at what? 3-4 hours of extra content today? Then you get in tomorrow for a decider series for the third place, and then you're going to have a best of 9 grand finals. You're still going to get over 10 hours of content for the low price of nothing, because you use your prime sub that you basically already had, because like me, you never unsubscribe on the Amazon side. We're all guilty of it. It's no shame in it. Maybe consider, if you're not using the Amazon, unsubscribe and subscribe to that instead. But without further ado, my lads rather have stretched their legs. I think it's time to bring back in the casting team. Crackety and Dabston ready to join me on screen to dissect this next best of 7. All right, boys, we've got a special one here. I just highlighted a little bit of a reason why. I don't know if you guys knew that stat. This on paper, at least based on the last year, is unpredictable. PuppyPo has managed to balance out his win-losses against BC in 2023. On top of that, I think it's fair to say, Crackety, the PuppyPo we've been seeing in this tournament is an unyielding beast.
Yeah, I gotta agree. PuppyPo so far in this tournament has been looking insanely good. His performance overall, really strong in all of his sets so far. And I gotta say, his brother Wham kind of set the tone during the group phase, I think, as well. Getting a victory in a set against Beasty, and yeah, already really big achievement for the Canadian brothers. And PuppyPo just also looking super good here. I can't wait to see how the set exactly is going to play out. It's hard to say where which player is really favored here, and I think that speaks a lot to the quality of the set that we're going to be seeing.
And of course, we can't underrate Beasty here, right? Dabston, he's had an impressive performance. I mean, funnily enough, he was the only one who's been getting dubs constantly with English until Marine Lord joined in there as well. I think 3 wins overall, which I believe is like the highest in remaining players. It's fair to say Beasty has some strong points. Marlians, Delhi's come to mind. You know, looking at this series, is there any specific Civ matchups you're expecting to be hot spots of contention?
I mean, well, first things first, we expect the Byzantines double band on either side. Oh my gosh, and it's not.
He's getting it.
Not just that.
That's
Like
great.
it's PuppyPo getting the Byzantines. We have to keep in mind, after Wham, PuppyPo, of the remaining players, has been the best performing Byzantine player in this tournament. I think he's got 3 wins overall. The only other player who really was kind of shining a light on it, I think, in the group stage was Dumu, right, Crackety? Like those 3 players have been the Byzantine kings.
Yeah, I mean, Byzantines, they look absolutely really strong here. So no surprise to me that PuppyPo actually picks Byzantines here first. Beastie, on the other hand, also shouldn't feel too worried. He's getting Ottomans, and Ottomans, sure, they got nerfed, but overall still a very solid civilization here for Beastie.
And, well, this 1-2 tapper, right, of getting Byzantines plus Japanese, it feels pretty good, especially when you consider we've got Holy Island to look towards, right? Like, that's the nice thing I think about Japanese right now, Dabston, is they're good on land. We've seen these fast castle builds, but it also feels like they're one of the best civs to have as a flexi pick for water maps as well.
Yeah, and we see over on BC's side as well, he ended up opting for the Ottoman choice over the Rus that was still open at that point, I believe. And it's one that, that's one of those that I kind of like to see in the arsenal as well for hybrid maps or land maps. It's strong across all the picks, and ends up following it up with is that an additional Ayub? Okay, yeah, Ayubid's banned on the other side, and HRE is the choice over from PuppyPo as well. So it has 2 very strong civilizations for hybrid maps. So it makes it very hard for BC to kind of game plan on Holy Island.
And does this feel like maybe a tailored at the player type ban situation, Crackety? Because I feel like Iobid's taking that long to get banned. It's not something we see very often, right? Like this right now, for most players, is seen as a top 2 or top 3 civ.
Yeah, actually, we're seeing a Malian ban before that. So, um, yeah, I think outside of the first two bans, these were like player-oriented bans, banning the Malians, banning the Ayubids a little bit later. On the other hand side, over on PuppyPo side, we got a little bit of the same there as well. So Chinese being banned first, Mongols being banned. So both players opting to ban a couple of civilizations that they think are just really strong right now. Rus, for example, Ayubids, and then a lot of civilizations are getting banned that they just think are baseline really, really strong. I like that PuppyPo banned Byzantines first because that means that like BC can't snipe it by picking it itself as well.
It's interesting as well, Dabs, because I feel like we kind of had it a little bit with Louis' series, right? Where it's almost like picks and bans you'd expect to see, or rather picks at least, that you prioritize before the patch versus ones afterwards, right? Like getting Byzantines and HRE, who I'd say were the two biggest benefactors of the most recent patch changes, kind of speaks to maybe a different approach by both the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure. I feel like Puppy Paul is not only picking the civs that are good after the patch, but also kind of suits his play style. You said him being one of the better Byzantine players. Well, not only did Byzantines get a buff, he was already good on Byzantine. So kind of dual effect there. And not only that, is able to snag the HRE away from Beasty, who I think is one of his best civilizations that he has in his arsenal.
And obviously, we see the final like picks or towards the end, right? The Malians and the Mongols, because the bands that came out. Interesting final round with the Order of the Dragon pick coming out, Crackety. Does this feel like it's more focused at protecting other picks like the HRE?
I think it's more of a okay, what civilizations are left kind of situation here to pick at this point in time. OOTD, I think in general, can be underestimated greatly in many different situations. I think OOTD, they do have their times when they shine. They certainly do. They certainly do. Also, they got a little bit of a buff as well recently, so the Archon Chapel is a little bit more efficient now. It helps. It certainly helps. I feel like they needed a little bit of a buff in that direction. So definitely good on them there. BC on the other hand side gets Mongols, Juji, and English. I mean, we just saw English working out really well, but what I'm really excited for is seeing Juji and Mongols. Like Juji and Mongols in BC's hands can be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think the Juji is probably prioritized around the whole island pick, right? Like we've seen a lot of people, if they can't get the premium choice at the beginning, like we said, Japanese rates up highly. Juji being in there late on kind of feels like a little bit of a jackpot, I'd say. Obviously, we're going to be opening up on Dry Arabia, and looking at these drafts, is there anything that kind of sings to you, Crackety, on like what you'd expect opening picks? I mean, Ottomans, Delhi seems like a no-brainer for Beastie, right?
Yeah, something like Ottoman or Delhi. I could also see like the Jean being the first civilization for BC to go for, because if it's potentially like Byzantines pick from PuppyPo, having Jean against Byzantines feels really good.
Ooh, and it is going to be, in fact, the Delhi opening up. So surprising considering Dabston, like we've got Lipany to look forward to potentially. I mean, then again, we have to remember, right? There's going to be a redraft at 4. So I think this is the thing that's deceptive to what we've been seeing in previous tournaments. Is not every map is going to be you seeing every Civ played here, right? Like once we're 4 in, we wipe it and we draft again.
Yeah, I feel like that's always exciting, especially on the extended series. There kind of were times in previous tournaments where if you got into a game 6 or 7, there'd be a matchup that was just so tilted it felt like it was kind of game over before it started. And this is where with the redraft, you don't get that kind of negative side effect. You get the redraft. You also get to kind of mind game your opponent with how the first series went. Did you kind of have a tilted series? Did you play JD really, really well, and now your opponent's going to ban it out and kind of change up the whole game plan from there? So it's always very interesting to see. But right off the bat, I'm most excited to actually see the new and improved, updated Byzantines in action for the first time in tournament play over here.
Oh man, I actually can't believe it got through. I mean, Crackety, I know you've been practicing, you've been optimizing, you'll be nerding out about the first 5-10 minutes. And this is interesting as well because I believe we saw this in the playoffs already from PuppyPo, right? I think it was his series versus, I want to say it was up against Vortex, where it was the Delhi Byzantine game, and he demolished him in under 15 minutes with the Hippodrome build. That was before the patch.
Yeah, and now after the patch, that build is gonna be even stronger. We're getting the longbows out really, really early now. Potentially longbows at least. Could also be something like Keshik play as well. We've seen Keshik time and time again being used, especially against civilization like the Delhi. Personally, I'm still a big fan of the longbows. You get 5 of them immediately. Perfect amount of 2-shot villagers, perfect amount of 2-shot spearmen. Overall, just a great amount in there again. And Delhi at the same time, if you played correctly, which in this situation would be you pump out a lot of Ghazi Raiders immediately, enough in order to not just overwhelm the horsemen from the Byzantines, but also the longbowmen as well.
I think I don't know if we're 100% going to see the Hippodrome. I feel like PuppyPo leans there quite heavily, Dabston, right? Like him and Wham, I think have been building Hippodrome more than anyone else. But if we get there, I think one very big sticking point with the Byzantines has been that first Triumph charge. It feels like it has to do something really impactful, or that's usually where we see a lot of these Hippodrome builds fall apart.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where with the first horseman right off the bat, it's one where I'd love to see Beasty, trying to be greedy with moving out with the scholars, and that's where you can pick up a scholar right off the bat, delay some sacred site timing, or go, it's hard with Delhi because usually they pull off the gold and then they're heavy onto food, they're heavy onto their wood line. So it's like, what can you actually pressure with the horsemen? You kind of end up running around for a little bit and just kind of waiting and watching for that scholar move out time.
I think that's the kind of interesting thing, right, boys? Like, with the changes we've been seeing in the meta, with Byzantines being newly explored in the early game, especially Crackety, Delhi are all about these optimized timings, these timings that players have played on repetition to a tedious point. That first 20 minutes, almost perfecto. But I think the thing we saw in the Vortex PuppyPo game is one scholar flopping straight away unraveled everything. And, that took away the double production device. That took away from any sort of gold trickle for him whatsoever. And another kind of crazy thing that I think makes the Byzantines quite good at that early phase is the way the systems ramp up their own production, right? It's almost like you get a mini Delhi effect as the game goes on.
Yeah, exactly. Just having the cisterns there in the back, like you start off immediately with 10% faster gathering speed, then you go up to 14%, 18%, 22%, 26% later on down the line. It's quite heavy. It's quite heavy. And not just are you gathering food, you're also gathering olive oil as well from the berries. It's kind of where Delhi usually shines, like those early 7 minutes where they have a lot of units out on the field, where they're able to take map control, take sacred sites. If at that point in time, Byzantines have a really great army to be able to contest that completely, that's when Delhi can struggle.
We have to remember, like, the Byzantine buffs. If you think they're insignificant, they're not big enough. I mean, I had Philisberto. We all know Philisberto. He was in my chat the other day. He's like, I'm actually going to be maining Byzantines this series. I was like,
oh god.
That says everything it needs to about how buff these guys are. For anyone who doesn't know that guy, he basically is the most prolific Mongol spammer, and he's giving it up in favor of the Byzantines. Says everything it needs to, Dabston. So when we look at the other side of this, we look at Delhi, is it a situation where BC's going to have to play a long feudal? Do we look towards maybe a castle out here?
I mean, this is one of the things I find it funny where Delhi, it's always brought up by pros. They're like, hey, we need to kind of have some sort of update with Delhi because they're so one-dimensional. I feel like they have to play the sacred sites. They have to play that kind of feudal sacred sites into castle from there. And so it almost plays into the Byzantines' hands. PuppyPo's going to know exactly what BC's going to be doing, what he has in mind, and have the game plan to try to stop that exact thing.
I think you're right about that. Delhi usually feel one-dimensional. I mean, I think it says everything it needs to that in this game, if one player is likely to build elephants, I don't think it's the Delhi, right? Like, that says everything it needs to about the state of the Delhi. Don't know if we're going to get treated to that absurdity, but we're going to find out. It's time for our second semi-finals. Marine Lord is waiting for an opponent in the finals. Beasty versus PuppyPo, best of 7, and we kick off on Dry Arabia.
The classic Dry Arabia to start the second and last series of the day. PuppyPo on the Byzantines in the color red. Beasty on the Delhi Sultanate in the west side in the color yellow.
All right, wait a second. That's an opening I haven't seen before.
Oh,
or I haven't seen recently, at least. Olive Grove opening with a cistern. So he's not starting out on the berries at all. Instead, he's making Olive Grove very early on here. That's interesting.
I mean, this is one thing where I will say it at least makes it to where food resources don't quite become as scary to deal with. And
He's gonna need
Well,
it. He doesn't have
he-
any sheep right now, this scout.
Yeah, there was a reason why I kind of went mute there. Is right off the bat we see Beasty with a haul, and PuppyPo as scout was barren, but at least was able to find 2 extra sheep on the way in his little circle, and this just is a huge feels bad for PuppyPo.
Yeah, I mean, Beasty still has a lot of sheep probably remaining when he's walking back there. There's still a lot of the map that is right now unscouted, and this is unlucky. This happens sometimes with the sheep distribution. Sometimes you can get really, really unlucky with how the sheep spawn, because it's not usually like symmetrical on the map. So scout pathing makes a huge difference there, and it's going to become really, really unfortunate if PuppyPo now goes to the left-hand side of his map, which it looks like he's going to be doing, and chances are he is not going to be finding a lot of sheep in that direction.
Yeah, and this is one of those just huge feels bad moments. Kind of like it does kind of get you a little bit tilted, I would say. At least when I'm playing, that's sheep is an easy thing to get me tilted. And I wish we could see chat right now. You see a little bit of some nice sheep emote in there, even though I don't think it's happening. But it would be hilarious if it did.
Oh man, okay, Grand Winery instead, going up here now for PuppyPo. So we're not seeing that Hippodrome opening instead. Grand Winery is going to provide him with a lot of olive oil as well. And it makes sense going for the Grand Winery here because he has the berries perfectly in the back, which means the Grand Winery is going to be very nice and secure in the back of his base. Tower Victory is going to be going up here for Beasty now. We can still hear the sheep getting collected.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a feels bad. The amount of food difference in here is it's in the thousands.
Yeah.
You know, it's, we're at
16 sheep.
What is it, 23
4K,
total?
yeah, but it's 4K food under a TC from Beasty. That's a number. That is a number. That's like 2 boars. Yeah. Oh, man.
And it feels even better when you've started on the berries. You haven't even really had to take any of your original sheep, and you got other close berries if you want them, and deer as well. His backside deer is one easy wall on that wood line to the edge of the map. So really nice little spawn there for Beasty. But PuppyPo's about to have his Grand Winery finish. He fortunately dropped that early olive grove, so has been at least getting a little bit of olive oil, but more importantly, not depleting his food as much as it could be.
Yeah, PuppyPo should still be fine here in the end. He's going to be getting the berries, and overall, sure, it hinders your immediate army potential. But it could be worse. It definitely could be worse. He managed to find 6 sheep in total in the end. Usually you want to be at like 8 to 9-ish sheep. It's not the worst. I think the thing that hurts the most is that, sure, not only are you not getting the sheep, but most importantly, your opponent is getting the sheep. So when it comes to raiding, the villagers are going to move out onto the map very, very late compared to your own when it comes to getting resources. And I think we're going to be seeing some deer laming here.
Oh, absolutely. We know the deer laming is imminent, as it is just one of those easy ways to annoy your opponent, cause some inefficiencies later on. I always find it so funny when, you're going over to take the deer, you'll drop a mill, and all of a sudden you look back and you're like, where are the deer? I guess deer aren't here anymore. And this is going to be, 3 mills probably need to be dropped here for this deer pack?
It's not going to be efficient. Definitely not going to be efficient. And yeah, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. The deer are forward as well. I wouldn't be surprised if PuppyPo just completely ignores it and just goes for a straight up farm transition. Because in theory, going for farm transition as Byzantines, it's a lot easier than for other civilizations. Not only do you pay 15 wood less for every single farm, you're also getting 8 stone return for every single farm that you build, as well as getting the olive oil passively. So you're going to be getting a lot of additional units out that way.
Yeah, you're almost like a little mini English over there, as it just doesn't quite cost as much. PuppyPo already has the OP spear unit, the Limitanai, out protecting his gold, and Beasty's massing up those Gazis just like you were mentioning.
Seeing some javelin throwers coming out here for PuppyPo, so did go for the Silk Path contract. Couple of Ghazi Raiders are going to be out and about now. Beasty is going to try and harass from different angles, both on the gold as well as over on the berries. Limitani is out there as well, and we do see the Akratoy defenses getting activated here, so the villagers do pull a spear or two and tell that Ghazi Raider, hey, you're not welcome here.
A couple more spears in queue for Puppy, and it's just going to be, you know, mass spears, which I will say that was the one nerf that we actually saw from the Byzantine side, was that the shield wall isn't quite as strong as it once was. Oh, cisterns didn't get connected.
I think he's working on it now, though.
Yeah.
So should be getting connected relatively soon. That's an additional 4% income, rather when it comes to efficiency. And now the first couple of javelin throws just came out. So far, Beasty, he's on double blacksmith and is now sending out his scholars out on the map. The timing could be interesting here, just because so far he didn't opt into making any archers. It's all just Ghazi Raiders so far.
Yeah, PuppyPo in theory could move out with those Limitani and the couple jav throwers he has, and the javs will be great in sniping out the scholars from taking those sacred sites. Looks like Beasty is greeting all the way for the southern sacred site, maybe? I can't tell if that's a scholar moving on the way or not.
I think it is. It's very slow, so it must be a scholar that's moving there on the southern side. And indeed it is. Oh, that's going to be beautiful for PuppyPo here with the reed sending the Limitany over there. Just gonna wait until it starts being capped, and at the same time, oh, no spearmen out there on the berries. Villagers will have to be pulled back.
Very quick reaction though from PuppyPo. Beasty just trying to break that cistern, make that 4% gathering efficiency not quite there anymore. Scouts battling against a Ghazi, but more importantly, the scholar now gets forced on away and might end up getting picked off here as Beasty's got a long way to run. And nope, PuppyPo just runs on away.
Yeah, I guess you only just want to like make sure that Sacred Site isn't getting captured. Beasty's now adding in archers as well. PuppyPo already has 8 javelin throwers though. Should be in a position to potentially like take fights. The main issue with that is that Beasty, he's keeping the Ghazi Raiders in the back of PuppyPo's base, which makes it very difficult at this point in time for Puppy to really move out, just because of the looming threat of those Ghazi Raiders always being there in the back of your base at any point in time, potentially diving you. So you're probably gonna need at least like 2, 3, maybe even 4 Limitany that you keep on your resource in the back of your base.
Ooh, maybe able to pick off one Ghazi, but loses a scout for it. Nope, picks off another Ghazi on the backside behind it. Does have vision of the majority of the Ghazi mass, but right as I say that, he has the scout lost, and Beasty's going to circle back around with that again. I've seen so many games where Beasty does this. He'll just kind of grab the sacred sites, force his opponent out on the map, and as they're trying to deny sacred sites and has the army out and about, he'll just hit the wood line or wherever the massive villagers are with the 8 to 10 Ghazis that he has.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case here once again. Does PuppyPo have any spearmen remaining in his base? He's going to need some because the Ghazi are running back over there. The berries have also run out at this point in time, and PuppyPo is going for that early farm transition.
He does have a single one there, does see the mass. So again, Cistern is just looking to get disconnected from the other. Aqueduct burnt, and I love the little oh, 2 health.
Oh, they don't burn. It's water. They don't burn.
Right. Oh wow! And villagers are pulled on back, and PuppyPo does not allow the disconnection to happen.
Oh, this could be. Oh, he's falling in the berries. Oh, okay. That. Sure.
Well.
But Castle Age, that's a great Castle Age timing here, considering how many units are out in the field right now for PuppyPo. But yeah, the berries look to definitely be denied here. That is not going to be something that he'll have access to right now. Sitting on 60 olive oil per minute. Sure, that's just from the couple of olive groves that he has. The question is going to be, can PuppyPo get relics here?
Another Ghazi trade. Main army from Beasty has moved over to continue to have that sacred site secured. PuppyPo needs to just fall back, wait for some of those Castle Age upgrades. How much more food is he going to have left that is safe, as I'm sure BC's going to not only we see this being walled, I believe he has a Ghazi circling around the backside berries if PuppyPo tries to head that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure which villagers PuppyPo even sent to build that mill there. I guess it was the ones that were aging up. Age up, now coming in. And what unit is it gonna be? Is he just gonna upgrade? Okay, upgrade on Javelin Throwers is coming in first. Is he gonna upgrade his Midnight, or is it just gonna be like a massive span of Ranging Gut? It's gonna be both. So, first Ranging Gut is gonna be on queue. Added a lot of additional barracks, and is now also gonna be upgrade on his Midnight.
Oh, gold villagers need to watch out. Jump inside the outpost that's right there next to the gold. But BC has denied the gold for the time being. Villagers that were out on the deer have been denied as well. So really, really good timing here. And PuppyPo will be forced to the backside berries that Agazi is waiting at.
Yeah, depending on how many villagers he's going to send over there, he's able to just take down the Ghazi Raider with the villagers. The main issue that's going to follow up with that is that Beasty's going to be aware that he's going to be going out to berries.
PuppyPo, though, does... Well, actually, still waiting on that Varangian Guard to pop on out. But upgrades have come through for his military units, and Compound of the Defender is on the way. The key here for PuppyPo that he has in his advantage is upgrades are so much quicker.
The woodline, Ghazi Raider's in the woodline.
Yep.
Of PuppyPo. Exactly. One went down, two went down. Oh, it's gonna be 4.
4, yeah. And then more villagers on the olive groves. It's just BC's so good about this. It's just you stop it so well the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, but just the one single time you're looking away and not ready, he takes advantage. Circling around to where the berry villagers were. Another villager or 2 might get taken out here, maybe even more than that. BC in the midst of it, he wants to just get away with his Ghazis instead. Keep his army alive after the trades that he just made, and he's been able to keep the sacred sites secure behind this with at least 2.
Yeah. Behind that, though, PuppyPo is at the very least able to start gathering up some of the relics. He managed to take one from the side of Beasty, I believe. He's got that one on the way. He's got one in the back of his base. If he gets 3 relics, he's going to be in a really, really great position here, able to fill out that Grand Winery. 240 additional olive oil per minute is really gonna help him advance his production of mercenaries there. And having Janissary is gonna be really great here against an army composition mostly consisting of crossbows and archers at this point in time. So the army composition right now from PuppyPo is looking really, really good here.
That just needs more and more of those units to keep popping out and make sure he has food secured for the long run, which those olive groves in the early on has definitely saved his life, to say the least. Because if he had just been on natural resources, I feel like this game would already been over.
Yeah. Something I also have to mention is that behind this Beastie right now, he's on those natural resources. He's on the berries, he's on the deer. That's going to run out eventually. Sure, he's gotten a lot of sheep, a lot of additional sheep. Those are going to run out eventually, and once that happens, once he needs to go for a farm transition, if PuppyPo has enough units to stop that from happening, as another raid is happening in the wood line, ooh, PuppyPo really needs to watch out for those.
Just one single villager taken out so far. Olive groves, though, yet again idled, and I think one more villager might have been taken out on the way out.
Yeah, BC's doing such a great job of just keeping PuppyPo inside of his base, and now the issue is the villagers on the berries, once again, all are getting idled as they run away now from that looming threat.
That's so much of PuppyPo's economy idled right now. He's trying to head back that way, but the villagers are going to get there way sooner than the army. If BC reacts, oh my gosh.
He's not going to be there. And PuppyPo's going to close the wall. Maybe if he's got units still on the wood line, he might be able to pinch in the units from Beasty. It's just
they're so slow.
The villagers in the wood line have to move.
Yep, BC's just gonna run right on by yet again. This is the problem with the infantry armies against, you know, people who just have great unit control, great micro. BC's just done such a good job at keeping those Ghazis alive, continuing to idle, continuing to raid and do damage. Puppy, though, finally able to get a few more picked off. Will it make up for that 9 vil difference? They're about, well, they are dead even on the military count.
Yeah, behind this, PuppyPo managed to he got 2 relics against Delhi, which definitely isn't bad. So he's getting 160 bonus olive oil per minute here. He's getting more javelin throws out. He's getting a couple of camel riders out. Camel riders, which are great, by the way, just for having them against the Ghazi raiders as well. Get some units out over there. He's going to be able to start decapping some of the sacred sites. An issue is going to come in when Beasty starts to get keeps out on sacred sites, when it comes to other resources, and start booming that way. And now, once again, the moment PuppyPo wants to move out, Beasty, he's going to distract him in his base. I think at this point, though, PuppyPo might just want, like, he's so far forward, he just might want to commit onto villagers here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's going to end up doing. It looks like Beasty hasn't made any sort of farm transition, so he's on all the different spots on the map with food resources, which Delhi is known for. They love their pocket eco. They take all that map control, and they are all over the place. And PuppyPo is just going to try to take advantage of that, continue to press on in to Beasty's eco, but he has stuff to worry about at home. Good thing is he's had more units massing up there, has some jab throwers, has some spears trying to clean that on up.
Now Beasty's villagers are going to have to run. He had a lot of villagers out there on the deer. Now he's going to need to worry about those. Has some units there of his own. Is it going to be enough, though? That's the army from PuppyPo. It's quite big, and it's full of counter units as well.
PuppyPo split off a couple units over to the west side berries, I believe, as well. So Beasty has a ton of units idled, or villagers idled, and units, though, massed up together. This could be bad for PuppyPo, as it looks like the majority of Beasty's army is here. Is this the fight he's going to end up taking? Ghazi's circling around on the backside. Yep, javelins, though, they're just hitting the Ghazis for the time being. The ranged mass is cleaning up PuppyPo's front side quite quickly. Ghazis did end up getting cleaned up, but PuppyPo, it didn't actually end up quite as bad as expected. He's been doing some raids on the other side, just not even equalizing the eco number yet, though.
Yeah, behind all of this, though, PuppyPo, he still has a lot of units out on the field. So it's not like his entire military just got swiped. And now we got a couple of Varangian guards with Berserking, killing a couple more of Beasty's villagers out there. And still not quite there yet when it comes to equalizing the economy. Oh, this could be deadly, though. PuppyPo, he's got a lot of villagers out on the deer. And Beasty knows he's pulling all of his units over there to those deer.
There's double outposts, though. Is that a Mangonel emplacement? I think that was a Mangonel emplacement.
Yeah, it must be Mangonel emplacement. Is it going to be enough, though?
Oh, I don't think it's in range.
It must just not be in range, like just barely. There are only 2 men-at-arms.
There's only 5 villagers here right now. Beasty has like 6 more coming this way. Will PuppyPo's army get there in time? You can see the red blob pulling over on this side of the map. More villagers jump inside the outpost. Other villagers get pulled. Maybe they pull their shivs out. Who knows?
Oh, the units from PuppyPo are coming from the other hand side. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be in time, most importantly? I think the keep might be going up. It's so close.
Oh, there's a big amount of villagers get lost, but there it is. Beasty gets the keep up. This will deny the deer. Villagers, they don't need to burn the keep. They need to run.
Don't get your villagers back out. Oh, he still has 5 trapped inside the outpost there. I don't think he can get them out anytime soon. Needs to get another emplacement out on that outpost to make sure that it might actually be able to take down the keep if he gets the fortification on. And indeed, that's going to be in queue up next. 17 to 9 villagers right now.
I mean,
oh, man.
PuppyPo is down, 10 villagers, so it makes sense. He's trying to go over to those berries yet again. He's just going to burn the walls with the villagers. He needs food, and he needs food bad. He cannot drop more olive groves. He can't afford that right now. He's at 150 wood per minute. It's just he needs every resource he can.
Beasty, though, he's also struggling for food. He's about to run out of the deer at the top side. He wanted to keep up on PuppyPo's deer in order to be able to take those. And having that be denied by those double outposts means that now he needs to look for another food source.
Yeah, and we know that the Delhi are not allowed to grab that boar. Not a good trade here from Beasty. Looks like he was, I'm not sure. Oh, he was headed towards those villagers that took the...
finishing the wall.
Wait, is he gonna have something to drop off? Oh, he's gonna build a gate.
Yeah, he needs to build a gate, but it's funny. He's using Beasty's wall now to finish that off. Ram gets out though, but I think a Mangonel and placement outpost can actually take down a Ram. I think you need 2 with fortification. I'm not sure if that, especially since it's focusing the mill first. Okay, never mind. Now it's getting retargeted.
Knowing Beasty, he'll pull the Ram back and have villagers rebuild it once it starts getting lower. But PuppyPo, he's at least extending this, he's stalling this, but the villager count's going to start getting out of hand as we saw villagers popping out of that keep that was forward from Beasty.
Yeah, so he now has additional TCs inside of that keep pretty much. But that's also a lot of food that you're putting into villages, right? And he needs to make a farm transition. Oh, the Ram
Rider on
survives.
Some deer that we just saw. Looks like it will get cleaned on up. So PuppyPo's doing the best he can to equalize these build count numbers, deny sacred sites, do everything he can. And the big red blob is pushing across the map again. Beasty having to pull on back. A lot more villagers will start going down here. And the military is favoring PuppyPo by a decent little bit here, but not the army value.
The army value is deceiving because the javelin throwers don't count into army value still.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, because the olive oil.
Yeah. Olive oil units don't count into the army value. I think if PuppyPo gets to a point where he's able to get some siege out now, he could be looking to deny the keeps. Like, as soon as those keeps go out, Beasty is going to lose out on a lot of value. These keeps right now are pretty much keeping him in the game. If PuppyPo gets like 3 traps out and starts taking down the keeps, like there aren't any farms from Beasty right now. He's not getting any food from anything right now.
Beasty though, diving the TC of PuppyPo. He's got, 15 villagers inside that TC. Ram starting to take down some of those olive groves, but PuppyPo diving the TC of Beasty. This is just full on base trades, but who's going to win that with keeps and extra TCs? In my opinion, it's Deli, especially he's got 900 wood in the bank. He can start just dropping farms around his keeps.
He's going to something with it. Instead, he's investing into a Mangonel at this point in time. And now, Beasty, after clearing out the outpost, he is going to go out on the deer. But there are some units from PuppyPo looping around. Potentially, could be just in the sweet spot when it comes to range to be able to take those villagers down.
Oh, Wololo is going to be attempted from Beasty. Mangonel does pop out. Javelin throwers have not reacted yet. Beasty's villagers on the deers, a little bit slow here. Wololo goes down. PuppyPo quick reaction running towards that Mangonel now. Crossbows will help clean that up, but not before the mango falls. And Beasty, he lost a ton of villagers over on these deer. He's still look at his food per minute. He literally has 2 food he has 2 food right now. It's 210 for food per minute. Those were the villagers on that deer. He needs farms. He's got 800 wood. This is where, like, just drop some around one of those keeps. Get something safe.
More villagers now going down here as they run away from the army. And
this
now,
is
PuppyPo's making trebuchets. It's so many keeps though, Tabson. How many keeps is that? 4 or 5 keeps right now out from Beasty on the map, but he doesn't have food to produce even villagers from.
Yeah, we did just see the farm transition happening in between the keeps, so that's about 8 to 10 farms. That's going to be enough to like produce out of half these keeps. He's going to need a lot more to actually start producing a military mass that is worth anything. The good thing for him, he's got 33 villagers on wood, and more farms are continuing to be dropped. Soon enough, we'll see that food count jump up to 20 or so.
There are 12 javelin throws in queue. Okay, now it's 8. With the golden horn tower as well, like PuppyPo is getting so many units out for free right now.
Yeah, PuppyPo does have that unit mass. He needs treb after treb after treb, or rams after ram after ram, because that is what you said it earlier. The keeps is what is allowing BC to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, I think if we're getting up to 3 keeps, 3 trebuchets, Puppy can just push keep after keep after keep, or maybe even just go for the front keeps in front of BC space. I think what PuppyPo needs to do is focus the keeps where the food transition is happening around. So those keeps right in front of Beasty's base, where he's getting all of his farms in, that's where you need to attack.
Yeah, if he attacks there, Beasty's not going to be able to produce military. We haven't seen a military unit come out for Beasty in the last, like, 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes. That's an exaggeration. Like 2 minutes, it feels like, though, as I haven't seen anything in queue. But PuppyPo first, starting with the keep on his side. Those few villagers on the deer, which will be some food, but not Beasty's heart of his food anymore, as that food transition is almost fully finished, as I see like a 4th set of farms now getting dropped for Beasty.
Yeah, that's a lot of farms that he just dropped. But he's going to be getting a lot of food here really soon. He's still getting all of the stone. Pretty much he's mining all of the stone out on the map. So PuppyPo won't even be able to get any keeps up himself. He's getting stone from somewhere. Oh, he's got another stone mine inside of his base, so that's where he's getting stone from.
It does have that big stone vein where the wall is. Has a few rams that have been produced, or I guess the siphons. I don't know how to say it.
Siphon, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so a few of those are coming on out to burn down some of the keeps as well. But I feel like he's focusing the different ones. BC still has a long way to go as far as military mass, though. He is way far behind and needs a lot of this food economy to not only be online like it is now, but to be transitioned into military, as he still isn't producing.
Yeah, a big issue is that sure he's now getting a lot of food, but he's using it all for villager production. Like with this many keeps, he's using like, what is it? 600 food, 700, maybe more, like 900 food per minute just in order to be able to make villagers out of every single keeps.
And
it's
just
a lot,
like
and they're
that,
starting to get taken down.
Yep, one keep falls, and Puppy should be able to snowball this to the next keep and then to the next keep. So Beasty, he's trying to quick wall for stone walls. And again, this is where villagers, instead of being on valuable resources, building more military, they're building stone walls. Puppy's so close to seeing this and being able to deny this.
Oh, this would have really worked well in the last patch, but now in this patch, the Rams from the Byzantines actually are able to do damage to walls. Would you believe it? Like, they're actually able to take down walls.
And there's some of the farms that BC has dropped. So again, PuppyPo starting to get closer and closer to the side that he needs to the focus he needs to. One thing we haven't commented on, PuppyPo, he is 2 TCs behind this. So he's not quite dead out of the water in terms of eco, and he has all of the cisterns being boosted all the way up to tier number 5, 27 olive groves, so has the extra resource coming in, which means more military.
Yeah, his food income is going to look really, really good here, especially since he's also getting a ton of olive oil. So overall, military-wise, 66 units out on the field. He's starting to get more siege in. He definitely needs it, and he really needs to like start burning down keeps, like taking down some of these keeps now that Beasty has. Just hit him where the food economy is, because I think actually is Beasty aiming to go imp?
Oh my gosh, it might be an imp play behind all of this, which. Okay? Question mark?
It gives you roller shutter triggers. Actually, he can't afford it though, right? I mean, he can because it doesn't cost anything, but it's gonna take a while to research. What does he get? Hand cannoneers? But they're javelin throwers. I
mean, either way, he's getting Palace of the Sultan.
Oh, that's bad as well. You can't go Palace of the... It needs to be Hisar Academy because of the javelin throws.
And here it
javelin
is.
Javelin throwers do so well against the
elephants. Look at, he's matching the timing.
He is. Oh, please make a pal. Oh, it is going to be for an engineering company. I would have loved to see Palatine School just for like the sheer mass, and just overrun. Because right now, I mean, Beasty, sure, he's got a lot of villagers out, but not a ton of military, not at all.
And we talked about it. You don't get anything from, like, yes, you unlock Imperial Age techs and units, but with Delhi, it takes a lot of time. BC does have 7 scholars, so it's still, what, like, instead of 7 minutes, it's 6? Like,
It's going to take a while. I'm suspecting a lot of these techs taking, like, 4 or 5 minutes to come in. Can we actually just check with the stable, see how long that takes? 3 minutes for Elite, 7 minutes for Armored Beast. I guess it's, 7 minutes unless he has a scholar inside of the building to boost it by double.
And another keep falls, and rather quickly as well, with everything focusing that and closer to getting to the heart of Beasty's eco.
The camel support is going to be great there.
He's getting a cannon as well.
Oh my.
Is that a French cannon? Is that a French cannon?
Yeah, it is. It is from the foreign engineering company, so it does actually have bonus damage as well.
And Beasty, he still is not where he needs to be on the military numbers. PuppyPo, though, it looks like he's turning away.
Yeah, it's just a lot of keeps, right? Like, there's 3 keeps in front of Beasty's base. It's really tough to engage, and now a lot of mangonels out there as well. PuppyPo, he's massing up bombards, but still, it feels really tough against this many mangonels and just siege. Beasty really knows how to play around that, but the Springles get targeted on instantly. Goodbye, Springles. More will need to be made. Needs to be careful. His bombard, it's not really getting protected right now. Should be enough units in theory to protect it in time. Does it go up damage? Oh,
that'll get cleaned up. He's at half health, maybe. A quarter health. Ooh. Quite close to getting taken down. Beasty has a lot of villagers on that front side gold. He's got a backside gold behind this. Farms will slowly be taken down by this ram due to the front side flames, and ram does fall, but mangonels left out to dry. Varangian guards headed towards him. Crossbows
comes out.
Men-at-arms, they step on forward, so the mangoes are able to still stay alive. There's so many javelin throwers behind this that haven't been able to be focused by the mangonels yet.
He's pulling a lot of villagers to repair that.
He knows how important this location is, but it falls, and all the villagers now have nowhere to go. Beasty's up 60 vills, but he has no military. He has no defenses other than those keep masses. And PuppyPo says, yeah, you like keeps? I'll show you a keep. I'm going to drop one right in your face on top of these farms because you can't stop it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Varangians in queue behind us. He's also getting the Berserking upgrade. So these are going to be really fast, a really great raiding unit here. Beasty, he's making a lot of men-at-arms now, but against the elite Varangian guards, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. It's going to take a while for elite army tactics to come in for him. Granted, PuppyPo, he's missing a lot of blacksmith upgrades at this point in time, but it might just be that he has enough here. Roller Shadow Trigger is still not in yet. It's just about to come through, but I think right now the bombards, if they turn around, they could still one-shot those Springles just about.
Villagers here to heal up those cannons as well. Keep not yet started for PuppyPo. He put that outline a while ago. The villagers took a while to get there, but he did not just bring a few. He brought about 15 there. Springles did get taken down so quickly.
Javelin throws, they take him down. The bonus damage, not like this. The javelin throws absolutely destroy the Springles there. And Beasty's pulling villagers. He's got enough to pull them.
He's got a nest of bees.
There's no bonus damage anymore on villagers.
So many javelin throwers, so much military here for Puppy, and all of a sudden that military or that eco count lead has just completely been obliterated because PuppyPo has olive oil extra behind this, has sacred sites as well, and has so much military. But Beasty has evened the numbers on the military. Numbers aren't the whole story, though. It needs to be here in the right location. Siege mass still favoring Puppy by a heavy amount.
There's a lot more units coming out, though, behind all of this. But the keep, if it goes up, it also denies a lot of the gold here, like the forward gold. And Beasty wanted that. He put down a mining camp for it. Is Beasty going to be able to potentially deny it? He's moving forward. Mangonel, though, gets focused out.
Crossbows on the front side. Javelin thrower is going to try to focus down the crossbows that are killing down the villagers. Villagers should be able to finish it, but it's so close. Mangonel can't decide what it wants to attack. 3 villagers, 2 villagers. It's going to get denied. It gets denied. PuppyPo does not get the keep up.
Bonus of bees. Tries to keep the front line. It is so difficult right now to keep that front line. Are more villagers being pulled? I'm not sure if more villagers are going to be the answer here. Bombards, though, actually doing a great job there of taking units down.
More villagers are being pulled. Beasty might just body block this choke point, though. He's got to go around the walls. You can't go through this choke point. You can't go through this choke point.
He's going through it.
PuppyPo, stop it.
He's committing.
Oh.
He's committing. It's gonna go up, but
Somehow he
man,
got
at what
there.
cost?
Jump inside. Oh, that is absolutely wild. Numbers for military, though, still pretty even. Beasty's got 45 villagers. He's had this massive farm transition behind this, and those farms have been working for a while. Trev finally gets taken out. Keeps, and all of these keeps are TCs. PuppyPo, he only has 2 TCs.
Oh man, oh man, what a game this has become. And behind all of this, the upgrades are ticking. Beasty, he has 5 scholars in queue. He's at over 2k gold per minute right now. He's just vacuumed up that large gold mine there in the north, and now also getting down his own bombards.
PuppyPo, though, he has a non-stop onslaught of units headed across this map. That is one thing that the Byzantines, they are great at doing. It's once you start producing those military units, you can just keep that production going.
If he has enough Varangian here, he might just be able to take down the bombards really, really quickly. And let's not forget, for military count, Beasty, 10 of his military units, they're scholars.
Yep, Bombard, though, taking down that keep that PuppyPo put so much into. PuppyPo has 0 stone. He's not on any of the Varangians. He does have a lot of Varangians. Will they get there in time? PuppyPo, villagers.
He didn't use Berserking. It's going down.
The keep falls. The Varangians are stepping on forward. PuppyPo's going for Sacred Sites. Maybe that's going to be his win condition, or at least put a timer on Beasty.
Nah, he needs to overwhelm. I feel like he needs to overwhelm, like right now.
Yep, needs to keep sending it through. There's so many keeps still in BC's eco, but you can definitely split off Varangian guards into all these different spots. Keeps will only do so much, and there it is. There's so much of the farm eco now that BC's about to get idled on, and he needs all those farm ecos working because his military got wiped.
Oh, he's getting a lot of Springles out now as well. Food income doesn't actually look that great for him at this point in time. He doesn't have the last food upgrade right now. BC has every single upgrade behind it. I think he kind of also threw a couple of the Varangians away without the Nest of Bees to support against the crossbows there. Lost a lot of his military. Needs to be careful with those.
Trying to take gold on Beasty's side. PuppyPo back onto stone a little bit. Might want to try to get a keep on up. Villagers here to keep the nested bees alive, but not able to do so as it gets sniped on out.
Yeah, Springles did manage to get that. Camels are there now with the camel support. Provide a lot more armor there for those units. Right now, PuppyPo, he's missing a backline. He needs a ranged unit to be able to take down these crossbows because BC has a lot of them. It needs to either be horsemen or just mass javelin throwers, but he's not producing javelin throwers right now.
Yeah, he's producing camel riders as his choice there with the camel support. Villagers on that front side need to watch out. Crossbow stepping on up. Springled sniped down one of PuppyPo's Springled. Beasty, as always, doing such a good job with this siege micro, but right as I say that, I jinx it. He throws away all of his Springleds. At least was able to pick up the cannon on PuppyPo's side first.
He's at 150 eco units. Oh, man.
Oh, PuppyPo's going for that gold that Beasty has already demolished. And look at the north side of the map. Beasty has full boomed up there. He has a whole nother eco there.
Yeah, I think PuppyPo at this point in time, he needs to add something else, something more mobile. He needs horsemen. These crossbows, they do such a great job right now of taking down the Varangian guards. They don't have as much health as normal men-at-arms, let's not forget that. And behind that, PuppyPo, he's missing out still on a lot of blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, he's still sitting not even at Castle Age blacksmith upgrades. He's got one single Castle Age blacksmith upgrade, which is ranged. Other than that, he's still missing out on a lot of the eco techs as well that you would want at this point.
Behind this Beasty, he's just mining this map bare right now. Chopping all the trees with 150 villagers. It's happening really, really quickly as well. Large gold mine did just vanish, but there was one small gold mine which now is completely engulfed by villagers.
Yeah, PuppyPo dropped a keep right there on the edge of the map. Beasty spotted out with some Ghazi Raiders, but ultimately it just feels like Beasty is playing his game, which is drain the map dry. Yeah, he might be Delhi, but he's gotten to the point where Deli upgrades have finished, some of them at least, and others are coming on through. So he's actually ahead in the upgrade count and has a lot more free ones and just needs time for him.
Yeah, exactly. Beasty tries to go for a keep. That one, yeah, I doubt that one would go up. Siege though is trading out. We now also have some Libitine here. If they activate the shield wall, it would be quite a nice unit to have here against this front line, the back line here from Beasty. There we go. Elephants also getting surrounded. Bonus movement speed on them. Means they're very quick when it comes to that surround.
Looks like Beasty's stepping on up though, and it just feels like PuppyPo has been losing steam consistently. And Beasty, he's sitting here max population, max resources, just floating resources, and should be able to reclaim this map control, even though he kind of already has all these different pockets all over.
Beasty though, he used up a lot of his gold on these elephants. And now they're getting taken down. He doesn't have that much gold left anymore, and his income for gold also doesn't look that great. He still has a small gold mine up there in the north and in front of his base as well. Needs to be able to get it though, access it though. The Ghazi Raiders. PuppyPo, has he not noticed yet? They're taking down his entire food economy right now.
He must not be noticing, as this is one of those invisible horseman raid. He finally reacts to it, sends a few units, but look at the other stream coming across right in front of where PuppyPo actually had a keep, and he's headed right to Puppy's wood economy, his overall economy, and PuppyPo is bleeding now, and it is starting to become a little bit difficult to stop the bleeding here too.
Ghazi Raider is streaming in now. Beasty making use of all of his food income right now that he has. 3,000 food per minute compared to 2,000 over on PuppyPo's side. And that's going to fall even further, as now the farming economy is going to be harassed significantly by all of these Ghazi Raiders.
I mean, Beasty just so good with his unit control with his Ghazi Raiders. This is what brought him to the later stages of the game and made PuppyPo so far, delayed during that early feudal middle castle age, was a lot of the Ghazi Raider kind of just control here. And Beasty now has Deli online.
Yeah, Deli not just online, also managed to decap the sacred site in the south. Meanwhile, Spearman and Men-at-Arms are having a stare down at another sacred site. Top sacred site now also getting decapped by a couple of villagers.
They're just having a little look at each other.
Income.
Yeah, PuppyPo, he still was able to remass back up quite quickly. BC though has a significant value lead and is going to constantly have an extra unit flow. So every unit that PuppyPo loses, just a little bit harder to replace comparative to BC's side. Sprinkled Mass though should be able to clean up the rams that are headed towards the base pretty easily now.
Yeah, lots of damage coming out from them. The +5 damage on the Springles mean that they now do a lot more, like a significant amount more damage against the rams as well. It was a quite nice buff there for them. Scholar now also capturing a sacred site. And a lot of the elephants did get thrown away here by Beasty, but I'm not sure if it matters. He still has 3,000 gold in the bank. He's got 3 relics. If he starts getting sacred sites, it's going to be an additional gold source there for the Deli. And he's mining the middle large gold vein that's remaining. Now, Byzantines, they still have a lot of opportunities with their olive oil coming in. But it's not as much as it could have been because he went for the Silk Road. So at most, he can mass a lot of javelin throws. Grenadiers aren't really that great without any unique upgrades on them.
Well, somehow, someway, PuppyPo has a huge mass and outmassing Beasty because he's got more villagers. He's got more resources to be able to replace all these villagers that are going to go down. The rams should be able to get cleaned up if PuppyPo wants. It's just there's so many keeps that all this siege is really what needs to stay alive. If any of the siege falls, PuppyPo's whole push gets delayed.
Yeah. PuppyPo, 200 out of 200 pop. Same for BC. Ram is getting taken down. It's going to be before, though. Oh, no, never mind. Ghazi Raiders approach as well. That's going to be another raid attempt. Puppy will have to send reinforcements over there. Or at least, send the Spearmen in somewhere. He's got the bonus movement speed on them now. He should just use them as a raiding force at this point in time, I believe.
Yep, all of the olive groves about to get crushed yet again. I would hate to be a villager in this game, as we have now hit triple-digit villager kills on both sides.
Oh man, but more villagers are going down, and Beasty, I mean, sure, it's triple-digit villager kills on both sides, but Beasty still has 140 of them remaining. Gazi Raiders still killing villagers, and Beasty, that's all he's aiming for, just villager kills. He knows that he has pretty much a limited number of them. His opponent does not.
They're mining some stone on together because Beasty, again, just depletes all the resources from his opponent's side of the map because he can. PuppyPo, is he going to go for like a landmark snipe potential? Just
I think
make
it's
sure.
the only chance.
Yeah, just that's my exact thought. Just make sure that Beasty has to respond to this. Hit the landmarks if all are centralized, which they somewhat are. I think all 4 are in a very, very close location and proximity to each other.
Yeah, needs the Nest of Beasts more forward right now. Where are the Nest of Beasts? There they are. Oh, villagers are getting used as anti-siege here.
Couple Nest of Beast shot made it to where by the time the villagers arrived, they only got half a couple torch throws. The Nest of Bees are still there, and more villagers get pulled. Beasty, all of a sudden, now I said I'd hate to be a villager. I'd hate to be a Beasty villager this game, as they are just being used as fodder. But PuppyPo is still pushing through, still equal numbers as far as military count goes. Beasty, though, much more resources in the bank to be able to push back from this. Higher efficiency units too, I think, with the massive hand cannoneers.
Yeah, the issue is that behind this, Beasty still has scans in the tank. PuppyPo does not.
53 villagers for Puppy, 81 for Beasty.
After all of this, Beasty still has a lot more. And now the Gazi Raider once again run into the base from PuppyPo here. And that's a large army now, consisting of hand cannoneers and men-at-arms. And what does PuppyPo have? Limit? Nah, that's not going to be enough. That is nowhere near going to be enough. More Nest of Bees are coming out, but that's just not what you need in this situation. I feel like PuppyPo, this landmark, just this landmark where you get siege from, it's for olive oil. I feel like it's such a bait sometimes. Like 30% more military units just sounds so much greater in my opinion. You can still make other siege units.
Yeah, I mean, maybe hindsight 2020 when it comes to that. There were still plenty of opportunities in this game on both sides, obviously, but Beasty, he has seemed like he's in control for a while. He's depleting the map of resources. He's trading behind this and is knocking on the doorstep of PuppyPo yet again, and PuppyPo might not have an answer this time. Spear after spear after spear. One Nest of Bees. Is that a PuppyPo as well, or just a regular Treb?
It's a PuppyPo. That's a lot of olive oil. Man, that could have been something else. Oh, man. But yeah, Beasty. He's just flying through right now. Stripped the entire map bare when it comes to resources. PuppyPo, he's still missing so many upgrades, so many eco upgrades behind all of this. And I feel like there's just no way back behind all of that now.
Yeah, there's yellow just everywhere, and all the olive groves have been essentially ran out, and PuppyPo does not go through with it. Beasty takes game number 1 in another long, hard-fought game number 1 of today.
Yeah, I mean, look at that villager graph. It's actually so insane. How Beasty has been on like 200 food per minute for such a long time. Like, such a long time. And he just didn't make units. He just did. It was just keeps. Literally just more keeps, another keep here. Wow, another keep there. Yeah, absolutely just plastering the map full of keeps, manking villagers. And it was enough. It was enough. PuppyPo, he transitioned into siege too late and just wasn't able to like deal a finishing blow. I feel like if PuppyPo just went for an immediate push with like a lot of trebuchets, like 3-4 trebuchets, and you go for a push into the base from Beasty, you would probably be able to kill him there.
Yeah, well, he also went for the outside 2 keeps. Actually, I want to say 3 keeps first before the ones that were on that had the main big farm transition. And then by that time, there were some stone walls coming up. It was just a great way that a delay ended up happening, but still unbelievable back and forth in game number one. Beasty taking it. And now we're following up with a map that I always, always, always love to be casting, watching, and seeing is Holy Island.
Japanese versus Juji's Legacy. I think Anaton was like the first player to really make use of Juji's Legacy on Holy Island. Japan at this point in time, I feel like seems really established as just being one of, if not the best civilization on Holy Island. Once you get to like that really comfortable situation in the mid game where suddenly you're able to spam out on a big Aetius with all of the food that you're getting from water, able to harass wood lines, able to just run units into your opponent's base, also fast castle potentially, getting those knights in with the Urshiro, just really quick night production. Yeah, Japan just seems like such a really, really strong civilization here on water. At the same time, though, Juji's Legacy, they're no slouch either. Getting that meditation card gives you a lot of income very early on. They have faster production from their docks. They get Jugunu without needing to go Song Dynasty. Overall, with the cheaper age ups as well, Juji's Legacy might be able to rival the like age up timing that we see from Japan sometimes.
Yeah, well, not only that is I think on Holy Island in kind of the midst of the map, there's some really, really good potential meditation gardens location that gives you that kind of passive stone that allows you to get, some free dock upgrade potentials with arrow slits. But Japan, they're not only shinobi potentials, there's a lot of other potentials like we talked about with water bonuses for them with cheaper fishing boats and free gathering stone if they're on gold and all that sort. But I want to say I've seen Zushi on this map one single time and it ended up being a W. So maybe we can just maybe we'll keep that trend going here.
Yeah, might be. I think BC picked Holy Island as his home map and want to use it for the redraft. I don't think he really picked his civilizations with Holy Island specifically in thought. I think he just got Juji and is like, okay, if we actually do get Holy Island early on, I might want to use Juji on that. Just because I don't think, or at least I personally haven't seen him practice this at all, like Juji on Holy Island. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
I'm sure there's going to be plenty of Beastie fans in here that will know immediately if Beastie's been practicing Holy Island or not. I have not seen it myself, but maybe there's one of those. I was about to say maybe there's one of those Surfshark VPN practice accounts that we don't know about.
Could be. You never know. Surfshark to stay safe. All right, 4 more minutes until we're getting into our game number 2.
Yeah, and thinking, I was about to say, thinking about like the next Civ matchups and next maps here, obviously with that out of the way, you obviously, I feel like English, we already talked about Beastie being the one who has had good performance on English. Who knows if it'll actually be coming out or not. But this leads to where HRE not necessarily being used on a hybrid.
I think HRE is also really good on Frisian marshes. Because if you think about it, I've seen a lot of people pick HRE on Frisian marshes, especially against civilizations like the Mongols, for example. Because with HRE, you get so many sheep early on Frisian marshes that even if the Mongols do end up tar rushing you, you're able to still get up to feudal age. And once you get up to feudal age, you have so many resources under your Archon Chapel. You're able to just pump out so many units, just burn down the outpost, run straight over to the Mongols. And with 40% more efficient income, in many situations, you're just able to completely overrun them at that point in time.
Yeah. I mean, I again, HRE, just that counter, it's weird saying it, but it's like that counter pick to Mongols now, where Mongols used to always be the one that had the bonus there. And it's almost like you can outproduce Mongol spears early on in a sense, or choose the fights that you can end up taking early and just really utilize your inspiration effectively to have the extra resource gathering rate. But Holy Island will be the first map in front of us. PuppyPo and Beastie got a lot of games ahead of them as we saw a 4-0 in our first series of today, and obviously not hoping for another 4-0 here today.
this first game was already really, really close. And considering that it got all the way into the late game, where BC is very proficient at, I think that tells us that there's probably going to be a lot of potential games for PuppyPo to take as well, especially on a map like Holy Island. Because sure, when we think about hybrid maps, probably like our first thoughts go to the Spanish Bros, just being really, really good on these hybrid maps, especially Holy Island. You know who else is really good on hybrid maps? The Canadian Bros. Like whenever I play versus Wham or PuppyPo on water, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna lose water. I'm not even gonna think about water. I'm just gonna lose it anyways. And they're so good at like micromanaging water as well.
Yeah, and usually when it comes to losing water, especially when it comes to Holy Island, that typically means losing the game. Kind of puts the writing on the wall where it's just, hey, let's kind of bide the time on out. Sometimes we'll see those like death pushes with an HRE Burgrave Castle timing, or with Men at Arms trying to deny the opposing age up or something of that sort. But deep sea fish is just hard to counteract once it is fully boomed on up.
Exactly. And if there's a civilization that can really boom up on water, it has to be Japan. Paying 45 wood for every single fishing ship, you're able to just get so many of those out very early on. It escalates very, very quickly, and having like probably the best food water economy next to Ruse.
Yeah, and this is where Japan, they can kind of play it two ways, and where I've seen it played both ways as well, where sometimes you'll see them play this kind of the same timing as Feudal Age, but have like more fishing boats because of that cheaper production. They're able to drop an extra dock earlier on and that kind of thing, or they'll just use the cheaper fishing boats to allow them to have that slight bit quicker age up timing, and then have that kind of timing push or do something or another with that quicker feudal age to make the tides turn their way.
Exactly. All right. Our game number 2, just around the corner. Beasty versus PuppyPo. Beasty, first victory. And here we go. Game number 2 in a second set of the day. Got Beasty playing as the Shuji's Legacy over here in the color yellow on Holy Island. On the other hand side, playing in the color red as the Japanese, we got PuppyPo. All right, both players immediately moving over to that shoreline. Both going to be dropping a dock. As water is very, very important here on this map. Pretty much half the map. Well, not half, but like a good third of the map covered in water. Lots of not only shoreline fish, but also deep sea fish that you want to gather from. Are we roboting? I'm not roboting. I'm not roboting.
I'm not sure. Let's
no robot. No robot.
We'd see a lot more emotes in the chat. It's all fine. We got a couple.
No robot here.
We got a couple people trying to bait us in over there, but docks are being dropped, sheep are being gathered. I will say, even though this is a hybrid map, sheep typically don't matter as much on hybrids. Still has a good benefit for yourself, especially if you get it denied or you're needing to kind of build that up. But I believe this is kind of one of those like Frisian Marshes where both players will end up getting like 15 plus or so.
Yeah, like having a lot of sheep here on this map also means that should you lose water, you still have a comeback chance, especially for a civilization like Juji's Legacy. You can potentially get a timing in. You get supervision from your imperial officials. You're able to use your supervision on a lot of these sheep, get a lot of food income very quickly. So even if you lose water, there's still potential for you going for an all-in with, like, let's say, palace guards and try to like make up for the fact that you lost water.
Yep. BC Scout trailing kind of exactly behind where PuppyPo's pathing just was. I don't know if he was just out of range of the scout or just was kind of trying to follow, trying to, get the information of PuppyPo's base either way. Both players able to, one thing about Holy Island, sometimes you'll see there's kind of two main spawns where they'll have a big middle wood line in front of their base in between the players, or it's just this main big wood line with the little hump on the backside. And that's where we ended up seeing it, where the players are able to move out to that backside wood line a little bit quicker with the lumber camp.
I like this map spawn a lot more, just because if I play a civilization like Chinese, that gives me a centralized location to drop my Imperial Academy at.
Well, speaking of these early builds that we were talking about, PuppyPo has gone ahead and started to build that secondary dock. And not only that, he is taking the opportunity to move out to the wood or to the gold as well, and kind of just a dual effect here with the ability of being able to use wood with all the savings that he's had with the fishing boats.
Yeah, PuppyPo, did he actually grab the first tier wheelbarrow for Japanese? He's on 50 gold, so I guess he got that up. So his villagers should be moving with more movement speed now. If we can just take a look at any of these villagers. Yeah, indeed, he did get that. So it's going to have to mine a little bit more gold if he wants to age up, but already helps him a lot with the efficiency on his villagers.
Yeah, and is able to double produce out of those docks. So fishing eco will be nice and booming here. Beasty, obviously his bonus efficiency with his eco is having that Imperial official as well as the faster production a little bit there, or faster building as well. And the Imperial official might be what he was mainly getting some gold with earlier on with the few free drop-offs whenever that lumber camp got up to 40 gold in it, but he has moved on over to gold at this point.
PuppyPo now has enough gold to age up. Probably just 1 or 2 more drop-offs. I think just 1 forced drop-off with the fishing ships should be able to give him enough food to be able to age up. And there we go. Age up should be coming in soon. It is going to be the Coca Township. So expect Shinobi to be coming out on the map here very soon within the next 2 minutes.
Beasty is just now dropping his secondary dock, but that's where we know Puppy, he's already a couple fishing boats ahead, and that has allowed him to get this age up quicker, at least starting to build it. We know that Zushi will be able to catch up if they wanted to, but not sure how many villagers will end up building this landmark from Beasty, because usually if it's meditation gardens, you're going to want to move out a little bit and get one of these prime time spot locations more towards the middle.
Oh, it is going to be one like that. He's getting gold and stone. Now, in terms of pure numbers, this isn't the greatest. He's getting 75 resource per minute here. But when it comes to the resource that he's getting, that's when it's pretty great. I was actually thinking, okay, I personally would have made it on the wood line and the berries there in the back. It's nice and safe. You're getting... Oh, that would have been a great spot as well. Oh my god, that would have been amazing. What? Oh
That's wild. There's another gold.
50, yeah, you could put all of that in range. 50 gold, 50 stone, 50 food, and then even more wood as well. At least a little bit of wood.
Imagine
Man,
the old
that
meditation gardens on that spot too.
Oh man, that would have been wild. But now Age Up coming in pretty much at exactly the same point in time for both of these players. PuppyPo immediately researching double products. A third dock has been dropped by Beasty over in his shoreline. No ship in production yet. And the first Shinobi is going to be making its way out on the map very, very soon here. Villager, probably not going down, so that's enough health to make it back out. And now the first archer ship is going to be coming out from both players. I like the play from Beasty, adding in an additional dog, a third dog, just because once those Shinobi do make their way out there, instead of like making units early on, getting another dog makes it very hard for your opponent to really efficiently like snipe the dogs that are producing from you.
Yep. And Beasty already has that outpost up on his gold, makes it so much harder for the Shinobi to actually get some picks. They can run on in and try to do the blink away or whatever you want to end up calling it, since I know everyone has their different terminology for it. But makes it very hard to actually get damage on the gold vein.
Players now going into the war junk. Some micro there on the archer ships. Beasty will have to retreat though. And now an emplacement on the outpost on the gold mine is going to be coming through.
Only that single Shinobi that popped on out. Other than that, it has been military ships for both of these sides. Beasty getting wheelbarrow.
I think he's playing to age up.
Yeah. Puppy's just going fast castle here.
Is he going to be able to afford that? Like, military-wise on water? He's getting 1 sprinkled ship out now. BC has 2 in the queue. He's going to have to be careful with that. Does he already have an emplacement? He doesn't have that much stone left in the bank. I think he has less stone than he should have at this point in time. So maybe he's already got an emplacement on one of his docks?
Not so sure. Oh, he does.
He does, okay. So
All
he should be
right,
fine in that regard, at least early on.
And PuppyPo now has enough gold. Maybe just needs to do a good old force drop off and uses some of that extra gold to go ahead and get some ranged armor.
Oh, cancel that upgrade now. I think you gotta get that upgrade during the age up. It's delaying him a lot right now. If you want to age up. Maybe he doesn't want to age up.
He just queued a demo. And there we go. Archery range has been built for Beasty. He is starting to mass up some chooks as well. So Beasty, he's got the superiority on water, and he's also got that superiority on land, just not the eco overall. And PuppyPo is going for that higher tier tech up, getting a barracks to follow.
Beasty, he's sending Jugunu over. Oh, demo ship. Demo ship, is it going to connect? It's going to connect. The archer ship just went down.
Oh, and it does get a Springle chip. Not only that, PuppyPo, he flips the switch and gets a demo pick on the other side. So you asked if he could hold this on water, and the answer is yes if you take trades like that.
Oh, and now he's falling back into the dock with the emplacement.
Yep. Has another Springle chip pop out. Just needs to make sure to not allow these demos to connect. He has his own demo. Demo gets jumped out.
Second one from the backside. Oh, huge trades!
PuppyPo.
Oh my god! That was so great for him. That was so great. And another
he just
one
took
goes
down every single Springle chip. He went up to castle, but he gets denied off of gold by the Chooks. I'm not sure if he lost too many vills on over there.
I think he lost 2. Yeah, he lost 2 vills, but that's fine since he still has a lot of fishing ships, right? So it's made up for that. And then as soon as he goes up, oh, he's getting a market as well, so he's gonna be able to trade out resources. I still don't like the barracks play at this point in time. You can't make obligations against that. Wait,
Samurai. It's gonna be Samurai.
Oh, okay. Now I like it.
It's gonna be Samurai play. But my thing is you just won water that hard. I'd love to see him just head right across to BC side of the water now.
It's tough. It's tough to head right across. I think BC probably also has he's had the meditation gun for a while. On Double Stone, yeah, I think there's probably dock emplacements there as well. Or he's always got the chance of going for dock emplacements. I mean, PuppyPo knows what resources BC's getting.
Oh. He doesn't actually have any dock emplacements. The Samurai pop out. Chooks are going to try to kite those on away. They're so tanky already, though.
I mean, neither of them have any blacksmith upgrades right now.
And this is going to be the big importance. PuppyPo diving onto Beasty's water. He's diving onto the docks. Beasty, though, has that defender's advantage. And look at how many ships just popped out. That's the hard part when you press forward.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough. PuppyPo, he's at 1,000 food per minute right now. He's able to just pump out a ton of these samurai now. Beasty is getting some spearmen out. That is probably not going to be enough spearmen and Jugunu against mass samurai. If PuppyPo's able to get enough of them over... He needs more gold. Oh, another villager went down. 4 villagers so far.
I mean, this
is some great snipes.
Oh, he's about to get another 2 villagers probably from this. 1.
Oh no,
2.
He's getting the PuppyPo run.
3.
Oh my god.
Nope. 3. Not quite 3, but he can get more. Puppy. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, man. Okay, this wouldn't have happened.
And there's more. He's just a puppy. Oh my gosh.
Why?
What are you doing?
Oh no. He was in such a good spot and now he's not in such a good spot anymore.
I was just going to say that the Beasty's about to get chokeholded and stuck in feudal age, but now with all that damage, this feels easy.
I feel like you need at least a couple obligations in there just to be able to catch up. But now in water, okay, he notices. That could have been really ugly if he didn't. But there's a lot of demo ships, and he doesn't have an answer to demo ships. He can't make his own right now because he's been off gold for such a long time. He needs to make something happen in Beasty space very, very soon. Question is, can he do it?
Able to get at least a 1 or 2 quick picks. Demo ships being chokeholded by the few archer ships on PuppyPo's side, but the dock emplacements, there's 5 demos. Where are they going to end up being utilized? Is it going to be a dock? Demo pops out for PuppyPo, though. Able to get it back around to the flank side. Able to explode right on top of the Springle chips, but he's got Springle chips of his own to deal with. A couple of the demos get exploded. PuppyPo loses 3 of his own Springles, and more importantly, all of his fishing is starting to be taken out as well. But he has taken control of the land. He's got his own samurai sending across. Beasty's about to have his own eco to deal with at home.
Oh man, what is going on here in this game? There's fights happening everywhere now. More samurai over here.
Beasty doesn't have the
Beasty's-
gold to age up yet. PuppyPo somewhat equalizing those villager count losses that he had. Obviously not with all of the fishing that he just lost. So has to immediately just remass a ton of fishing boats here and keep up the aggression somehow on land.
He's sending more villagers out there to gold. Needs the last little bit of gold in order to be able to go up. Actually, he's making palace guards. Oh, I don't like the palace guards in queue right now. That's gonna drive him further away from being able to age up. He's getting more outposts out. Wants to get the emplacements in.
Yeah, I mean, that is his best bet right now. Jumps inside the outpost. Chooks are here. I'm not sure if there's another chook on the gold right now. PuppyPo, so he cleaned it on up.
A lot of kiting going on right now with those Jugunu. I feel like PuppyPo needs to just put the main force on the Jugunu, like split them up, surround them from try to surround them from two sides, and just 1 or 2 samurai to raid wood lines.
Head the wood line. I was about to say, split 2 off into the wood line, and that makes it just so hard to deal with this economy. There's so
And the
many samurai
reinforcements coming
still.
in. Yeah, the reinforcements are going to be great here.
They're back onto the gold. So Beasty, he's trying to build more outposts, trying to jump inside those outposts again. He has so much of his economy idled, and keep in mind, he is still feudal age while Puppy is castle. So this is allowing more techs to come into play. You're actually seeing ranged armor get invested into finally again, as that was what he had to cancel to get up to castle quicker.
And behind that, PuppyPo now also putting aggression up on water. The difficult thing for Beasty is he can't invest any more resource into army right now, because any more that he invests into army is going to delay him further and further away from Castle Age. But he also can't really ignore it completely, because then he's just going to lose it out on land. Samurai, once again, take engagements. A couple of early palace guards are getting taken down. Now the age up is coming in. Shaolin Monastery is going to be on the way, but is it going to be enough? Jugunu still kiting here, but now on water, Beasty's attention is going to be split. He's going to now very likely lose out on a lot of the eco that he's got on water. And then suddenly, it's going to put PuppyPo ahead, because he was able to easily, and I mean easily, reboom on water.
Oh,
because
good
his fishing
demo.
ships got so much less.
Demo pops on out, though, immediately was able to explode one of the sprinkled ships, and Beasty doing a great job healing up his own ships with his fishing boats. Demo's trying to close the gap, but immediately sniped out from Beasty. So a great hold by Beasty onto the water.
At the same time, the land, Beasty barely lost any Jugunu. The samurai now going for villagers. It feels like he just needed faster units there. The samurai, they just got kited the entire time.
Yeah, tons of idle time. As far as the overall eco numbers, though, it's pretty much equal. PuppyPo has been up in castle a little bit longer, so should have some extra upgrades, as that is his advantage here. He's got 3 relics behind this, and should easily be able to have a 4th here too.
And Beasty right now, he doesn't have any war junks out on the field. Seeing a couple more demo ships getting added in. Oh, demo ship connection. Oh, he notices
he
just
didn't
in time.
explode it, yeah. PuppyPo able to get away with his demos. Archer ships were a little too far forward, and BC now looks like he is starting to lose water. He got the age up, but at what cost this point? It took so much to get that age up. He had so much going on in his base on the water, and it just looks like he's now starting to struggle a little bit here. Fishing boat slowly getting taken down. He has stabilized over on the land, but will he be able to move out with those chooks and get some damage again?
Oh, that was shot. Doesn't get the connection in. Oh, gets the snipe on the war chunk instead, though. And now a lot of war chunks are going to be in queue for PuppyPo. Is that going to be what he needs here in order to take down the docks? At the same time, he's getting samurai as well as Onabagashas out, but there's a big mass of the Jugunu just being there right now, moving they were over from Beasty space. I'm not sure if PuppyPo really has what it takes in order to hold this. He doesn't have any cavalry. He definitely needs some sort of more mobile unit. Could the Onabagasha be that for him here? I'm not sure, because they just lack any sort of ranged armor.
I mean, they're at least getting some of the picks. Beasty actually having to fall back a little bit, but look at the water after all of that. PuppyPo fully in control there. Beasty doesn't have any fishing boats left.
He's still investing now into a couple of demo ships. Wants to take down some of these ships from PuppyPo. It's going to make it expensive to fully get Beasty off water. It's going to be necessary. At the same time, Beasty, is he investing into second TC at this point in time? He did just move a lot of villagers over to stones, so second TC is going to be the play here.
Yep, feel like you have to at this point now. A lot of sprinkled ships. Another demo pops on out. PuppyPo gets a good reaction. Oh, his archer ship stays alive at like 1 health.
Is Beasty going to notice? He's sending an archer ship out.
Those 2 docks are finally starting to get a little bit low. The Chook mass has been thinned out, but it still is doing damage. It's still causing annoyance.
I feel like Knights would have just been a lot better here in this situation, but hindsight is 2020. And now Beasty is also adding in his own crossbows. He also reached Song Dynasty, so is getting his TCs out a little bit cheaper now, at least when it comes to the wood cost.
Oh, and there's the extra help to get Beasty fully off of water. Just going to be a little bit of some infantry mass to come on over, pull their torches on out, and finish that up.
These Jugunu have done so much damage here to PuppyPo on land. I feel like if it weren't for those Jugunu, I feel like PuppyPo would have already been able to close out this game. This really bought Beasty so much time. Incredibly well played there with just a couple of Jugunu. He did so much kiting there with the Samurai, but during the kiting, always finding his way back over to the gold mine, doing so much damage. And behind this, not even blacksmith upgrades. No blacksmith upgrades researched so far. The Onabogashas are actually doing a lot of damage. Ooh, 1 archer ship now.
I think Beasty might be going for a... is he going for a keep now? He's already had his second town center drop. Must be a keep for some protection.
Yeah, he needs to delay this game at this point in time. He needs to force it into a late game. The question is if he can actually successfully do that, because there hasn't been a farm transition for him yet. So even if he gets it into a later stage of the game, I feel like PuppyPo might just still have enough resources in the bank, or rather through the water here, to be able to overrun him potentially.
Beasty using that 1 last archer ship to get as much damage down as possible, and ends up taking, what, 2 fishing boats with him.
Definitely got a lot of value out of that. Stone walls now coming in. He has a lot of stone in the bank, but these stone walls should at least be getting denied. What is going to be able to spot that out?
Yes, they do end up getting through, denying the stone walls. Beasty's dropping that keep in the center on that next gold, but oh, a huge Ana mass circling around that backside. I'm not sure if Beasty has any outpost over there. It looks like he does have an outpost, gets the vision of it a little bit ahead of time, and great reaction as expected.
And that Onabogasha circling around the other side now. Outpost quickly gets taken down. And PuppyPo, he could just take down the village there as well. Just try to harass there. Force Beasty to build the village somewhere else.
Village, houses, everything right now can definitely do some devastation. Beasty steps up with that range mass he has. There is not much range mass here, and PuppyPo fine with taking this fight with his smaller split-off army, because the other split-off army is starting to rage, starting to push forward, and Beasty, he knows it's over as he does not have water, does not have a mass, and Puppy does, and ties up the series.
We go. So now a 1-1 on the scoreboard between these 2 players and PuppyPo. It looked a little bit rocky there at the start, losing a lot of villagers over to those Jugunu. You can see a pretty big dive there when it comes to the villager count, but in the end managed to still win it out, keeping Beasty in feudal age for just a very long time. But then Beasty finally gets up, doesn't have enough resource left though in order to continue out on water, and with that, game number 2 goes over to PuppyPo.
Yep. Holy Island, always a hype, fun game to cast, fun map to watch, and I know y'all missed KP this last game, and he'll get y'all some updates, get some good questions for us here to update y'all with the rest of the series.
Woo! Well, first of all, is everyone enjoying themselves? Because we've already got a more competitive series. Obviously, 4-0 to open the day kind of made it feel a little bit quick, but we're already getting an epic series here, lads. 2 games in, 1 apiece. I'd have it no other way. And you know, let's start with that first game, because that first game was wild. The way that played out, you know, it didn't actually play out how we were kind of predicting pre-game, right? Like a completely different strategy in the opening from PuppyPo Crackety, right? Like we didn't get the Keshiks, we didn't get the Hippodrome. We got this more macro-focused game, but whenever you're talking about the idea of a macro-focused game going a later game, that feels like a danger point up against someone like Beasty.
Yeah, having playing the late game against Beasty, it's rough. It's rough. And he played it in such an interesting way. We got up to 154 villagers at one point on Beasty's side. I think there were like 7 keeps just non-stop producing villagers for the deli there. It's tough. It's really tough. He completely mined the map bare. I really wholeheartedly believe that if PuppyPo in the mid game just added like 2-3 trebuchets and just went for the main part of Beasty's base after he took some really, really great fights instead of like playing around with those keeps on the flanks there. If he just went for the middle, straight for the throat, I feel like that probably could have ended the game there. But it's so tough to know when you're inside of the game.
And, you know, it kind of felt like he was giving a gift horse for a while there, right, Dabston? Like we saw keep after keep after keep after keep. Beasty got to a stage where his body was writing checks that he simply couldn't cash, right? We got to the stage where the amount of villages worth of upkeep required and food income he had, it was kind of like watching a kid discover an overdraft account for the first time. Like, whoa, free money? I'm just going to spend all of this. And then the bill comes in, right? It was actually because I think at one stage he had 500 food income and he was using almost double that in terms of villager production.
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
was one of those where it was the long-term game plan with the way BC plays of, hey, the keeps will at least provide the protection, provide stalling. Yeah, he might lose 1, 2, 3, but guess what? These other 4 are gonna have well paid for themselves. And he had all the farms behind it protected and safe, and PuppyPo wasn't able to really deny the food when it mattered the most.
Yeah, I think at that point we had more villager conscription than we've seen Surfshark subscriptions. So you guys can at least help us with that. Be sure to use that code right there. ECTV at checkout. Come on, guys. I'm trying to get you a good deal here. I just want to remind you that is going to run out at the end of the weekend. So definitely go across the website. If you have a need for a VPN in the next year, it's a bargain. It's worth getting. But a bargain of a series, right? Like 1-1 apiece means we're definitely at least going to see a redraft. We can quickly kind of iron over that second game because I think you guys just done a phenomenal job analyzing it. Interesting matchup, Crackety, right? Japanese and Juji seem like the 2 lead picks right now in that format. I'm starting to think that, you know, if you can make it not so much about big Navy armies, Japanese has a weird advantage there, right? Because if it becomes a game where you lose all your eco, reboom, it's so much more cost efficient for the Japanese.
Yeah, and we saw it in that game. Like PuppyPo lost pretty much all of his naval food income. All of his fishing ships went down. Then, like 4 minutes later, suddenly he had like 20 fishing ships out again. It is crazy how cheap those are, and it really worked out well for him. That's what allowed him to just pump out these units on land nonstop.
And I wonder if he found that golden meditation garden, could it maybe be a little bit different? I don't care. All I know is I'm getting the distance in this series. But we have a rematch for the day. We opened the first series of this. Ottomans versus Abbasids. The question mark, boys, is are we going deep enough into a game to get that messy late game Abbasid affair? Let's find out as we hop into game number 3.
And here we are with the tied up series, game number 3. Beasty spawning in on the north in the color yellow again as the Ottomans, and Puppy spawning in the south in the color red as the Abbasid dynasty. Let's see how these sheep gathering goes. Let's see if there's going to be any advantage here in this dark age, or if we're going to kind of get into the meat of the things in feudal.
Oh, BC going really close there to PuppyPo's main base. PuppyPo playing as Abbasid means that he is gonna be, well, I want to say he has the option of going over to berries first before going on to sheep. But knowing how PuppyPo plays the Abbasid, I'm guessing he's just gonna be opening up with the sheep under his TC. BC on the other hand side, he already has that military school out and pumping, so Spearman should be coming out in a minute or so.
PuppyPo dropped the mill, but only has one villager on it, so is primarily on top of that sheep. Spearman looking to head on across. It is that front side berries, but looks like plenty of sheep being gathered. Both players had some pretty aggressive scouting patterns trying to go over to their opponent's side of the map. We saw how heavy that had paid off for Beasty in the first game.
Yeah, in the first game, a lot of the sheep went over to Beasty's side. Definitely helped him a lot. He had to, he was able to stay inside his base for quite a long time. This time, though, PuppyPo, he's getting a pretty decent sheep haul early on, able to run behind Beasty's base at this point in time. Now the two scouts, they're going to meet up inside of Beasty's base, and they're going to be like, hey, how much do you have? And PuppyPo has to feel really good here at this point in time when it comes to his sheep haul.
Yep, sees the little small haul behind BC. He laughs his way home and says, "All right, that's revenge for the first game." But BC says, it's not nearly as bad as what the first game was.
I'm used to playing with few sheep. It's all right." Military wing now coming out for PuppyPo. No surprises there. Military wing kind of feels like it's not even something that's optional when you're playing up against the Ottomans. If you don't go for military wing, many times you just die H2.
Yeah, I mean, the boot camp upgrade really kind of allows you to get somewhat on even footing when it comes to their military prowess. The few units that pop on out deters the few spears that have already been out from the military school that's free. We saw in game number 1, Louis actually used that first spear to just push in deer because he's like, it wasn't even worth it against the military wing. Looks like Beasty at least wants to cause some annoyance with that first spear headed across the map. But usually, or kills a sheep with it. Usually earlier on, even against 3 villagers, it's like, you kind of just laugh this off. There we go. We see the shivs come out. The villagers will do more damage than taken.
Yeah. PuppyPo, though, I think he has enough gold, 120. Depends on what he wants to do. As soon as he gets the military wing units out, though, he's just going to be able to clean that up. And that's a good amount of sheep making their way over now. So PuppyPo definitely got a good end here when it comes to the bargain between those two players, when it comes to sheep count. 9 sheep on his side after he already collected from 3 under his TC. At the same time, only 2 live sheep right now for Beasty. I think there's still a couple more sheep then left out on the map.
Yeah, there should end up being, I want to say there was one of the corners that we didn't see scouted earlier on, but feudal ages have, about to finish up for both of these players. Yep, there it's up at the north side behind that little odd cliff formation. A few extra sheep. Military wing units head towards the deer as Puppy wants to make sure there's no deer lambing going on as he wants a secondary TC over there.
Yeah, it looks like Beasty is going to find those last 2 remaining sheep there. So overall, sheep count should be fine for both players. Relatively fair, at least. Yeah, it looks like PuppyPo is exactly doing that. He's just luring in the deer now with his military wing units. Doesn't really have any other use for them right now. This stage in the game.
So we already know where that secondary TC is going to be planned to be dropped. It's going to be right on top of where these deer end up when PuppyPo has those resources, probably tucked up nice and close next to the wood line as well.
I'm wondering if he puts the TC, just because the deer are already so close, if he puts it next to stone, if he might be going for a 3rd TC. I think that's a little bit too greedy, though. BC at the same time, though, is moving villagers out to stone. If BC's going for a 2nd TC, then I think as the opposite, you could totally go for a 3rd TC.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one where, especially, I feel like when you go out to 2 TCs, you're playing Abba's game. You're like, all right, they see that and they're like, okay, I'm happy about it because their TCs are better. They have fresh foodstuffs. They can constantly, produce those villagers that much easier. And Puppy actually drops a forward TC, not on the deer. It makes me look like an idiot.
Yeah, he's dropping it next to the berries, and BC at the same time, he managed to kill some of the deer there. So I guess that's just where PuppyPo is going to kill him. He's just going to drop a mill there instead of luring them all the way back to under his TC. Guess I'm wrong. And we do see Anatolian Hills once again coming out there for the Ottomans, so that's going to be a lot of sheep. That's a great synergy with going multi-TC. If you get 8 sheep out immediately, it means that you're going to have a lot of food income.
Yeah, and with the positioning of the TC, it allows you to just kind of tuck up next to the wood line. You can just focus on heavy military investment to protect up your TCs, and you don't really have to break out for food resources as early as you might need to.
Beasty behind all of that. We see the
Still
deer
doing
lady
the
coming in.
Yeah, still doing the deer lame. And we were like, oh, yeah, I literally said it. I was like, oh, the military units are making sure that the deers don't get lamed. It was like, yeah, that one pack. You forgot about the other one. Come on now.
We already have a couple of archers out right now for Beasty, trying to do some damage with him. Looks like PuppyPo added in his own stable, so some horsemen will be making their way out soon onto the map. Beast right now, military school, looks to be on Spearman and Zapahi, I want to say. I'm not sure if he already added in his second military school.
Ooh, but
Now
the horsemen
horsemen.
come out at the perfect time. Archers have to run on home and away. Villager that got forced back just dropped off some gold, isn't too worried about it. And both of these players are now going to have a little bit of everything in their composition.
Yeah. Spearman, though, from Beasty. They were out on the deer. Now they're going to be making their way over to those archers, trying to protect them. One more hit after this one on the archer should be going down. Will go down. That means it's pretty much almost clean up here. Spearmen are going to make their way out alive, though. But PuppyPo got some great value out there early on.
And just like Beastie's archers had to watch out, PuppyPo has to watch out now with where he rallies his archers with Sapahi circling and moving out on the map. We saw how good Beastie was with his unit control with the Ghazi Raiders in the Delhi game, and I'm sure it's going to be the same with Sapahi here.
Just able to keep your opponent in his base, like make it really uncomfortable for them to move out. PuppyPo, he's getting some early walls out on the right-hand side. Means that he is at least going to be safe from that position. Looks like one of the deer that he tried to lure actually made it all the way back out. Now, we're in this kind of like mid-phase of the game. I'm not sure if any of them are looking towards Castle Age or if we're going to see an extended feudal age coming out here. PuppyPo at least looks to be playing for an extended feudal age. He's making a lot of horsemen, a lot of archers. No blacksmith upgrades yet in queue. Meanwhile, Beastie is prioritizing them.
Yeah, one thing I just now realized is we talked about Beastie going out over into the stone, and look at how much stone he still has. He did not end up dropping a secondary TC.
That's true. Okay.
He must have changed his decision and decided to stay on one TC. Don't really know what made him change his decision, but PuppyPo is starting to climb up in this villager lead now.
Yeah, not just that, but they also still have equal military count. Now that is going to change as the military schools provide free military overall, but PuppyPo is not in a bad spot right now. I really like this position for him right now, and I'm surprised that Beastie, being the kind of player that we think of him, like not going for the greed here, not going for the greedy play with a 2TC.
Yeah, it kind of is weird. It feels like, it's more of an all-any approach, and I feel like Beastie's not that kind of all-any player. He's usually more the macro. He's more the one that says, hey, you try to come push my base, and you'll be the one to make the mistake, and I'll be able to defend this up easy.
Once again, try to look for some villagers to kill there on the gold mine. No villagers out there at the moment, though. PuppyPo now getting in his own blacksmith upgrades. Has to be careful with this horseman.
Yep. Horseman circling, Beastie tracking those very, very well, but this just means Beastie's army is in his base and not in his opponent's base, which means PuppyPo's secondary TC gets to keep pumping, keep working for him, and obviously he is ABBA as well, so he's not having to pay full price for those villagers.
Yeah, it's going to help him a lot, and we can see it in the eco right now. They're looking really, really good right now for him. Bootcamp, I'm not sure if Bootcamp was researched yet. We should check that out if Bootcamp has already been researched. It's a relatively quick upgrade. I think it's only like 30 seconds. Second Vizier point coming in. An additional military school is soon going to get dropped. Not been. Okay, he definitely needs to get that before any big fights.
I feel like he hasn't been on. He's been pushed off of gold quite a bit, and that's where Beastie has done a great job doing that. But speaking of, PuppyPo getting the first successful Vil kill of the game, as it matters a little bit more because Beastie doesn't have that second DC pumping.
Yeah, and now PuppyPo went out to gold, so needs to be a little bit careful there. Hope he notices in time, else he'll also lose a villager on gold. Don't see the move yet. And that's gonna be at least one dead vill, maybe two. One villager going down. Does lose a Sapai for it though. And Sapai are very expensive. I wanna emphasize very, very expensive. You think of like unique horsemen, you think of like Ghazi Raider. Sapai costs so much more. They cost almost as much wood as an archer.
And PuppyPo is very, very happy with taking out extra military units right now because, again, he has the extra eco to be able to replace his, to be able to continue to mass on up. That villager count lead has gone up to 16 at this point.
Oh, a couple of horsemen on the retreat are gonna find the army from Beasty. No scout out anymore for Puppy. That one got sniped earlier.
And I think I saw Beasty invest into siege engineering. So I want to say he was trying to plan more of this kind of, again, all-any approach. But PuppyPo has a significant military mass himself.
No boot camp yet, though.
They're walking by each other. They don't see each other. Oh,
now he does.
Puppy does. Needs to pull his spears, or no spears back. Needs to pull his horsemen back. The ram starts getting built, though. Beasty cancels it.
It's not enough units. Yeah. He realized that it's not enough units. Granted, though, Beasty... he's pumping out Sapai here at this point in time. And PuppyPo, he's yet to make any spearman at all. He's only got one spearman. That one was free.
And
from
then,
the military,
it's a dark age spearman. Puppy
don't push out too far.
I mean, the thing is yes, there's that many Sapai, but look at the archer count difference. It's 52 to 22. I feel like Puppy's almost at the point.
You can't have a stale army composition against Ottomans because then they just pop open the vizier point, not the vizier point, but the meta. They just switch over the drums and suddenly you're facing off against 3 armor Sapai. No, 4 armor actually. Oh my god, that's even worse.
And Sapai are starting to try to circle. This is where I talked about Beasty does this with Delhi, with his Ghazi Raiders. He does the same thing with Ottomans. Once you kind of start to have these masses, you have to keep track of these or else you will get punished for it. Villagers, quick reaction by PuppyPo, able to pick up not only... Oh, I was about to say not only a Ghazi Raider, but almost a Sapai or the Metter, and that Metter is quite low. Puppy does have some horsemen circle, and I wonder if he's going to try to pick it. I think it's too much too much damage he'd take from these horsemen.
Yeah, he's not going for it. Additional walls now coming up for Beasty, but at this point in time, PuppyPo, he's 20 villagers ahead, and now he's actually going to be the first one to click the age up. Culture Wing. Interesting.
Has he still not gotten military or boot camp?
I don't think he's gotten boot camp yet, so that's gonna block him out from getting boot camp until the age up finishes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like this is one of those timings where you see this and you're like, crap, I need boot camp, and you're like, I'm not stopping my castle age. It's like, all right, well, now I got this kind of long timing because you're gonna want to get preservation of knowledge, and then you're gonna want to get boot camp as well.
Beasty, right behind PuppyPo though, with the age of timing, but this is not really something that you want to see. You don't want to see your opponent getting castle age at the same point in time when he invested into a secondary TC. he's just circling around right now, around the wood line.
Yeah, trying to find some damage to do, try and find somewhere to do something. One bad thing for PuppyPo is his food eco, as Beasty is clearly trying to focus on it a little bit. Looks like he has a Sapai circling where the deer, circling where the berries are on the south, and Puppy's on these berries in the north, and that's about it, I think.
He has enough resource to go up to castle age twice right now. He's going to be able to get all of his upgrades in immediately as soon as he goes up. Question is he going to actually click them immediately, or is he going to wait until the preservation of knowledge upgrade is going to be coming in?
I mean, be greedy, be preservation of knowledge. If you have
additional
the time
walls
for
coming out.
The MIA finishes. Beasty's going for a circle onto the gold. I mean, Puppy, they have just been back and forth around this wood line for the past 3 minutes.
Oh, he's not getting even preservation of knowledge. He's first getting boot camp, so I guess he was fearful of that. Wants to get that in as soon as possible in case of a fight breaking out anytime soon. Sapai though on the deer, Oh, it's 2 of them, actually. Oh, that hurts. Having 2 of them? Oh my god. I'm not sure the villagers can actually win this fight.
I'm scared for Puppy.
Does he have textiles?
Oh, the
Oh, this
villagers won
hurts.
this fight. But
They
barely.
do, but
Just what, 3 villagers get taken out?
2
Oh,
actually. Only 2.
2.
He only lost 2. Could have been way, way worse.
Beasty,
But
though,
now the entire Sipahi mass is moving over that side.
He's starting to posture his whole entire army that way. Puppy is starting to build walls, so he will be able to spot this out. And he already has his own horsemen here ready and waiting. And not only the horsemen, the archers, and even the single spear came as well
But
to
that
help.
leaves the other side open. Oh, he's gonna spot that. He has an outpost there, so he's gonna spot that happening. The units are moving over. He does have his own archers. And he's about to get
Gulams are
the
there.
composite woe. Yeah,
Gul-
he's gonna be able to hold that.
Yeah, I mean, this is where... Look at... the archer volley into those gulams, because there's no veterancy in for Beasty, as well as no second-tier range damage, was literally a tickle.
They have so much health, these gulams. They're almost invincible at this point in time right now. As long as there aren't any crossbows, and there aren't any even in queue right now for Beasty. Those gulams, they're in the own league right now. They're just a really, really tanky frontline. There's so many of them coming out right now.
Yeah, it feels like PuppyPo has been able to start to retake this map control. Beasty maybe starting to bleed some units. He's stepping forward with those Sipahi. Doesn't yet have the second tier ranged armor, but PuppyPo has to kite on back. The Sipahi getting a good amount of damage in. Gulams weren't enough of a front line, but the whole entire Sipahi mass is so damaged at this point, they might get full cleaned up.
Yeah, and it's a fast attack speed as well. Like, these attacks are coming in so quickly. Look at that. All this Sipahi are just dying.
It wasn't
That
might
was
get
not
cleaned
worth
up.
it.
They just got absolutely slaughtered. And the whole time here, Puppy was kiting back towards the other army, which allowed him to regroup on together with the Gulam mass. And Beasty throws in the towel. PuppyPo takes back-to-back games and goes up 2-1.
And now we've got a lead, and this wasn't even into the late game. Beasty realizes PuppyPo 2TC the entire time throughout. The villager lead was just too great there at that point in time. The economy, too great. And PuppyPo with all of the unique upgrades, that is a really devastating Castle Age Abbasid army there. Gulams with bootcamp, archers with composite bows. What can you even do in that situation on 1TC with equal tax? Beasty calls it there.
Yeah, it just felt like that extended feudal with the 2TC play. After we realized that Beasty didn't ever drop a secondary TC, it just kind of felt like it was all over for himself. Puppy, like you said, able to have a same and similar timing than your opponent when you're on the Abbasid is always a good thing, because you had all the extra resources ticking while you were waiting for the age up. Very, very clean game by PuppyPo, and very and sure enough, we talked about this before the last series. We were talking about, hey, where do we think HRE is going to be grabbed on in? And you said Frisian Marshes and most likely against Mongols, and sure enough, here it is.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think this is winnable for Mongols. Unless PuppyPo misses out on a ton of sheep, I don't think this is winnable for Mongols now in the current meta. It's already been tough beforehand on this map in particular, in this matchup. But now with the HRE buffs, I downright think that Mongols has no way of winning this.
Well, you know, Beasty might have something else to say against that. He's going to watch this replay after maybe potentially winning this one and say, hey, I got something else to say about that one. I'll show you something that the Mongols can do here on Frisian Marshes, even against the buffed up HRE.
New YouTube video idea. There we go. But yeah, I looked at this matchup and I was like, no, there's no way Mongols is bad in this one against H3. And then I played it like 3-4 times against Lash, and I was like, yeah, I don't think Mongols can win this one. Because Lash was actually very much convinced about saying that Mongols are having a really, really tough time. And then I watched Lash play this, like train this matchup against players like Lucifron, for example, and it looked really good for him there as well. So I say on equal skill levels, I think Mongols will have a very, very tough time against H3. I'm gonna put my points where my money are, where my words are. I'm
Money.
There we go. I don't have a lot of points at the moment, but they're all going on HRE here.
Yeah, and not even that. You always can never forget about some potential Marine Lord Frisian Marsh spawns where you get that gold in between your two wood lines, and you're like, well, so much for Mongol Tower Rush. You can't even Tower Rush me. But now we'll get to see if that is the case. Beasty spawning in game number 4, south side of Frisian Marshes as the Mongols, and PuppyPo on the eastern side as the HRE in the red does have that front gold.
Yeah, HRE front gold, that definitely does hurt in this one. Looking at the sheep count, PuppyPo, did he get sheep early on? Before he went over to BC's side? Gonna have to check that one. Oh, he's finding some on BC's side right now. Okay.
And not only a few, he found a good little pack on Beasty's side. Wants to spot out Uvu, wants to spot out what he needs to react to. He does indeed see the barracks, I believe, that just got dropped, and a good little sheep haul from Puppy over here.
Can we take a look at the TC? How many sheep are already there at the HRE TC?
Oh, no way.
Oh my God.
No way.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
That was so risky, but the payoff is so worth it. And he's got a good amount of sheep there as well. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. PuppyPo. Wait, no, he's making Dark Age Spearman. Okay.
He sees the forward gold. He sees the forward Uvu. I'm actually fine with this. In extended fights here, he has the inspiration. He's going to be able to kind of equalize. There's a point where Beasty's not always going to be able to double produce, and forward gold and forward Uvu means that PuppyPo might never have to worry about a tower rush.
Yeah, he's got a little spearman out already right now. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that. I think it's better to just let the outpost go up, so Beasty kind of like delays himself, and then you just mass up a lot of units in feudal age and you push over. I'm not sure if this is gonna work out. He's got a lot of spearmen out right now, and Mongols did get nerfed.
And he gets to choose the fights. BC's not going to be able to take the fight here onto the gold if Puppy has the numbers.
It's just gonna straight up start burning down.
Is that a double production coming out?
I hope don't think it is. I don't think. Yeah, it's not. It's not.
Oh no!
Welcome to Nerf Mongols, everybody. Next one's gonna be double. Actually, no, it's gonna be one single and then a double produce one.
PuppyPo just slowly getting those torches out.
Has to be careful. Doesn't want to overcommit here. Push comes to shove. I mean, Mongols, they still have the Khan signal arrow. Could help a lot in these engagements. And weak spearmen can easily get picked off by it. 8 spearmen, more in queue. PuppyPo is really committing to that.
And look at the sheep for Beasty now.
Getting 13. I'm not sure how many he had under his TC, though.
I want to say it wasn't a ton, and I think this
He's
is
idle.
Oh no!
3 villagers idle there. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is no bueno for him right now.
And think about if PuppyPo had kept up the spear production, Beasty would still have to continue to use more and more of that food here. He's actually completely off. He'd be so far delayed.
Oh no! Oh no! That hurts. That hurts so much right now.
He's gonna be so far delayed in feudal.
Yeah, by a lot. Now he might at least like get an outpost up from all of this wood that he's gathering right now. But this hurts so much. Ooh.
And PuppyPo, he's actually gone back onto some spears himself. Maybe just a little bit scared about what BC has coming. Obviously, Puppy doesn't have the knowledge that BC just went idle like we do. And PuppyPo, he's using the spears to push the deer all the way in. He is down a couple spears, and remember, like you just said, the Khan arrow can give some extra mobility to the Mongol spears.
I'm unsure what BC's doing right now because he's he's completely forgoing like fuel age timings right now by investing
One
even
bill got
more into
left.
spears.
Oh, okay, we're good.
Oh, is he gonna delete the mining camp? Doesn't look like it. Mining camp.
It's going to get burned down quick, but if it does get burnt
It's not
down,
the
we just saw a
prelate.
good little charge come in, a little bit of some help from the TC as well, and Prelate, like you said, can help do some extra little bit of healing, make sure those spears are fit and secure. Emergency repair utilized before it started to burn. And the longer Puppy just continues to delay this on up, the better this goes, because Feudal can finish, he gets the spear upgrade, and then the fight becomes that much easier, especially with the movement speed that he can chase down Beasty's spears as they try to run.
Fuel age now also coming in for Beasty behind this. Silver Tree, it's gonna be no big surprises there. But the mining camp is gonna be set on fire.
Mining camp not only set on fire, but fully taken down. Chapel still not quite finished here. But
Wait, does
Puppy,
Spearman already have the bonus movement speed in Dark Age?
you just now
Okay.
figured that out?
Yeah, I just now figured it out. I thought it would still be like Feudal Age, but no, they got it in Dark Age already. Yeah, I just now figured that out.
Yeah. Yeah, unbelievably good. Beasty still tries the outpost rush. Spear upgrade comes through. Fight gets taken by PuppyPo. It's still a good bit of time for that outpost to go up. PuppyPo.
man.
Oh gosh, he wipes the other side of the spears, but the outpost will end up finishing for Beasty.
And the gold is gonna get denied, but that's not too bad actually. Now we're actually at the point in time, and now we're in the timeline that I talked about earlier, with just massing units and burning down the outpost in the end. Because Beasty, what this does also is it's gonna delay any response from his side, getting like additional production buildings out, additional units out.
And look what
That
Puppy's
can also
gonna
hurt
do.
a lot.
He's just gonna walk right by and go to the gold and go to the Uvu and deny it, I think.
What outpost, man? I don't see an outpost.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
People saying wrinkly brain. It's been a work week. I haven't had time to play, all right? Wrinkly brain, all right. Wait, isn't wrinkly brain good?
Who knows? Villagers don't get spotted out building the outpost. Now they do. Oh, and the outpost I think is gonna get denied. It got denied, fully canceled. Now Uvu's gonna get
he's off
burnt
gold.
down. Barracks is gonna have to get pushed away too. This is devastation. And like, what Beasty has spears split off. It's like, oh great, you can maybe kill some reinforcing units. All Puppy has to do is get a mass of like four. Yeah, all he needs to do is get a mass of like 4 archers and it's over.
Yeah, and PuppyPo can choose every single fight that he wants to take because he's got the movement speed advantage. And Mongols, man, they're feeling so weak right now in this matchup. Beasty, he can't make Keshiks, he doesn't have gold. He can't make traders because he doesn't have gold. He's got 1 out right now. That one can't even finish the first trade round, has to run back. He's now on double archer ranges, making archers. But even that doesn't feel great.
Well, think about what you're going up against. If your opponent, who's on double archery range, has more wood production because it's under the chapel, and their archers are better, they're faster than you, they get to choose the fights they take. It's just a free win here now with the position that PuppyPo finds himself in if he doesn't just make a blatant mistake. Very, very kind of nice opening game. Even though the spear play might not have been the maybe most preferred move, it still worked out completely fine. Outpost starting to get focused a little bit, and
That's not enough, Spearman. Oh, never mind, there's the rest. Or at least more. And a Men-at-Arms as well. And more. It's 17 to almost 30 military right now.
And villagers go, all right, great. We got our gold back. Puppy even has dropped some farms like we saw. And I mean, he's just sitting pretty. He is in full control behind the driver wheel.
Beasty killed the deer? Could PuppyPo just lure the deer in again?
I think the deer did not fully get killed. I think nope, they did not.
No, they're all alive. Yeah. He could, but I think right now, with this military advantage, he can just run over and do whatever.
Burn the outpost that Beasty's building. Yep, I knew he was building some outposts on gold. There's no way he couldn't be right now. But This is where PuppyPo, even if these don't get fully denied, the idle time alone, Beasty's on 10 gold. He just now started to gather gold. So delayed off of upgrades, delayed off of Castle Age, whatever that may be. And PuppyPo's just taking this. He's like, all right, great. The 5 vills inside of the outpost, that's idle time. And that's still less archers than what I have out.
Yeah, he can just take this fight. And with that outpost going down, villagers jumping out, trying to repair. Emplacement not quite in it yet. More villagers are getting pulled to repair. Villagers going down now on the front side. Meanwhile, the archers, they're still going down. There's still a lot of spearmen. Men-at-arms is out there as well, soaking up a lot of the fire. And now the archers are dead. All the archers are gone. Now there's spearmen remaining, but they're going to be easy to pick off.
And PuppyPo even had another military mass split to kill the few traders that BC tried to send out. Villagers that were in the outpost immediately start to fall as well. And PuppyPo is in control, taking 3 games straight off of Beasty after giving up a wild, long, extended first. And we're going to be excited. We're going to have a good old redraft. And let's see if maybe Beasty can turn around this next Civ pick, this next grouping stage.
God damn it, you people ruined my odds on the betting. Ah. All right, yeah, 3-1 right now for PuppyPo. Damn, he's looking really, really solid, I gotta say. I mean, this one was, to be fair, like, I consider this one to have been a Civ win at that point in time. Like, HRE on that map feel absolutely solid, but drafting is also, like, it was obvious that HRE was going to be coming in. I'm not sure if Beasty practiced this one, if he thought, okay, maybe I could still like win this, regardless of how favored it is, I would say, for HRE. But man, that is we're now getting to redraft.
HRE is a win on every map, I think, is what we're quickly learning here, Crackety. I mean, they are looking absurd right now. Boys, what a game. What an interesting phase we find ourselves in. I mean, a lot of people still would have pegged BC as a slight favorite going in this, but we already find ourselves in a match point situation with BC only having 1 on the board. Let's quickly dissect what happened. That game, it's kind of bonkers right now. Like, Crackety, I bless you. I love that you went on the educational like moment of, wait, Dark Age Spearmen get movement speed? All of a sudden, that buff to the HRE seems somewhat busted, right?
It does. It absolutely does. I've been talking about before. I think HRE have already been ST before. Now they're in a whole nother league. It used to be, oh, Castle Age, Castle Age, Castle Age. Now, wait, Feudal Age exists, and suddenly a whole new world has opened up for HRE players.
And it's kind of crazy to think, Dabston, right? Like, for a long time, people like Mongols S tier in competitive, or at least A tier. All of a sudden, I feel like with these nerfs and now the arrival of things like HRE, they almost look like a C tier Civ. And funnily enough, the performance in the playoffs is showing that so far. They're at a 20% win rate. There is only 1 Civ that is having a worse time here at the playoffs, and that's the Malians with 4 games and no wins.
Jeez. Unbelievable. And yeah, I laughed that Crackety, you just mentioned Feudal Age being their play, but Dark Age is also HRE's play now. It's every single age across the whole entire board. I've actually been seeing some people pull out the Dark Age Spear Tower Rush with HRE now, trying to become a Mongol player themselves, as we just saw how easy they were able to take down another Mongol. So it's one that people have a lot of different builds, and that's the greatest thing about patches and these like little slight updates and changes is you never know what's going to be coming out, and we're just very quick after one.
And it's not just the impact that it has on the Civ itself, Crackety. When we're in competitive play, there's a whole new layer to the cake, right? Because with this pick ban scenario we have, all of a sudden your priorities change. We've seen Ottomans slipping through a lot. All of a sudden, Ibid seems like the most banned of all time. Byzantines now have to be considered the ban phase. I'd argue even HRE now has to be on a lot of players' mind for that second phase ban.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, HRE, oh my, Byzantines for Beasty now on the redraft. Okay. PuppyPo has gotten it banned by Beasty, and now Beasty is gonna pick it first. Even though in the first one, Byzantines lost in the end.
Remember that part?
That's an interesting one.
Remember that part where I said there's literally only 1 Civ that is performing worse on the playoffs than Mongols? Beasty chose it as his second pick here. The king of the Malians is going to have to make a bold statement. But, you know, with this opening draft, Dabston, I'm already seeing a really big concern, and that's Iobids are unbeaten in the playoffs. They are one of the best performing civs overall. They have looked unstoppable in the hands of the top players. And PuppyPo gets it as a first pick.
Yeah, we did see PuppyPo kind of pass it up on the front side of the draft, but obviously he had second thoughts here with the Ayubids, and it is one where they're not as much like when you think of their counterpart of the Abbasids, they're Abbasids is much more of a macro kind of boomy. Ayubids is more this timing civilization that if you punish these timings and you know these efficient timings, it is close to impossible to stop. You know, it's that military wing into their castle age to follow on up, and it's so hard to stop the follow up castle. And even still, sometimes we've seen it against Molly. He played out an extended feudal and worked totally fine too.
Yeah, and we've seen flexibility there with the Ibids as well, Crackety, right? You either get the military wing, as Dabson was saying, to punish any greed from your opponent, force a reaction, go for the growth wing, or you get the growth wing and feudal age. That's a 15% increase in your economy by the time you get it, and that just accelerates you quick in a castle. It feels like this civ right now is probably the hardest civ to answer.
Yeah, Ayubids definitely feel really, really strong. And I gotta say, watched a game between Certain and Kiljadi earlier today where we actually had Ayubids versus Byzantines. And both of these civilizations just look absolutely insane at the moment. I gotta say, like Ayubids, for one, it's not just early on, but even later on in the game, they also still look really, really strong. Byzantines all around look very strong, and Ayubids have been in that position, I feel like, since the release of the expansion. Just absolutely insane with their timings. Like, you go for so much feudal aggression, suddenly your castle age. Not even an issue there for them. It's gonna be interesting to see how it's played out here, if it's getting picked.
I mean, I'm wondering if he just picks it right now. I think the Iobid Japanese matchup has been an interesting one. I noticed Baltoon came up with a very innovative build there where you open with Onimusha to counter the timing. But outside that, you know, like you said, the Byzantines might be the golden solution. And I feel like Beasty, if he looks at this and says, if it's Iobids, I need to put my best foot forward, we could actually see the big two strong smash civs coming out on match point. And it's got to be said, this is a good map for Iobids. I feel like Rocky Canyon is one of the best performers right now, Davston.
I mean, yeah, it's one that it just kind of suits that kind of timing style that we were just talking about. It's one that you just mentioned it very hard to actually react and have a leg up on a Ubids, whether they go with the growth wing or they go with the feudal age military wing. I feel like when those desert raiders pop out, it's like even still, it's like I don't know what unit to go up against them because it's like yeah, archers, yeah, spears, horsemen. It's like every single time they just end up switching in or they just end up running on away.
I just love the fact that as well the Ottomans got left as scraps to the end of the drafting phase, right? Wasn't even that high priority. Like I'm wondering, like Crackety in PuppyPo's position, we're saying like Ibid's Byzantines best foot forward from both sides. PuppyPo can afford to bait you here, right? Like Beasty potentially throws Byzantines away, and PuppyPo could just Smeagol and hold on to that Ibids for either Gorge or Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah, I'm really wondering on Rocky Canyon what it's going to be from BC. I could see Malians coming in here just because Malians in general are really good against most of the civilizations that PuppyPo has available to him. I think Malians are pretty damn good against Iubids because Javelin Throwers melt Desert Raiders. They're pretty good against John because the Donzos are really good in general. I think they're pretty decent against Ottomans as well, if played correctly. A little bit harder, but still very decent. I think it could be a little bit of a bait. I don't think that BC is going to pick Byzantines just because Byzantines, if you go Byzantines into Jean, you're going to have a bad time.
And also, you know, think Coastal Cliffs. Coastal Cliffs is really good for Byzantines. I think like they've been unstoppable when we've seen them on that map. So it's like saving it a little bit later might be the way. I guess the thought process for Beastie might also be Dabston. You know, if I throw out the Byzantines now, sure I'll survive another game, but that's going to leave me weaker in the sixth game, the seventh game, right? And you know, winning one game is not going to turn this all around.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can have the idea that you need to win this game to be able to extend the series, but you also want to have your best chance to win the whole entire series. So one of the things we talked about, the reason why redrafting is such a huge benefit is because of the ability to not leave yourself with a very, very poor matchup in the later stages of the draft if it extends. And that's exactly where Beastie doesn't want to do that by forcing a good matchup now.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm wondering, is there something that BC knows that we don't with the English, right? Because that was one of his priority picks here. We've got 3 games to go. I think like maybe Crackety, if you had to choose it for any map that was going to come out on, do you save it for, say, Coastal Cliffs?
Yeah, I think Coastal Cliffs would be most likely, like based on the civilizations here. I would see Byzantines versus Ayyubids.
Mm. It,
Like if you, at the same time though, PuppyPo is on match point.
That's my thought, right? Like, what if he's baiting you in? Like, we saw this
Yeah,
traditionally. You remember when the tournaments first kicked up? I think Vortex done this a lot, Lucifer in the early days, where like they would always stick their Mongols out. I still remember one of the earliest finals. I think it was Vortex versus Marine Lord, and Vortex like, I've got Mongols, and Marine Lord picked the Abbasids when they were the absolute trashiest of trash civs in the original days, right? And it completely twists the draft in a way that you can't then address later.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where I actually just love hearing the players talk about drafting like after the like end up tournament finishes on up, Beasty streaming or Puppy streaming, and they're going back through their thought process here and they go, well, I was thinking about this, this, and this. And you literally will see them and they're like, oh yeah, I knew exactly how the next 3 games were played. And it's like us as viewers, us as casters, we don't always get to see that. But then all of a sudden you get to see this behind the scenes look and it's like, oh my gosh, like it's so cool actually kind of getting that different point of view.
Oh my god, he done it to him. The Byzantines pick had to come through. BC couldn't hold it back. But PuppyPo brings out the Abbasids. Now, this is an interesting thought, Crackety. Like today, Abbasids are a 100% win rate, right? They've made their debut in the playoffs. They've now been picked and played a total of twice. And they've won twice. Like with these slight changes, just the fresh foodstuffs alone, right? It being one of the biggest noticeable changes. Is this enough to maybe give the Abbasids a shot at taking the belt from the Byzantines?
I'm thinking right now when it comes to like, what do you even do as the ambassador in this matchup? Surely you don't go a military wing because if it's early mercenary play, then you're immediately getting completely countered there. Gonna be interesting. Maybe eco wing just immediately straight off the bat.
You think he's gonna like full toll?
I think he could do it.
I think that's my thought here is you go second TC even potentially on the stone, maybe even a third as well with eco, and you're just massing archers, you're sitting behind your walls and you're just playing turtle style and hoping to get to this timing point to where you didn't take up too much damage.
I mean, Marine Law's not in this series, so I've got to be the guy to bring it up. What about Trade Wing? Maybe. I mean, this trade posts.
I don't think trade is going to be the way to go, just because if you go trade against a civilization like Byzantines, which get horsemen, which do for 1 bonus damage versus worker class units, and then also generate gold, that's going to set you up for a bad time. I think the thought is going to be, yeah, you go for like potentially triple TC. The idea behind it is if Byzantines goes for like fast castle age, and what are they going to do if they do go fast castle age? Maybe rank in spam into your base. You have an answer with that with the camel archers, which by the way also got a nice little 10 food buff there in the last patch. And also if it's like massive ranking guards, camel archers once again do bonus damage there against the spearmen. So even with the shield wall, they're going to be doing a lot of damage to those guys. Yeah, I think 2 or 3 TC might be probably the best answer here for PuppyPo.
All right, so no proxy merc houses, no shenanigans there. I think maybe we just get kind of a macro game. Speaking of proxies, by the way, maybe use that one there. Get some Surfshark VPN, HCTV. Guys, I do need to keep reminding you about this because I just checked in on the business side. They told me there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, all right? So if you're right now like, I don't know if I need like a VPN, KP's giving all these great arguments of how it can save me money and how I can hide my data and how that one game where I accidentally built like a mill on my tree line instead of a lumber camp, KP wouldn't have known it was me if I just actually pretended to be from like, Japan because I logged into a VPN. Well, now you can just try it for free essentially, right? If you don't like it, within 30 days, easy refund, no questions asked from Surfshark. So definitely, guys, go take advantage of that. The EGC TV code is only going to work to the end of this weekend, so I want you guys to make sure you're getting that value. I already mentioned it works out at like $3 or $4 a month. Actually, even less, courtesy of our 3 months for free. Anyway, plug over because we have got an important one here, boys. This is insane. Abbasids have been looking unstoppable today. PuppyPo, one of the OG Abasa spammers. I still remember him on his David Kim account, his brother on his Buster McScruggs account. They knew nothing but the way of the camel. Is that going to be the way they find their way into a grand finals matchup of Marine Lord? It's time to find out as we hop into game number 5 with PuppyPo on match point.
The potential game decider starting now. Beasty in the north side as the Byzantines in the color yellow, and PuppyPo in the southeast in the color red as the Abbasid dynasty.
All right, let's see what we've got here. So Beasty, he's got the gold in the back, but he's got the berries in the front-ish side. That hurts a little bit, but I think the sister that he started with, is that also in range of the berries potentially? It looks to be in range. You only need the drop-off building to be in range. So yeah, that is going to be in range easily there for him. Very nice. But with berries at the front side, you always have to worry about your age-up choice. If you go for the Grand Winery, having your landmark at the front side can leave you open, can leave you exposed, and that's always dangerous. So you'll have to probably consider, like, put extra attention on where you wanna drop that, because usually you want to put your food economy around the Grand Winery. Could also be seeing a hippodrome here.
Both of these players again going with their aggressive scouting, but on either side. So just kind of doing their trade-offs to each other and grabbing up as much sheep as they can. Not really getting any information yet because it's not time for feudal age landmarks to be dropped like you were just talking. And which one will it be for Beasty? And not
it's gonna
only
be interesting that he's not gathered any berries yet, so I would assume that it's gonna be Grand Winery. If you go Hippodrome, then you would already be on berries.
Yep. PuppyPo also we're sitting here watching, waiting to see what he clicks up with. Will it be military or will it be something like the eco that got buffed on up? As you mentioned, the military wing can kind of just be counted out pretty easily by the Merc House.
A-Jump should be coming in soon. And there it is, Grand Winery. Oh, that's even more forward than I thought he was going to put it. That is very far forward.
Yep, so it is the Grand Winery and it is the military wing. So Puppy still wants a couple of those units, wants to be able to get that boot camp upgrade and get his at least foot in front of himself in this feudal age to be able to at least protect up a secondary TC if that's his game plan.
And it's going to be the military wing now from PuppyPo. So instead of seeing like early mercenary play with Hippodrome, instead we'll be just seeing the normal gameplay here from both these civilizations. Grand Winery for the Byzantines and military wing for the Abbasid. Could still be the follow-up into TC, but I could also imagine PuppyPo just playing this very aggressively, trying to deny out berries, and playing this all in feudal age.
Yeah, if you mentioned the forward berries,
it's going to be 2 TC.
Yeah. I was supposed to say, you mentioned the forward berries. Maybe that's one of those things that you react to once you scout it on out. But Puppy has already sent the villagers on over to the stone. Has the mining camp being dropped now that he got enough wood for it, and it's going to be that quicker 2 TC play.
So once again, same strategy here from PuppyPo. Interesting how Beasty is going to try and follow us up with. Is he also going to go for his own secondary TC? So far, no move out yet onto stone. Granted, he is getting a lot of it passively. But without any villagers moving over to stone, I don't think we're going to be seeing it anytime soon. It does have a lot of wood in the bank, so it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to be using it for. It's going to be an early production building out here for him. And it is going to be an archery range.
And the military wing finishes. Wheelbarrow on the way for Beastie's Byzantines, and those units for PuppyPo just on headed to the stone for now. I'm not sure if their plan is to head across the map as of yet, but we will see.
Looks like they are moving over towards the direction of those berries, so I just want to try and harass that a little bit.
Yep. Force Beast to at least make 3 archers out from that range he finished on up with, and second cistern being built for Beastie now, trying to get that water level rising.
And he's gonna build it in range of the nether berries in the back there, so is gonna end up probably with a lot of olive oil that he could put into units. What do you think the contract is gonna be? I'm thinking probably in this matchup, Western contract.
You know, I wish I could say that I knew the names for him. The longbow contract's gonna be my guess. Is that the Western contract?
That is the Western contract.
Okay. I should know the names for them all, but you know, it's one that I will say I'm not that well versed in my Byzantine knowledge yet.
All right, I see in the chat, KP think it's going to be the Silk Road one. It's going to be interesting to see which one it's going to ultimately end up being. Granted, he did already put up an archer range, so going for Western is like a little bit counterintuitive just because you're already getting archers out and now you're just getting longbows, which are just archers in the end. Looks like PuppyPo wants to learn the deer once again, but the scout from Beasty is going to make that difficult. Looks like he wants to snipe out a couple of these deer before they make their way over. At least a couple of deer.
Yeah, he made it to where it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but 3 archers have moved across. TC up in time. PuppyPo, no worry at all from that. Oh, look at that. Beasty even pushed that last one in, just one little extra jump.
They sit next to each other.
Yeah, I mean, they were 5 right next to each other. That doesn't feel like the worst. I mean, there's some maps where 3 deer spawn are the only ones that spawn next to each other, and you have to drop a mill on those.
Also, not barracks, stable coming out, so horsemen should be on the menu soon. Can we take a look at PuppyPo, how many houses or rather buildings he needs until Golden Age? I think he's literally just about to get it. And looks like he just got it, so Golden Age already in. Plus 15% gather rate now. That's pretty even with the cistern buff.
Yep, big little
Silk
boost
Road
there, and it is the Silk Road has been completed.
Silk Road useful for getting the camel riders out as well. Camel riders in general, pretty damn nice when it comes to late game as well. With the foreign engineering company, you will get camel support, which helps you a lot in these like late game battles where you're going to be having the camel support bonus armor on all of your infantry. And I gotta say, like the bonus armor together with Libidni can be a little bit filthy. Just straight up having up to 5 armor on Libidni, and then also the range damage reduction.
Horseman doing the best it can at trying to snipe on out with the back of line of Beasty's archers, but just showing how strong the shield wall can be when there's only a few archers from PuppyPo and trying to take down the spears for Beasty.
They are going to be out on the field, which means the horsemen probably won't get too much value out there right now. And now his second barracks coming out, so it's probably likely just going to be mass Libidni spam coming out from him. PuppyPo, it's going to be difficult when you're up against mass Libidni spam with the javelin throwers also being there, because then, like, usually you just want to make archers, but the javelin throwers kind of do immediately counter that. Horsemen don't really work there as well. I think the correct play would be to make a mix of archers and just mass spearmen, because you also get special spearmen as the Basset.
Yeah, you do end up having to pay a good bit for Phalanx upgrade to get those spearmen to be a little bit more of the extra specialty. PuppyPo did see Beasty move out onto the berries, and so he just circled around this one single horseman. Yeah, it might not get some kills. It will just cause some annoyance, though. Villagers tried to get a circle. Scout got pretty close to being taken down.
We'll get taken down by the javelins.
Get taken down by the javelins.
Just a couple of units from PuppyPo on the left-hand side of the map. BC still actively scouting, seeing the reinforcements in PuppyPo space. Notice that there's still more horsemen coming out. And it's a third barrack? Is that a third barracks? It's a third barracks.
I think that's the third barracks. It's just
it might be a third barracks.
BC's going with the OG all Limitini spam.
It's interesting because this has been directly nerfed recently. Down from 50% to 30% by now that you are able to like absorb damage with a Limitini. The archers are just running all the way around.
I mean, they are taking the journey here, but will we see a Vil pickup? Nope. Beasty is so quick. Quick reaction there.
On the houses? Ah, he had a scout there.
Scout there.
Siege engineering? Wait, we're seeing the... Are we going to be seeing the Kira Siphons? Is this just going to be an all-in push now? Oh, this could work. Look at how many units he has out on the field. 32 compared to 20.
Yeah, PuppyPo did just run out of those berries. He needs to get some potential damage in and make Beasty pull back with his army. Because one thing about Beasty's army, very, very slow. It's all infantry. Oh, Puppy.
Osman, hello.
Free vills. Free vills. Hello.
Any chatters? Oh, now there we go.
And there it is. We do get a couple free vills, and obviously Beasty does not have that secondary TC, so compounds that vill lead just a little bit more.
Oh, and he's gonna send the archers around the side. He's just gonna run back with the horsemen. I'm not sure if Beasty saw the archers making their way through there as well. This could be another surprise attack then.
Gonna go hit the berries again, and this is just where Puppy's doing a great job continuing to idle Beasty over and over again. Make sure that he has to pull back with his military mass and can't start building those rams, can't start that forward push that he clearly wanted to do, because you're only getting siege engineering for one reason, and that is to drop some rams and get going.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more javelin throwers coming in. PuppyPo, he's just making more and more archers right now. At one point, there's going to be enough archers to ignore the javelin throws and just take care of all of these limit nigh. Oh, has the archers over there already on the second berry patch. Ah, but got some limit nigh over there as well. Field wall coming in.
Oh, Puppy, watch out, middle. That's 3 horsemen that just got picked up for nothing. That is actually massive right now, but Beasty's still delayed off of food for this timing. He's not, he got off of those early berries just a little. I think he had 1 berry patch left on that north side, but he still has been delayed in moving over to this west side berries because Puppy knows that this was coming. Javelin's on the way now, though, too.
Yeah, the javelins, then you need to run. And now the Kurasiphon is coming out. Scout probably is going to get picked off.
Yep. Scout picked off. Javelin's able to take down a few of those archers with their shots, but archer mass is still in a somewhat healthy state. And I say somewhat because they are continually getting picked. Javelin's very, very healthy and not getting touched.
This feels quite awkward right now, but the Kurasiphon is going to be coming out. And that's when it starts getting dangerous now for PuppyPo. Kurasiphon, you can't really torch it down with villagers, mainly because the Kurasiphon just, the stream of fire, if you get close, it's going to be very, very difficult. And the outpost, it's going to fall rapidly.
Yeah, the good thing for Puppy has a significant villager lead, so it's almost like one of these where just give up some of your base,
He's
just
aging.
continue to wait. Oh my. He's about to
That's ballsy. That is very ballsy of him.
The Kurasiphon got let go.
Oh no, that's so expensive. 260 resource go down.
PuppyPo, though, he does get forced off of the berries. He loses 2 villagers forward, and he's chopped through that wood line, it looked like, or just had some weird pathing for that chopping.
Yeah, lost a couple of villagers still. In the end, he's still very far ahead, and he's going to be able to pick off reinforcements potentially. Taking down the Kurasiphon was huge for him. But all of his wood is on this side, actually.
Does chop through actually happen?
This is ugly. Chop through, no. You need to actually completely finish up the tree.
It was just they pathed on the outside. I was wondering why they were on the outsides. And there, the wall has been burnt. Villagers, there's so many of them, but the javelin throwers haven't yet stepped on in. Puppy sent the horseman on across. Did he move up to the western side? Did he move up to the eastern side wood line? The small ones? He did.
It's going for the berries. Right, did move out there. Is the barracks getting finished? Ooh. It is, just about.
Hurries up and finishes that barracks, and now we're seeing rams built on the backside. Beasty can see that house being built. He can see the culture wing almost finishing as it is almost on up. PuppyPo has moved on over to the deer, dropping extra
He doesn't
houses.
have gold.
Oh,
PuppyPo doesn't have a lot of gold left.
Barracks starting to be taken down. Horseman had to pull on back, and I think PuppyPo's just going to go for this big collapse here, but Beasty has so many numbers.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult now to take this fight. Now, Kira Siphons are going to take care of these barracks. At least the first barracks getting taken down. Oh, very quickly, it's around. Horseman, they're taking both down, potentially.
Oh, that's still a big pushback, big stall. Beasty invested a lot into this. He's not too far behind on his own Castle Age himself. Oh no, PuppyPo moving back out to the berries, and Beasty spots it out.
Oh, he's moving in the wrong direction with those villagers. He needs to move up. Needs to move up. That's going to be a couple of them going down now. Now he's able to take down the Kira though. That's important, especially since it was targeting down the blacksmith.
And he has been able to
20 villagers ahead.
Yep, and has been able to reclaim gold during this as well. Because that gold next to that original TC after the villagers or after the military circled back around and pushed through again, Puppy just goes right back onto the gold. Now we're getting the archer upgrade. Golden Horde Tower is on the way, and the horsemen are going to go back across now that the archers can hold their own a little bit more, especially with the Gulam front line. Yeah.
Villagers moving out to the berries there at the backside, but Beasty does have units over there. How many units? I'm not quite sure. Might just be a single limit nay. But that limit nay does tell Beasty where he's at. And he's just going to send a couple of his units over there now as well.
Oh, the Golden Horde Tower. Oh, it's not. It's going to get up in time, but Puppy was pretty close to potentially just being able to end it right then and there.
Oh, villagers on the cistern.
Gotta love some horseman pathing, but that's where Puppy splits them on up, wanting to get some of that damage, but instead knows that his lives are more important and gets on away and just causes some more idle time as sees more villagers vulnerable out, gathering in some deer.
Beasty splitting up his units. He's on the berries once again, but there is an outpost up there from PuppyPo. Has it been built yet? It has been built. Villagers are surrounded though. Needs to be careful. Villagers jump inside. More villagers going down. A lot of villagers have gone down so far, but PuppyPo still has the firm economic lead.
And villagers are on deer.
Oh, BC doesn't have the upgrades yet. Still missing out on veterancy on all of his units here. He's going to try and delay the fight. Veterancy coming in on the javelin throws first. Limit Nay right behind. Composite bow's not in yet from the looks of it.
Half of the archers are attacking the mill. Hello, Puppy? Oh, that feels so bad. Gulam's over here. Look at how tanky they are. Oh my gosh. Beasty was looking away as well. Maybe saw Puppy attacking the mill, got a little happy, but the javelin throwers are the only thing left. The horsemen circle back around, and Beasty's army gets absolutely cleaned up, and PuppyPo has the villager lead here as well, has the tech advantage, getting composite bows, and I don't know what Beasty's going to do to be able to hold this now.
Yeah, once composite bows comes through, it's going to be really tough to take any of these fights. More javelin throwers are going to be in queue here, so that's 8 javelin throwers that are potentially going to be coming out soon. The question is when, though, because he needs them very, very soon, and one of those batch is from the Golden Horde Tower, so it takes a little bit longer.
Oh, and I love this wall-in from Puppy. He has so many resources on the south side of the map, just in his little corner. He's got the 2 big gold veins. He's got food. He's got 3 different food resources. He's just going to wall himself in and go, all right, that'll last me up until Imperial and late Imperial even, where I don't have to worry about raids anymore.
But at the same time, Beasty going on in the deer in the front, send some units over there, but now Puppy knows about that being there from Beasty.
Wololo being attempted.
That's not happening.
Yep, that gets immediately denied.
Golden Horde right now from Puppy is split a little bit on the left and right hand side.
He's just been trying to take down this Golden Horde Tower for a while now, and it feels like BC's just been trying to wait and wait and wait for a good time to make sure this doesn't happen. He's massing up a good amount of Varangian guards. He's got javelin throwers, so a good amount of units to deal with what Puppy has. The Mangonel could be a key factor here, though.
Yeah, and now that he's fighting over there, PuppyPo is fighting against the villagers. Landmark is burning. PuppyPo splitting the horsemen up to the sides.
Good Mangonel shot onto the Jav. Another Mangonel shot. Looks like PuppyPo just left him. He just left his archers and said, all right, I'm going to go hit your eco now. He knows how far ahead he is in the eco, too. Probably knows. Yeah, this is BC's heart. BC's got no way to deal with this, no way to react. He's
On the
also
front side
stepping
as
through
well?
on the front side. Yep. Lancers, men-at-arms, Ghulams, and Beasty is not in a good spot. PuppyPo is up 3-1. Could this be the game? Could this just be it? Is PuppyPo going to get himself into the finals?
It feels like it right now. I gotta say, Dabson, it definitely feels like it. 34 villagers ahead right now. No, wait, that's more. 36 villagers ahead right now. And now crossbows are coming in from PuppyPo. More Ghulams are going to be coming out. PuppyPo on 2k food per minute. Beasty at 800. And GG gets called. PuppyPo with the 4-1 victory makes it into the finals against Marine Lord. And we're going to be seeing a Louis versus Beasty match for third place.
Whew, what a series. What a matchup here to finish it up with. PuppyPo just having that secondary TC pay off, was able to hold the push, able to constantly make sure that Beasty didn't have his full focus into the aggression, had some raids on the backside, split up a few archers, hurt Beasty's food, and then all of a sudden he had everything in control from there. What a solid series from PuppyPo.
Yeah, absolutely amazingly played. The Abbasid here. Man, Abbasid, after today, people are just going to put them in S tier everywhere. HRE, they're going to be S tier. Oh, man.
Ooh, what a fun matchups.
Music to my ears right there. HRE and Abbas to S tier. The time has come. That's right. Abbas has only had to take a break for a few months. HRE back on top. Great cast, boys. Great series. I mean, it didn't go quite the distance we were looking for here, right? I was praying that we get to 7 games, but man, you can't take anything away from PuppyPo. I mean, this draft felt, I want to say surgical, Crackety. I really liked his execution in the first phase and the second. You know, that HRE priority. We saw the Iabids here. It kind of felt like going into this second drafting phase, we see the advantage you get on being on match point, right? Like we mentioned, the Iabids is probably what BC was anticipating. But the fact that you were able to take the Abbasids in there and still have 2 remaining strong picks in the remaining games just shows you how much I think PuppyPo has evolved as a player, and also just how kind of twists and turns this new drafting format can be.
I mean, wild series. Like we said, going into that last matchup, you know, having the ability to kind of be in control with the last, not only first map, but the ones to follow as well. You had to throw away Civ if you wanted it to try to set up the next couple games if you want, but PuppyPo didn't even need that. Super clean game with the Abbasid, and that's where, like we said, Abbasid S plus tier now.
I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how this develops in the grand finals. You know, it's kind of funny. I chuckled to myself when I heard Crackety say, we're going to have a Louis MT Beasty third place match. And my brain was like, well, that's a third place match. It's going to be longer than the grand finals. I mean, and that's kind of the funny part of this, right? Is like, I think this has been really impressing me about PuppyPo. We actually saw it earlier on, if you remember, against Vortex, Crackety. Is PuppyPo is incredibly aggressive, right? Like, yes, he went for a little bit more boom even approach. He forced BC to enact his assault first. But I think the thing that I'm loving out of PuppyPo is this ability to play late game, but not shy away, even against players like Vortex that are 11 out of 10 on aggression when it comes to early game as well.
Yeah, he's very flexible with his gameplay, which is very nice to see, because every time you watch him, depending on what his opponent does, you know that, okay, this answer, like there's a certain game plan behind it, and it's very nice to watch. It's definitely very nice to watch. And I mean, we've seen it here. The Abbasid, he had a game plan with it. He executed 2 times very, very nicely. Honestly, I was kind of afraid when he went up to Castle Age. I was like, oh my god, this is going to be such a tight needle. But he managed to every single time snipe Beasty's ram just in time, and it actually delayed Beasty's push by so much there into space that he managed to get away with it and push all the way across the map. Really impressive gameplay from him all throughout the day.
I mean, I feel like he's a force to be reckoned with. I think the other interesting thing, Dabston, is PuppyPo, I think of all the players in the playoffs, some of his ban-worthy civs are not meta strong picks, right? I think Chinese comes to mind. We've seen it consistently throughout. Ban Chinese, ban Chinese, ban Chinese. Like, he's unbeaten. 7 wins and no losses in the entire tournament. I think that's maybe an interesting edge to look towards when we get to grand finals tomorrow. is if you're able to force these out of meta bans, right? Someone that's not Ibe's, that's not Byzantines, that's not Rus, could give a very interesting edge over to the Canadian.
Yeah, it really allows him to kind of have the upper hand in these drafts. He gets to have his choice, whether it's like you said, a Ubits or Roos potentially coming through instead of being the one of the first Civ bans. It's one of the next ones, and if he wants to pick Roos, he can have that for hybrids or have Japanese like we saw, or really kind of have a variability across the board there, and it really just makes things a lot easier for him. But that's one where I would say his opponent that he'll be playing tomorrow is of the same nature. It's not one that you can just say, "Hey, take whatever civ you want." He has plenty of strong civs, and even the non-meta ones will be in his wheelhouse as well.
And, I think it's good that we're seeing PuppyPo at what's called an all-time high here, Crackety, because we have to be real, right? Like, when we got in the series, we mentioned it was 50-50 neck and neck on performances. 4-1 as an end result is exactly what PuppyPo needs. Because going into tomorrow, going up against Marine Lord, I done the count, I done the check. Those guys have matched up 6 times in tournament play. And of those 6 times, Marine Lord has won all of them. 6 wins, 0 losses, and I think 16 games overall to 5 games for PuppyPo. So, that sounds really depressing for the NA fans, the PuppyPo fans, but I think what we can say is based on what we've seen here today and the fact that he has surpassed Beasty by so much, at least in this series, we might be on to a pretty interesting best of 9 grand finals.
Yeah, PuppyPo and Marine Lord, they go way back when it comes to like sets that they played against each other. Marine Lord, as you said, had the upper hand so far, but I feel like with his current performance, PuppyPo will definitely put on a show here and definitely has good chances at winning it potentially.
Ooh, and I'm just thinking about the fact that, in a way, I'd say it kind of feels like we've got a double grand finals, right, Dabs? And I feel like both of these series could deliver insane games. The Beastie Louis matchup, I'm sure you've been catching some of those scrims on stream. These guys are absolutely absurd. Beastie even said, the late game, the one that he thinks might have his number is Louis. And we have seen some incredible performances going 50, 60 minutes into a game length with Louis in it.
Yeah, I mean, I would 100% agree where the matches tomorrow, whether it is the third place match or the finals match, they both could be the finals match, and that's actually where it's felt like this whole tournament structure has had consistent games like that. Whether it was some of these that we talked about, series that we cast today, matching up in the group stages, it's like we already saw them play, and we got to see them play again just in the extended series and a little bit more of this kind of longer term mindset where you have the best of 7, you got a little bit more to think about, you got to have a few more civs under your wheelhouse, and so we've seen a bunch of great matchups, and I am excited to be watching tomorrow as well.
Now, you boys are going to be watched on the sideline tomorrow. You're going to be entertained, I'm sure. But you know what? Because I won't have you there, I've got to get your predictions now. Let's start with Crackety. First, the third place match, who's going to take it? Bold if you want to add a score there in as well. And then, of course, grand finals, who you think is going to win the whole thing?
All right, I gotta quickly check my chat history with Baltium because so far the semifinals went pretty much exactly how I predicted with him. What did I say? What did I say? Where do I have it? Yeah, I'm thinking that it's gonna be.
If you need a moment, we can do Dabston first.
Yeah.
No.
Dabston,
I got it right
give
there.
it to me off heart, man.
I got it right there. It's gonna
All
be my prediction: 5-2 for PuppyPo,
Oh,
and for third place, it's gonna be a 1-3, and I think BC's gonna take it against Louis.
Dabston, have you got a counter attack to that?
I'm an NA fan, so I have to naturally say PuppyPo. But I think it's going to go a little bit extended than that. I think we're going to go the full distance as far as the best of 9 goes. It's going to go all the way to 5-4. I do think the other series is going to go Beastie's way, but I don't know if Louis ends up taking a game off of him tomorrow, as might just have the nerves there still again with him, and just kind of exhausted himself building up all the way to the semis here.
Oh, we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, that is going to kick off at 3 p.m. GMT. My prediction, I'm going to be on the day, but I'll say, like, I'm already wrong. My prediction I made at the start of the playoffs was like, I think it's going to be a Louis MT and a PuppyPo grand finals. So I was a half right. That's not too bad, right? Like, it's easy in the person at the end just goes GGEs when they've already won the game. But boys, fantastic casting day. I think you've earned a rest. Look forward to catching the chat for the action tomorrow, because I believe it's about time to ground out the show, folks. All right, so crazy day we just had. I know we didn't get the full best of 7. My heart weeps, it breaks. But I think we can agree we got some incredible performance along the way. To think Marlians used to be one of the very reliable civs, now is just flopping left, right, and center. They have a 0% win rate. Mongols that you all fear in your ladder games, outpost rushing you up the wazoo. Fear not, citizens. They have been truly nerfed down to a 20% win rate. And who would have anticipated the Abbasids finishing the day unstoppable, unbeatable? This is the type of action you get when you tune in to an EGC tournament, which is why I want to make sure that all of you know the time tomorrow. 3 p.m. GMT, I need you to be parked in your seat for a best of 5 third place match into a best of 9 grand finals. But not just that. I'm all about providing you guys with value. You know where this is already going. You can see it in the background. Why have you not gone there already? Like, really, guys? I mean, you love Age of Empires 4. I think a lot of you will agree you love EGC TV. And Surfshark is showing love to us both because they're giving us access to an absolute bargain that's only going to work until the end of the weekend. And this is a really big deal, actually. I can't emphasize enough. If you are considering picking up a VPN for any of the reasons that I gave to you before, and you're like, I'll wait until later this year, think again, do it now. Because I can tell you that Surfshark, I keep an eye on this. They want to know actually how engaged the community is with this type of product. And depending on how well it's received by you guys, how many of you actually want a VPN, might lead to Surfshark being involved in future events. And who knows, maybe with a bigger budget, we could even be looking at, I don't know, a return of a pigeon and a return of a cow more frequently in these roles. Maybe we could be looking at LAN. There's only one way to guarantee it. If you need that VPN, use that code. But also, if you're looking for some entertainment, I would be remiss if I didn't remind you that although this is Grand Finals weekend for the Elite Classic 2, and although there will definitely be a break for EGC, there's going to be a lot more action coming up. So I have been confirmed. I've been in the all clear to shill other people's tournaments here. So on the 30th of March, there's going to be the War Chief Club. That's next weekend. And then there's going to be the Beast of the Hill event. The Beasty, who we will not be seeing in the Grand Finals this, will be able to cast all the way to the Grand Finals with Core on the 31st of March. And then the next week after that, you've got Slapfest on the 6th and 7th. Energy, of course, providing the funding for that. Kraken and Matisse organizing it. So much action ahead of us. But guys, I'm jumping the gun. We've still got one more day. One more day to carve out a legacy here. Louis MT versus Beasty QE is going to be a complete and utter firecracker in itself in a best of 5. But then we have to answer that question. Marine Lord, is his head going to get so big he'll never get through a double door in his life again? Is he going to continue to flex that 100% win rate over NA? Or is it finally time for the Canadians to rise up and claim the belt? We'll find out. I'll see you there because tomorrow we crown a champion in the Elite Classic 2.